Satellite radio, that's in the that are pro-gun, that shoot guns and all that. So it's one of those that like, well, I also like to be part of the second deal with that. Yeah, we were just carrying. We're going
Good morning, CPAC. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Carol Adams, and remain standing for the national anthem, performed by Natasha Owens.
Good morning and welcome to CPAC. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance to our great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the whole of God bless you and God bless America.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Joshua Neverett with today's invocation.
Before I begin to pray, I just want to say that we are living in the greatest time of our era, the golden age. And I want to thank God for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you for this great and victorious event at CPAC. We want to thank you for the leadership at CPAC, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, because you've allowed them to lead a great organization with American patriots. And we want to thank you for America, the greatest nation of our lifetime. And because of you, Lord, we've turned our eyes and sought your face and your righteousness. And now we are blessed with the golden age. But we ask you that you bless America, bless our people, and bless our allies. And we pray, God, for a victorious event over the next 4 days, that it be a safe event. As we strategize and we look upon the heavens, that you find favor over us, Lord, and you continue to bless America. Lord, we ask you that you protect our president and the vice president and all of leadership, and that you put favor over America. We ask you these things in the name that's above every name, that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. In your precious name we pray, amen.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, isn't that
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CPAC 2025. America is back on track. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Pretty cool.
Someone real special about to get on stage, right, Matt?
We have some seats open here. Let's go. Pack it in, folks. We got some red seats open here.
They're moving.
What do you think about CPAC 2025? Are you glad that America is back on track? Has it been a long, tedious 4 years? Are you ready to tell the whole world that America is ready to be America again? We have some announcements and some news.
There's so much going on. We have a very special guest who's going to be here during the conference. You know, kind of like a tech titan, maybe. Responsible for Doge. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because thank God we're back to 2 genders. Yes. Elon Musk will be here on the CPAC stage. We just launched yesterday with the CPAC International Summit, where we had several key members representing from different countries with their delegations, where we passed 3 resolutions, Matt.
That's
right. Do you want to share what we did there?
Yeah, we passed 3 resolutions in support with one of America's greatest ally, the state of Israel. We were both saddened and honored to be joined by the families of those who have friends and family members as hostages by the evil Hamas.
And we have 2 of the hostages that were freed joining us today. And I believe they're here, right here with us.
God bless you.
America stands with you. America stands with Israel, and we will ensure that Hamas is eradicated. We will bring peace to the Middle East under President Trump. And then the second resolution?
It's hard for me to get over that, because that's just, thank you for being here. You honor us with your presence and your courage and your strength. And we have a president now in the United States of America that will not only help your loved ones, he's going to make it so that there aren't future victims, which we have to make sure we prevent. So thank you. Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution. By the way, these resolutions were supported by all the nations that were assembled at our second annual CPAC International Summit. We are working not as government entities, but as entities outside government to push for these policies. And Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution to combat the Chinese regime, the communist regime in China. And I want all of these despots and dictators to know that Donald Trump might talk to you. He might make you feel like you're welcome because that's part of his job. But in the end, we have a president that's going to stop you cold in your tracks. And all of these countries accepted that resolution as well. And perhaps my favorite resolution, I wish I had it here and could read to you on my phone, but I think I have the gist of it, which is we have a message to the globalists. Last year, Mercy and I stood on this stage and we said globalism, at CPAC, globalism was going to die. I thought that was an audacious statement. I thought we'd just say it, right, Jerry? Let's just say it. And then it happened. It's kind of amazing. And so our message to the globalists is, no matter whether you're at the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the EU, you can boo at any time, the UN, no matter who is trying to tell you as a mom or a dad, as a church member, as a teacher, as a cop, no matter who is trying to tell you what pronouns you should use, how you should pray to your God, how much you believe your country is racist, all that's over. And a part of that is, and this is a great way to start, we just had Natasha out here and the great pastor from Arizona who was with us on the campaign trail in Arizona. Part of that is, can we all just thank God for giving us a president?
Amen.
Who knows how to lead. And I'll expand that to a great young vice president who knows how to lead. All these resolutions passed. I don't know how CPAC became a global brand fighting the globalists with people here from like every country all over the world, but let's go with it, because it seems to be working just fine.
And I want to leave you with this. You are the reason because President Trump is in the White House today. All of you, each and every one of you, fought hard, stood up, shared this incredible, optimistic message that we need to save America and, in essence, save the world. So I want to thank you all personally from the bottom of our hearts as being part of this incredible CPAC family, because you all have made the difference in this past election.
It's the truth.
So we honor you. We appreciate you so much.
So, we've talked long enough.
Yes,
Let's get this
let's
show on
get
the road.
going.
I think you have someone big that you want to announce
All
that's
right,
coming out here. Good luck. I'll be in the wings making sure you do a good job.
Okay, Dad. All right, all right. All right, gang, are you all ready? Okay. So, you know, there's this young guy, you know, with this beautiful family, with this beautiful wife that is actually just a shining star right now in American politics. Marine veteran, former Ohio senator, one of the coolest guys I think we have around, and one of the best communicators in this Trump administration. Can you please let us applaud together, let us welcome the greatest Vice President of America, JD Vance.
Guys, how we doing? Hey, how are you? You too. Thanks for doing this. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
USA!
Thank you all. Thank you. It's great to be with you. It's good to see you.
It is great to see you too. I mean, you've been like on a whirlwind here.
Yeah,
Are you a little jet lagged or no?
You know, yes, I am a
Okay.
little jet lagged. So we did a trip where we went to France and then to Germany, and then we went to San Diego for a family wedding, and then back in DC, and we did all that in like 7 days. So
Okay.
a little jet lagged, but that's okay.
Well,
I'm in a good place right now, Mercedes.
Well, you know
I got some sleep last night.
Okay, good. Then we're ready. We're ready. But it's a real special day today. You know what today is, guys? It's February 20th. That means our first 30 days, the happy one-month anniversary of the Trump-Vance administration. I mean, how exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's hard to believe we've only been in office for a month, because I think we've done more in a month than Biden did in about 4 years.
Yeah.
And thank God for that. But, you know, the president keeps us on a pretty breakneck pace. He always asks, what have we done today? What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do next week? Because I think he realizes this is a special moment in time. And by the way, thank you. Thanks to all of you for making it possible for us to do all the great work we've been doing in the administration. I know we wouldn't have been here without you, but I think the president is acutely aware that the American people gave us a window to save the country, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and thank God for that, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun the past month.
Okay, so I don't even think we can keep track of all the things you all are doing. In fact, I don't even think the press can keep track of all they're doing. I mean, they talk about the shock and awe strategy. Seriously. So when you're looking at this list after list after list, what stands out to you?
Well, speaking of the press, I do think that we've had maybe more executive orders than CNN has viewers each night. So hello to our friends at CNN. I actually think that their plan was they were going to go all in on anti-Trump and hope that he could save CNN in the same way that he did, frankly, in 2017, because nobody really watched the network until he became president in 2017. But that's maybe the one thing I think the president has been unable to do, unable to save the CNN's ratings over the last few months. But look, I think that what the president has tried to do is recognize that we have a historical mandate on a few issues. We have to secure the southern border, and thanks to his actions, border crossings are down well over 90%, and we're just getting started. He recognizes that we have to really unlock the engine of American growth. We've got to get back to having a growing economy that creates good jobs and high wages for the American people. And a lot of that goes back to drill, baby, drill. We've done more on energy under President Trump's leadership than I think any administration in history, and that's not an exaggeration. And of course, we're going to do more. And then I think the third thing that he's tried to do, of course, with the help of Elon and all the great folks at Doge, is ask, what are we doing with all of the American taxpayers' money, and why are we wasting so much of it on garbage that the American people either aren't aware that we're spending it on or don't want to be spending it on in the first place? Like, for example, the stuff that we've figured out, Mercedes, is unbelievable. Why are we spending money on progressive modern art projects centered around toilets in Afghanistan? That's actually something that your tax dollars were funding until very recently. And I think all of us are sitting around and asking, what the hell have we been doing with the American people's money for the last 4 years? Let's turn off the spigot and spend the American people's tax money on the American people's priority. And that's, of course, been a big focus of the administration, too.
Let's dig deeper into the immigration issue.
Sure.
We've seen, and you've met many of the victims, people who have family members who have died,
Yes.
have been tragically murdered. Those angel families in the hands of these criminal illegal aliens.
Sure.
What's your message to these families? What is your message to these horrific drug cartels and human traffickers who have preyed on the most vulnerable in the world?
Well, our message to the drug traffickers is get the hell out of our country. Your free ride is over because President Trump is back in the Oval Office. That is... You're not welcome. You were never welcome, according to the American people, but unfortunately you had President Joe Biden who allowed you to run free over the United States of America, and Donald Trump has said, you're terrorist organizations, we're gonna go after you, we're gonna wage war on you, and certainly we want you out of the United States of America, and that's an important message, of course. But our message, and you know this, Mercedes, our message to the families is President Trump cares about you. He thinks that it's disgraceful what your own government let happen to your children, to your grandchildren, and it's got to stop. And of course, we mourn with people, we pray for people, but we're also asking, as their government, why did this happen to your child in the first place? And the answer is that under Joe Biden, your government didn't do its job. Under Donald Trump, it is. Thank God for that.
On the economy, and I'm getting this question all the time, you know, it's this question of affordability, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stress on our families, something that I think Joe Biden could not manage in terms of really helping lower that cost of living and making things just simply more affordable.
Sure.
We talked about energy independence being a critical component of this, of ensuring that we unleash this economic prosperity. What more needs to be done?
Yeah, so one of the first interviews I did, it was, I think 6 or 7 days after the inauguration, and somebody asked me, well, it's been 6 days, what have you guys done to fix the inflation crisis created by Joe Biden? I'm like, well, first of all, it's been 6 days, we've done a lot in 6 days, but it's gonna take some time to fix what Joe Biden broke over 4 years. And we know it is easy, unfortunately, to burn the house down. It takes a little bit of time to build it back up. And here's what we have to do. Because look, the fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Like, safety and prosperity, right? Yeah. It's pretty common sense stuff. And we know that to do that, we have to, first of all, unleash American energy. Now, why is that so important? Because look, we all know grocery prices got too high under Joe Biden's leadership. Well, one of the main drivers of groceries is energy. Because if the farmers are paying more for energy, then we're all paying more for what the farmers grow. And if the truck drivers who are delivering the groceries are paying more for fuel, then we're all paying more for what the truck drivers are delivering to the grocery store. If we unleash American energy, that will do more than anything to drive down the cost for the American people. The second thing, Mercedes, is we have got to stop spending the American people's money on garbage. Every dollar that we take in and spend, you have to pay for, either through taxes or through inflation. And if we spend the American people's money more wisely, if we stop taxing and spending the American people to death, that's also gonna bring relief to all of the pricing pressures that are out there. We're gonna make it affordable to live in this country again. That's our mandate, that's our goal. And you're right, there's a lot more that we can do, but I think we've got a pretty good start after 30 days.
We've got a pretty good start. But we've got this big, beautiful one-bill budget reconciliation scenario. How is that working? What are the dynamics that are happening right now in Congress and what the administration is doing to ensure that a lot of what the president is wanting to do in terms of really pushing forward with economic prosperity and his tax relief initiatives gets done in these bills?
Sure. Yeah, it's really important. So the Senate obviously has its own approach, and the president has been very clear that his preference is to put everything in one bill.
Right.
And part of that is just simple legislative strategy. I think the president has learned a lot about how DC works. And I actually talked to the president about this yesterday, and he said to me, look, it's very rare that you can get 2 reconciliation bills done in one Congress, which is why he thinks we've got to do a lot with that one big, beautiful bill, that first reconciliation package that we're gonna get through the House and the Senate. It's going well. It's early, right? This stuff takes time to put together. I think, if you had a record pace reconciliation bill, we would get this thing done in May or in June. I think we're on track to do that, but we've got to do some basic things, Mercedes. One, like I said, we've got to continue to unleash American energy. That's part of the reconciliation bill. We've got to make sure that other countries stop taking advantage of us. That's a big part of President Trump's tariff policy, is we got to stop being taken advantage of. You know, of course, we want to make the President Trump tax cuts permanent and extend them into the future. We want no taxes on tips. We got to do some of the things we talked about during the campaign. That's got to be part of it. And then finally, and this is really important, everything the president has done on the border, we have got to empower him to do it, not just for a month, but for the next 4 years. And we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30, 40 million illegal aliens, you take Medicare fraud, Social Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's happening in the United States of America today. We've got to stop it. If you get control of the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
Shifting to your incredible speech at the Munich conference. Did you all watch that? I don't know. I think they
I'm
really
glad you guys liked it. Not everybody liked it. You guys liked it.
Okay.
Not everybody liked it. Good to see you. Thank you. I'll take a standing ovation for a speech I already gave.
That's
like
awesome.
two for the price of one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here's your speech to say it again. All right. But it was fascinating because there was obviously some of these European leaders that, you know, they were a little uptight about it. It stressed them out just a little bit.
A little bit.
But you talked about the greatest threats in Europe.
Yeah. So, look, the greatest threat in Europe, and I'd say it was the greatest threat in the United States until about 30 days ago, is that you've had the leaders of the West decide that they should send millions and millions of unvetted foreign migrants into their countries. That is the biggest threat to Europe. And frankly, it remains, by the way, the biggest threat to the United States because, yes, we've got 4 years of President Trump's leadership, but I guarantee you, if the Democrats ever get power again, they're going to try to do it again. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to raise issues about it.
Right.
You have to allow free speech to debate this stuff. You have to stop doing things to the populations of the world. You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country. And I guarantee you, if we don't allow free speech, and of course, the Biden administration, I made this point, Mercedes, the Biden administration did more to destroy free speech, not just in the United States, but that is the future for our shared civilization.
And I will tell you something that is really, truly remarkable that's happening at CPAC is, and we had our second CPAC International Summit yesterday, and we have many of these conservative European leaders with us today, where we stand in solidarity because they have an opportunity to basically make Europe great again, make Asia great again, make Latin America great again. And so in essence, I think your message was very well received by many of those conservative leaders across the globe. But what does this mean with the U.S. now that, you know, in giving that speech? What does this mean with the U.S.'s relationship with Europe?
Well, look, obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength of those alliances is going to depend on whether we take our societies. Obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength of those alliances is going to depend on whether we take our societies in the right direction. Think about this. Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not, right? So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that they're our friends, I believe that, I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. So let's have shared values. Let's defend democracy. Let's have free expression, not just in the United States, but all over the Western world. That is the path to strong alliances in Europe.
We had Ambassador Rick Riddell with us yesterday. He'll be on the CPAC stage during these conferences. He has like 3 jobs, or 4 or 5.
Yes, he
does.
But
let me ask you this. Where are we on and basically the status of the Russia-Ukraine moving forward in terms of these negotiations in bringing peace to this endless war?
You know, it's early, and I think what President Trump, what makes him such an effective negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation, he says everything is on the table. And of course, that makes the heads explode in the American media because they say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved in the fighting if you actually want to bring the conflict to a close. And I know the president does. But I'll tell you the goals that animate President Trump's policy. It's really simple. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe. He doesn't just want to stop it now and have the war restart a month from now. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe because the president believes this, and he's absolutely right. Peace is in the interest of Russia. It's in the interest of Ukraine. It's in the interest of Europe. But most importantly, peace is in the interest of the American people, and he's going to fight for it for the remainder of his administration. Wherever war breaks out, he's going to be the president of peace. Now, he, of course, is a very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough. It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're on the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Matt and I mentioned this right when we started the conference. We're honored by the presence of 2 hostages that were freed after the Hamas atrocity, the tragedy that we've seen happen. And we have several of the family members as well who still, they're there. Where their loved ones are still being detained by Hamas. What is your message to these hostage families, these survivors?
Our message is that President Trump loves you. He hasn't forgotten your loved ones, and he's going to fight every single day to bring them home. That is exactly what he's been doing, and that's what he'll keep on doing. I was actually talking with one of my best friends about this a couple of days ago.
Can I be your best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
But I was talking with him, and he was asking me. He was like, well, I don't understand. Why was Biden unable to do this? And then, like, the minute that Donald Trump won, we started to make progress in bringing the hostages home. And I said, man, it's just a question of leadership. You actually need a president who is willing to pick up the phone and say, you got to bring these people home. No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused on bringing hostages home. And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always do, you need a president who picks up the phone and says, cut this crap out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is. And I saw it behind the scenes. And what the president did is he empowered, in particular, because remember, this was before we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, or any of the great people around us. The president sent his dear friend, and he's become my dear friend, Steve Witkoff, as an emissary of the President of the United States. And he said, Steve, you speak for me, get it done, and if there are problems, pick up the phone and call me. Steve Witkoff, with the president's leadership, got it done, and it's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to finish the process, but I really believe the president is as committed to this as any American leader in my lifetime. We're going to keep on fighting for it.
One of the issues that's central to the CPAC community is the issue of pro-life.
Of course.
And what is the administration going to do to defend the unborn, to provide support for those mothers, those fathers that choose life?
Sure. Well, one of the things, of course, the president got done during the first term, and I think that it's why he is accurately called the most pro-life president in American history, is he finally made it possible for the will of the people to speak on the life issue. And that was the Dobbs decision. What that did is it gave the abortion question back to the people. It took it out of the hands of unelected bureaucrats and unelected judges and gave it back to the people. And I think the most important thing that we can do, and as you know, Mercedes, I'm very pro-life, I'm a devout Christian, is that we have got to persuade our fellow Americans, because now we've got the power. We've got the power of persuasion. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens that unborn life is worthy of protecting. It is sacred in the eyes of God, and it should be sacred in the eyes of man too. And we have to pick up the torch and fight for that every single day. And I know you guys are up for the task. I am too. And I think on the administration side, what the president has said, and it's been consistent, it's going to be consistent in the rhetoric and in the policy, is we believe in the Trump administration that babies are good, that families are good, and we want to make it easier for young moms and young dads to choose life, to start families, and to bring new life into the world. That's the whole point of our policy. Now, some of that, of course, is supporting our great crisis pregnancy centers at the moment of these important health care decisions, encouraging young women to choose life at that important moment of choice. Some of that is bringing costs down so that young moms and dads don't look to the future and a new baby and say, how can I afford this? And if they're able to actually afford to raise a family, maybe they'll start thinking of babies as the blessings that we all know that they are.
Yeah.
And I think... But I think fundamentally, this is going to take a lot of leadership from the president on down, but from every single person in this room. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens to stop thinking about babies as inconveniences to be discarded. We've got to start thinking of them as blessings to cherish, and that's exactly what I promise to do.
So now we're going to get personal. This is going to be so fun. Your faith.
Yep.
Why is it so important to you? What does it mean to you? Tell us why, when you go every single day to work, how faith is a part of who you are.
Well, I mean, first is I believe the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith. It's not just a set of good moral principles, though it is that. I think the fundamental tenet of our faith is that the Son of God became man. He died, and then he raised himself from the dead. That is the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and I think so much flows from that. And I think one lesson that flows from that is that we shouldn't fear death. Of course, death is a very bad thing, but there are much more terrible things than just losing one's life, and importantly, you could lose one's soul. And I think whether it's fighting for the unborn or fighting for peace and security for our citizens, I want us to be the kind of society where my kids can grow up to be virtuous young people, can be good young Christians, of course, because that's what I'm trying to raise them to be, and that's what our public policy is trying to do. Creating the space where moms and dads can raise their children in their faith to become good young people who believe the things that I do. That is what I'm trying to create, is the space for you, of course, to raise your children as you see fit, but the space for me to raise my kids to be the kind of young people that I think they ought to be. And the other thing that I take from it, Mercedes, is if you look at the long history of the Christian faith, we've been around for about 2,000 years now, give or take a few years, and there have been really dark times in the history of the Christian faith. There have been really good times in the history of the Christian faith. And I just try to remind myself that we put our faith in God above, we put our faith in the grace of God, and we try the best to do His will, and we don't worry so much about whether we're gonna have earthly rewards. We worry about whether we're doing right by God Almighty above. That's what I try to do, and that's how I try to run my life in public.
You mentioned raising these children into good people and also into good citizens that can contribute to society and to the world. We had so many young people come out and support Donald Trump and JD Vance.
And thank you.
This past election. So what is your message? And what is your message to the young men?
You know, I guess my message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in. And we want you to be able to build a nice life in this country that all of us love. That is what we're trying to do. And you know, you guys more than anybody, more than me, I'm talking about people under the age of 30 in particular, you guys are gonna have to deal with the consequences of good policy or of bad policy for much longer than the rest of us. And I want you guys to think about the future and ask yourself, do you want safe communities? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to be able to work a good job? Or do you want that job shipped off to China or somewhere else? We're fighting for you every single day. We want you to help fight for us because we've got to win. Not just the policy battles of the next couple of months. We've got to win the midterm elections in a couple of years. We need you. We recognize that we need you, and we're fighting for you every single day. And I think, you know, you asked me, you know, my message to young men is, I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should try to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's... Our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're gonna help with our public policy to make it possible to do that. And by the way, that I actually think, Mercedes, this is the thing that President Trump, this is why the media went after him so hard, is because, you know, when I think about like what is the essence of masculinity, you could answer this in so many different ways, But when I think about me and my guy friends, we really like to tell jokes to one another. Like, we like to laugh. If you think of all the movies that were really popular.
Are you saying you're pretty funny?
I try to be.
Okay, President Trump, who's funnier? Who's funnier?
President Trump.
All right, there you go.
Let's be honest.
There you go.
He's got the best sense of humor of any American political figure. But I think this is why young men in particular are so, you know, they're so inspired by President Trump, is because he doesn't allow the media to tell him he can't make a joke or he can't have an original thought. President Trump just says what's on his mind. That's a damn good thing, and it's a good example to set for young men in American culture.
You know, I always tell my 5 daughters, so I don't have any sons, but Matt and I, we have 5 beautiful daughters, and I always say, you know, the most important decision you'll ever make is who you marry.
That's right.
Always who you marry. And you made a very important decision in marrying Usha.
I did.
And
I married up. I married up.
She is a beautiful second lady, and I want to know, what is the best advice Usha has given you?
Well,
This is so fun. Okay.
This is going to be very personal. One piece of advice she gave me like a week ago was, you should be nicer on social media. I don't know that I'll take that advice. Some advice is good. Some advice is, you know, can be good, but you don't have to always take it.
You sound like my husband.
The best advice Usha ever gave me, when it comes, I mean, she gave me so many good life advices or pieces of advice, but the best advice she gave me when it came to politics is, don't let them filter you. And in politics, you know, you've got consultants, and you've got media professionals, you've got pollsters, you've got a lot of people who try to tell you what to say or how to behave or, you know, what to do. And Usha just said, just be yourself, be authentic, go out there and say what's actually on your mind, maybe a little nicer from time to time. But I think that's the best advice that she gave me, and that's why we take our kids everywhere, and that's why I'm not afraid to make a joke on social media, even if it's sometimes a dad joke. Forgive me, all of you who don't like dad jokes, but you just got to be yourself. Yeah. And I think that's President Trump's superpower in American politics, and that's probably the best advice Usha ever gave me, at least on politics.
Okay, last question. What inspires you every day?
Well, I mean, one is my family, right? I mean, I'm blessed to have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and I can't help but see the country through their eyes. And when we were on the campaign in particular, and we would take our kids with us, all of my kids, when we were about to land in some new place, you know, they'd all rush to the window of the plane and they'd look out and they'd say, "Oh, Dad, this looks so cool." Like, you know, the beauty of the Arizona cactuses and Arizona deserts. Or, you know, we'd be in Texas for a fundraiser and they'd be like, "Oh my God, like, look at just all of that open space," right? Or we'd be in North Carolina and say, "Oh, look how beautiful the Green Mountains," right? This idea of these beautiful green mountains of Appalachia, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. And I guess what inspires me is you can't help but be hopeful and energetic and optimistic about this country when you see it through the eyes of a child. So I hope I never lose that perspective, because it does inspire me every day.
Well, Mr. Vice President, you inspire us every day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump, and we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Back, and I'm so excited to be here. You know, for the last 4 years, I've showed up at CPAC because God sent me there. The greatest God there is in heaven and earth. And we are so blessed. Please stick around and hear what I've got to say because God needs you. He needs you to participate. He needs you to be on fire like I am. God has a way that he can fix everything because as long as you've got him in you, as long as you've given your life to him, you too can participate in this. You know, the first thing that happened is I showed up in Washington, D.C. because God told me to go there. I had no reason, but he gave me a reason immediately. And when I got there, I met two of my greatest friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Yes, the people that run CPAC, God put in front of me. And I have served God and this organization ever since then. And I'm honored to be called the matriarch of CPAC. CPAC has been such a major influence in my life and all of your lives, whether you know it or not. Not just your visits, not just when you come, but when you participate. You too could participate and go to the CPAC events in places like Hungary and Japan and Australia, Israel. But remember, God needs all of us. You know, 4 years is not going to last forever of Donald Trump. He's going to need all of us to stay powerful, stay in the show, and there's no better way of doing it than through CPAC, being a participant in every way that you can. God loves what they're doing. He has proven that over and over again because he brought you here today. He brought you here to hear this message and know that there's other things for you to do, and God is in the center of all of it. So all of you step up to the plate, do what I did. Make friends here. Make friends everywhere across this country. Reach out, speak your voice, and know that God is with you in everything you do every day, and that we are all at CPAC praying for you daily. I'm so glad I could be here today, even if I'm not there in person. And our studio is there, whether I'm there or not. Proverbs Media Group, you'll find them on Media Row. We want you to hear the truth. Just like the Bible tells the truth, we're going to tell the truth. We do this through so many entities. You can see us on any of the social media accounts, but mainly go to YouTube and look up Proverbs Media Group. Watch our shows. Learn what it's like to actually hear the truth. And we started our show, It's Not About Us, because it's not. It's about God, our Savior. It's about we are here to serve him and each other. Serve your neighbors, serve your friends, do all these things. And we want you to know that one of our latest things is, you know, that crazy iPhone that causes all kinds of trouble? We want you to know, and you'll find cards over there, that 3 to 5 times a day you set an alarm on your phone. Not on, you know, when to get up, but when to remember that God is with you. So that if it goes off in the middle of something stressful, just say, God, help me. If it goes off in a time that's peaceful, say, God, thank you. And talk to him all you can. Have that reminder there because we all get so busy nowadays that it's easy to forget he is with you in all things. We want you also to remember that, you know, CPAC is an amazing place. It's where I started. It's where you can start. It's where you can put your time in and just show people love. There's so many ways to do it. Our people at our booth are waiting to hear from you and see you. Here, throw me that hat and shirt. Here's the Trump hat. Here's the Proverbs Media Group shirt. And know that we pray for you all the time. We love you, we care about you, and don't forget, you are the most important thing in the world to our Lord and Savior. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Tales from the Crypto, Bitcoin, and the Digital Economy. Please welcome Strategy Executive Chairman and Co-Founder, Michael Saylor.
Good morning, everyone. What about that speech from our vice president? And our great Mercedes Schlapp. I am not as good as a moderator as Mercedes. Michael turned to me and said, man, she's good. I go, Mike, I'm not that good. But good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be here at CPAC, moderating one of the most critical discussions of our time, the future of Bitcoin, digital assets, and financial freedom. We are witnessing a once-in-a-generation transformation in how people store and transfer wealth and value. And today, I have the privilege of introducing a man who didn't just predict the future of money, he's helping build it. In 2020, as governments printed trillions of dollars, where weakened our US dollar, one CEO made history. Michael Saylor became the first major CEO of a US publicly traded company to transfer his entire balance sheet from cash into Bitcoin. Historic, that's incredible, that's risk. He is the largest single corporate holder of Bitcoin in the world, owning 478,740 Bitcoin, now worth 48 billion. Michael just didn't talk about Bitcoin, he bet on it, he built on it, and he led the way for corporations, investors, and people like me and you to invest and remain sovereign. He remains one of the most influential voices in financial and technological history, proving that Bitcoin isn't just an investment, it's a revolution that America has to dominate. Please join me in welcoming one of the most fearless and financial minds in our future, a champion of digital freedom and a trailblazer, Michael Saylor.
Well, thanks for the intro. I'm really excited to be able to address this group today because I think that Bitcoin represents the most powerful technology force for conservatism in the world. And I don't know that that's fully appreciated, but Satoshi, many years ago, had this vision for sound money and sovereign money via technology, via modern cryptography, modern semiconductors, the modern internet. And that idea of giving economic power to the individual in the face of the overwhelming power of the collective, when you feel like the government's against you, the banking system against you, the currency is against you, big tech is against you, when you're the little guy, when you're struggling for freedom and struggling in the face of overwhelming power, you need some advantage. And Satoshi created this network that's based on two principles. One principle is integrity, and the other principle is sovereignty. The integrity, we all know, is there'll never be more than 21 million Bitcoin, and that's enforced by millions and millions of computers and hundreds of millions of people everywhere in the world that believe it's not okay to lie, cheat, or steal. It's not okay to distort the truth. There is a truth. There is a universal common ledger that no one can tamper with, no one can corrupt. Not a nation state, not a company, not a politician. And that idea of a censorship-resistant, unstoppable version of the truth was a first in human history. It was a first. And then the second idea is sovereignty. It's like, well, if there is a truth, can you own it, right? So with Bitcoin, the idea is you can own a Bitcoin and you don't have to trust a bank with it. You don't have to trust the city with it. You don't have to leave it in the custody of a big company. You can take self-custody. So we oftentimes say, what do you own? The only thing you own are your memories. Everything else in this world that you own at the pleasure of someone more powerful than you, and they can take it away from you via force. What they can't take away from you is your experience and what's in your head. And the brilliance of Satoshi was, what if we could put all of the money in the world into the heads of the people? What if what you knew was the password to unlock all of your wealth or protect it, and nobody else could take it away from you. And that's a profound shift, because what Satoshi did was gave us a network where hundreds of millions of people can own and control their economic energy in a censorship-resistant, unstoppable fashion. And that was an idea worth nothing for a year, and then it became worth $1 million, and then it became worth $1 billion, and then it became worth 10 billion, and then it became worth 100 billion. And when MicroStrategy, now Strategy, got into business about 4 years ago, it was worth 150 billion. And today it's worth 2 trillion.
And at that time, you were a software company, and you saw this as an opportunity, a different opportunity.
We were a software company, and we were staring at a quick death or slow death or take a risk. And, you know, when the COVID lockdowns took place and the interest rates went to 0, we had to decide, were we going to sell the company, throw in the towel, or could we find a way out? And this is the challenge that 40 million companies in America have, which is, if you're not one of the Magnificent Seven, if you're not Apple or Google or Microsoft, how are you supposed to compete in a world where trillion-dollar companies have all the power, big banks have all the power, big government has the power? And Bitcoin offered us the way out, because if you recapitalize a company on Bitcoin, you're not slave to the bank, you're not slave to the currency, you're not slave to the local politician that tells you what you can do and how you can use your money. Instead of having the central bank take interest rates to 0 and keep them there forever, right? Bitcoin gave us a 60% return every year, because the Bitcoin interest rate is set by a global decentralized system of capital flows. So my company was able to save itself when we switched from Bitcoin, from the US Treasury or the bond to Bitcoin. Our market cap increased from $1 billion to 100 billion. And our enterprise value increased from 600 million to 105 billion. And we went from a $500 million company growing 0% a year, competing against a monopoly, Microsoft, where it's hopeless, to a $50 billion company growing 60% a year that's part of the digital economy. So I feel blessed, and we are very fortunate, but that really motivated me with a mission. And what I realized is Satoshi gave us a way out of our conundrum. Satoshi gave us a strategy that makes a small company big and powerful, that makes the individual more powerful than the state, that turns the power balance between the collective and the individual on its head. And the secret to that is this powerful worldwide network that puts the individual first, that's uncorruptible, that anybody can join, that gives you unfettered, uncensored property rights.
Well, to that point, I had spent the last couple of days preparing for this and had a list of questions for Michael. And about 10 minutes before we sat down on the stage, and he goes, let's talk about why Bitcoin is conservative. Let's talk about why this is your coin and this is your industry. So, Michael, how is Bitcoin conservative? Why should it be important to this audience, the largest conservative conference in the world?
Bitcoin literally represents the conservation of energy in cyberspace. Satoshi implemented a protocol which is inherently conservative. If I send Bitcoin to you, I lose it, you have it. I can't create more. I can't lie about it. The thing that's beautiful about nature is conservation of energy. Conservative is based on natural law. It's based on the idea that if you just make something up which isn't true, you'll be punished. And the Bitcoin network represents that innate integrity and truth. So You know, if you think about the world today, there's just an inherent force. There's a struggle between capitalism and socialism, between people that believe in freedom and free markets and those that believe in central planning and collectivism. And if I'm a socialist, I want to take away your guns and your money. And Bitcoin is money that they can't take away. Like, what freedom do you have if you have all of your money in a bank that can freeze it? What freedom do you have if you have your money embedded in a currency where someone can print 4x more of it without your approval and debase it to zero? What freedom do you have if you own real estate in a city where the mayor can put rent control on it or expropriate it, or the governor can tax it away from your family? What freedom do you have if all your wealth is in a business where the government can tell you you can't operate, shut down your pipeline, tax your employees, tax your income, regulate your product? And the answer is, you only have conditional freedom until the government changes and they just take away that freedom. And then when they take away your wealth, when they take away your economic power, they're going to starve you to death, and then you've got nothing. So Bitcoin represents putting your economic wealth in cyberspace. It's beyond the reach of the mayor, beyond the reach of the governor, beyond the reach of any nation state, beyond the reach of any other company that would do you harm. It is the first time in the history of the human race that you can bind economic energy tightly to an individual, to a family, to your company, and you don't have to ask permission to have economic wealth, to have money. And you don't have to live in fear that someone gets up on a morning and just takes it all away from you to power you down. And so if I am conservative, I want a family, I want a company, I want freedom. Well, how are you going to pay for it? And if you live in a country like Venezuela and the currency goes to zero, you're going to be begging for food next week. Wouldn't it be great if I could take the wealth of my family and put it into a network that no one can loot, no one can corrupt, and at the end of the day, I don't want to gamble my future. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble in the stock market. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble that the mayor of the city won't just take my property away from me. I actually just want to own the wealth. I want to own my money. And Bitcoin is a way for you to convert your capital into digital capital that will last 1,000 years. Your country will be, your company, your country, or your family will be wealthy for generations to follow. You don't have to live in fear. And when you don't have to live in fear, when you have economic independence, you can actually stretch your time horizon out, and you can build an institution, you can build your family, you can build a life for yourself.
Michael, you talked about several things there. One is wealth, sovereignty, agency, the ability to come in and for someone, a mayor, a city councilman, to take what you have. We've seen that happen from New York to California. A lot of us have been subject to this. And then you also talk about leadership. We have President Trump. We have the greatest leader our nation has ever had. He's compared to George Washington. People love him, we love him. He sees Bitcoin, he sees the digital asset industry as an exceptional opportunity. How can America ensure its dominance moving forward?
You know, this nation became great because of the Louisiana Purchase. We bought 1/3 of the country from Napoleon for a few $1 million. Then we purchased Texas and California from the Mexicans for a few million more. Then we purchased Alaska from the Russians for a few million more. We didn't even know there'd be $1 trillion of mineral rights underneath Alaska when we purchased it. They called it Seward's Folly. But what I'm describing is manifest destiny. If you want to create a great nation, you have to build it on valuable property. You have to know, where is all the money headed? Where is the future? When we bought California, we didn't know there'd be a Hollywood. We didn't know there'd be a Silicon Valley. No one really considered. In 1867, we didn't have a petroleum industry. And so where is the money headed in the future? The money's headed to cyberspace. Bitcoin is property in cyberspace. The manifest destiny of this country is to own cyberspace. And I think that President Trump understands the value of owning scarce, desirable property. If we go to cyberspace and we buy Bitcoin and the nation embraces Bitcoin, then all of the capital in the world, all of the Chinese money, all the Russian money, all the European money, all of the money from the 20th century, the money invested in a Siberian warehouse, the money invested in fill in the blank, anything you could possibly own in Africa, all of that capital is flowing into cyberspace. It's going from physical to digital. It's flowing from the 20th century to the 21st century. The 21st century is going to be 1 billion AIs thinking 1 million times a second. And what are they going to be using to move their money around? They're going to use digital money because they can't get a bank account. They can't get a credit card. I have to approve my wire transfers from my bank once a week. It takes about 20 minutes, and they ask me on the phone whether the money should move.
It's a good problem. With 478,740 Bitcoin, Michael.
The computers...
We don't feel too bad is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it, but my point we've been doing it that way for 50 years. And if you look at the way the digital economy is going to run in the 21st century, it's going to be 1 billion computers thinking 1 million times a second, moving assets at the speed of light. Bitcoin represents digital capital. That network is $2 trillion today. It's going to be $20 trillion in 4 to 8 years. It's going to be $200 trillion in 20 years. Then it's going to grow faster than every other asset in the world. It's going to continue to grow. The United States should own it, right?
Is that the conversation? Talk to us about the U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Everyone, and we've heard a couple other coins being yelled out by the crowd, and people want to know, are we going to have a U.S. Bitcoin reserve, and when is that going to happen?
The way to think about Bitcoin is it's the most powerful digital network in the world. It is cyber power. If you want to dominate the next 100 years, just like the last 100 years is based upon dominating sea power, fire power, air power, space power, nuclear power. You want to dominate cyberspace. You want cyber power. It's the unstoppable network that no one can corrupt, and the use of the unstoppable network, among other things, is hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital moving from point A to point B. But the other use of the network is I can send a message which is unstoppable, and I can store information that is unstoppable, and I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the authenticity of an instruction or a document. No country, no company, no individual, not 1 trillion computers can corrupt that message. So if you want to own the future, you want to own cyberspace. How do you own cyberspace? You own Bitcoin, and then you run the Bitcoin networks. You mine Bitcoin, you own Bitcoin. President Trump understands property. He understands the value of Greenland. He understands the value of Alaska. He understands the value of oil rights. He understands, drill, baby, drill would be impossible if we didn't own the land, right?
He understands American dominance.
And land is physical property. When I run electricity through semiconductors and I create a wall of encrypted energy, I create digital property. Bitcoin is digital property. You should own it. Your company should own it. Our nation should own it. It is the future.
In your perspective, how soon do you think we're going to be buying Bitcoin and have within our U.S. reserve? at a timeline? You think it's going to be 12 months, 24 months?
I think there's an appreciation of the power of Bitcoin throughout the cabinet, throughout the House, throughout the Senate. There's going to be a political process by which we build consensus with the White House, the Senate, and the cabinet, and find the right way through. But, you know, what I would say on this topic is the U.S. could own 20% of the network like that for free. The dollar would strengthen, the nation would be enriched. And the real promise is if you own 4 to 6 million Bitcoin, you're going to pay off the entire national debt. You're going to neutralize it. We can generate a $50 trillion to $80 trillion benefit to the United States people, to the citizens, to the taxpayers, and we can do it simply by seeing the future. It cost $6 million to buy Alaska. The payoff was $1 trillion. Just like right now, you can literally buy it for a song and dance. That's the opportunity. The risk is that you wouldn't want the Saudis to buy it first, or the Russians, or the Chinese, or the Europeans. And there's only room for one nation state to buy up 20% of the network. And obviously, I think it should be the United States. I think it will be the United States. It's a way for us to enrich ourselves and emerge as a creditor nation in a matter of a decade. It's also a way for us to ensure that we're the economic leaders in cyberspace and the digital economy for the next 100 years. And if we do that, every one of our allies will follow us, and then all of our enemies will end up having to buy into the network once it passes 10 or 20 million a coin, and they will enrich us.
And we saw that just yesterday. President Trump was in Miami, and he was talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin reserve is a touchy subject. A lot of people want to know what other coins within the digital asset industry are going to be involved. The U.S. does not just hold just gold and oil within our reserve. It holds up to 27 other trace minerals, and so we're completely diversified. Do you see room for another digital asset to be included in the Bitcoin reserve or the U.S. financial reserve system?
I think the key thing to keep in mind right now is that Bitcoin is a commodity. It is an asset without an issuer. There is no company, no individual, no country, no entity that can corrupt it. It has reached escape velocity. It has gotten to the point where it is basically a freedom virus, a truth virus, a monetary virus. It has been embraced by $1 trillion of smart money. That is, $1 trillion of real money has been invested in the network. It is 99% of the digital power on Earth. It's fairly unstoppable. And so if you're going to capitalize a company or a country, you want to capitalize it on property or a commodity or a network which is beyond the point where anybody could change the nature of it. And so that makes Bitcoin the most certain thing in the digital universe.
And when you talk about certainty, and when you talk about truth, over the last 4 years, we've experienced as a culture travesty. We haven't been able to speak. We've been censored. How does Bitcoin, what is Bitcoin to you? What do you see that others don't? And how can conservatives capitalize on the opportunity to take advantage and make sure that America is dominating our future, that we have the economic freedoms, that our children and our families in America will stay at the front runner of this industry?
What I would say to everybody in this room is if you want freedom, if you want liberty, if you want to live your finest life, you're going to need economic power. You need physical power, you need political power, but you need economic power. Bitcoin represents economic armor. When you put on the suit of armor, then no mayor, no government, no collectivist, no socialist can debank you. They can't take your money away. They can't impoverish you. Just like a gun is a deterrent, Bitcoin is a deterrent, because if you have wealth in Bitcoin, you have the option to move it to any jurisdiction, and you can keep it, and no one can take it away from you via force of violence, no matter where you are on Earth. And so Satoshi gave us an opportunity. I hope I intrigue all of you with the opportunity and you go do the research and determine for yourself how you benefit from it. But I just leave you with the thought that Bitcoin is economic armor.
You have, Michael, thank you. God willing, we have as much Bitcoin as Michael one day. This is a defining moment for digital assets. It's a defining moment for our country. We thank all of you. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. CPAC is going to be at the front of the digital asset industry. We see Bitcoin and the entire industry as a significant resource for our country and our people. Thank you, everyone. God bless America.
Thank you.
This is Republicans for Weaponization Control. Please welcome Chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
administration was attacking not just Donald Trump, but also the American people who support him. And if you look at what's been happening really starting under Barack Obama, when they used the IRS to go after conservatives, this is not something that had just started. It's been embedded inside the federal government by the left. So now that you've been through the process of doing oversight with the Biden administration, how are you now working in the Trump administration with a new government and Republican control to really try and change some of these things so that Americans aren't being punished for having certain political views?
Well, for one thing, I've had conversations with Billy Long, the new IRS commissioner, as well as Kash Patel, who hopefully in a matter of a couple hours will be the next FBI director. Our staff's communicated with Bondi's staff, and we've given them specific instances of where bureaucrats have abused their power. I think a lot of times that these bureaucrats, they do things, and even when they get caught, nothing ever happens. And what we want to do, and what our committee wants to work with the Trump administration on, is holding these deep state bureaucrats accountable. At the very least, they lose their job. Hopefully they get drug in for depositions. But at the end of the day, we've never seen a more weaponized federal government. It's not just the judiciary, it's the entire federal government. It's the IRS, it's the FBI, the CIA. We've got other agencies, the EPA, I would argue, they've been weaponized. And all the people that Trump put in office are disruptors. That's why I strongly support him. And at the end of the day, he's gonna get every one of his nominees confirmed. So we're gonna work with them. Jim Jordan's committee's gonna work with them. We wanna get rid of these bureaucrats and allow Trump to pass his agenda that the American people gave him a mandate to pass.
Yes, so during the election, one of the big slogans from the left was, we have to do this for the sake of democracy. And it's becoming more and more apparent as the Trump administration gets underway with President Trump's direction, that it was really about protecting the bureaucracy.
Right.
So, Alina, the president has signed more executive orders than any president in history in his first first month in office. Today is the anniversary, or the month-iversary, right, yes, since January 20th, since the new administration took office and was sworn in. But you have to, he can sign these executive orders, but he has to have help from the federal government and from Capitol Hill to actually implement them. Yeah. And now you're also seeing a number of judges trying to get involved to stop his use of executive authority. Can you talk about the judges continuing their lawfare and whether they actually have standing when it comes to blunting some of these orders and saying he doesn't have the power in the executive branch to do what he's doing?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it's a lot like what I spoke about before. This is desperate times for them. And I'll say this, I think that if you are going to fix a car and you don't look under the hood, how can you fix it? So what we're doing is taking a good hard look under the hood of where the money was spent, how it was spent, and their attacks, for instance, on Elon, we were discussing this. It's so baseless, it's so ridiculous. The fact that they're upset, for instance, yesterday, Governor Hochul in New York, that she's gonna fight our administration tooth and nail for stopping congestion pricing. Congestion pricing in New York is ruining tourism. It's stopping people that work there from driving to work. Their subways are not safe. These people are caring more about their next election. They care more about their face on TV and their politics than they do the people they're supposed to represent, the constituents that voted for them to do the work. Unfortunately, they've taken that to courts. And we've seen it, we've won, we always win, we keep winning. I mean, even Chutkan said it. Look, if they had it their way, our guy would be in jail right now, and that didn't happen. And instead, we won in the most profound way. The American people are happy with what we're doing. And the amount of executive orders that we are pummeling on them is because we have that much work to do. We have to correct 4 years very quickly, and we are all committed to win. And we're gonna keep winning.
Congressman, you want to weigh in on the role that Capitol Hill has, especially with Republican control in Washington now, to make sure that these executive orders are implemented in a way?
Right. I have a bill in the House. Mike Lee has the bill in the Senate. We're going to do everything we can to pass that legislation to expedite these executive orders and to put them into law. So whenever the next president comes around, they can't change them by executive orders, because what Trump's doing is what's best for America. It's common sense. He's restored common sense back to Washington, D.C. He's getting the government and the bureaucrats out of the way of the private sector, and we've got to make sure that becomes the law of the land. And I think the support's there in Congress. There were a few members of Congress on the Republican side in the House and the Senate that stuck their toe in the water to try to defy the president, to try to obstruct the president. To try
Rhinos.
Hey, well, I think they're on the team now. I think they got the message from their constituents back home. They listened to their people when they went home, and they're on the Trump train now, and hopefully we can drain the swamp and make America great again.
So everybody knows that Elon Musk has been leading his team of Doge and rampaging through a number of federal agencies in Washington, D.C., which we are loving because there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse. But as we continue to see more of what they're uncovering, yes, of course, we see these silly pet projects like Sesame Street in Iraq, for example. But we're also starting to see a massive issue of actual corruption that has occurred. For example, it was reported, I believe this morning by the Free Beacon, that Stacey Abrams, who was, Georgia's darling, ran for governor twice. She was involved in a lot of voter initiatives there, got a $2 billion grant from the Environmental Protection Agency after only managing $100 at a nonprofit that she started.
Yeah, it's the NGOs.
Right, so Congressman, talk about what the Oversight Committee is doing with these new cabinet members like Lee Zeldin, for example, at the EPA to really root out this corruption and this infrastructure the left has built in DC to really push their political agenda on the entire country.
We're going to work with the administration. When they identify something that they believe is fraudulent, we will follow through with investigation, with subpoena power, follow the money. That's what we did in the Biden investigation. We got the bank records. A lot of people say, well, go after the tax records. Let me, as someone that's been involved in banking, tax records don't always tell the true picture. The bank records don't lie. And one of the things that we're working on, we go through a thing called the suspicious activity reports where banks identify fraudulent behavior. Banks usually catch when something suspicious happens. If there's an account that had a $100 balance, which is probably the minimum to open an account, and then all of a sudden they get a multi-million-dollar deposit out of the blue, that raises a red flag. And the banks report that to Treasury. So that's where we're going to be following the money. We're doing this now with Act Blue. And I think we're going to have some very interesting information to come out very soon on Act Blue. But we're having a hearing on March 5th with the sanctuary city mayors. We're bringing in the mayors of New York, who's not a bad guy, the mayors of New York, Boston, Denver, and
California.
And Philadelphia. And we're bringing them in. And these, other than the New York mayor, they have tried to obstruct what Tom Homan's doing and obstruct the deportation efforts. So we're going to let them explain that to American people. But one question we have is, who's been paying for this? And I believe you're going to see there are a lot of government pots of money that have been funneling through these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations. And that's what we want to identify. Musk is all over that, Doge is all over that, and Congress is going to be all over that. And hopefully we can show the American people how abusive the Democrats and their allies in the deep state bureaucracies have been with their tax dollars. They have funneled this mass implosion of illegal immigrants into our country. They've housed them, they've provided free health care, and at the end of the day, I think you're going to see a lot of tax dollars were laundered into programs like this.
Sounds a lot like money laundering
Absolutely.
to me. So Alina, when it comes to these NGOs, there's been a lot of lawsuits that are filed by leftist groups to try and get judges involved in stopping the taking away of the funding, or even giving Doge and Elon Musk and his team, who's a special government employee, much like Anita Dunn was under Joe Biden and others in previous administrations, to keep that kind of funding. But it does seem like there is a lot of corruption, not just maybe something that got lost in terms of going to the wrong place.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very clear. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. When you have a line item of trillions of dollars that does not get traced to anyone or anything but entities that are run by family members of bureaucrats, that's a problem. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that ain't good.
Yeah.
And the end of the day, look, even yesterday, they tried to file these restraining orders. There was a bunch of individuals that said, oh, we're being hurt by this, and it was denied. And that was actually by a very liberal judge in D.C. Who sat on a lot of the January 6th issues for President Trump and other people. Look, at the end of, this is what I can say. We have been, I think there's 70 lawsuits that have been filed, and I was speaking to Elon and I said, you know, you should put in Times Square a ticker. It'll say on the top how much money you're saving, and then on the bottom we're gonna put one about how many lawsuits get filed. One will go up, one will go down very quickly. But they do that when we're winning and when we're hitting them where it hurts. So desperate times call for desperate measures. You see all these AGs and DAs trying to come in. You see individuals, but they're not winning. And the only people that are winning right now are American people.
Right, the taxpayer.
We are winning.
And it happens to be tax season, so everybody's filing their taxes, going, if I don't pay the correct amount or miss a couple cents, they'll threaten to throw me in prison. And now's a great time.
Well, don't worry, we're firing a bunch of the IRS today, so don't worry.
Yes, indeed.
That's great.
You know, but that was the stuff that they did, and America didn't like it.
Yeah.
You're funneling people to audit and hurt the American people. Why don't we audit the people that are hurting us?
Exactly.
It's not supposed to go the other way. We're not supposed to hurt each other.
Yeah.
And that's really the mission, you know. And President Trump said just yesterday, I was with him, and he was speaking at an economic forum, and he said, look, we hope to take 20% of what Doge has recovered, that is billions and billions of dollars, and put that money back to the American people who were hurt by the last administration, who can't buy eggs because they went off and killed all the chickens. But, you know, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we have to get back to common sense.
So, Congressman, how can Republicans on Capitol Hill, with their slim majority, work to codify these Doge cuts into law? Because you keep hearing people saying, well, Congress has to decide because they hold the purse strings. So now you guys have lots of examples inside a lot of these agencies about where these things that have been approved through Congress are going. How do you make sure it's not just, you know, we see it, it's a problem, but we're going to keep going?
The first step's to pass my bill and Mike Lee's bill that expedites this and will allow Congress to codify all the executive orders. Secondly, we've got to follow this up with a budget, with President Trump's budget proposal. We've got to cut spending. We've got to ensure that the tax cuts are renewed. This budget reconciliation bill is huge, and the reason this needs to be a very large bill is because this is the only vehicle that you can pass through the Senate that only takes 51 votes. If we have to depend on Democrats, we might get Fetterman, and that's it. We're still going to be 6 votes short.
Still a long shot.
Yeah, that's a long shot. I wouldn't want to hold my breath on that. But we've got to do it on this reconciliation bill. We've got to renew the tax cuts. We've got to put in the tax cuts that President Trump promised, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and put this whole agenda in and cut the bureaucracy and watch America grow. Watch this country take off. Once you get the government off the backs of the private sector, the entrepreneurial spirit in America will flourish. Americans will prosper, and I think Americans will start to regain a little confidence in their government again, all because of President Trump's mandate and because of the work that everyone in this room did to get President Trump elected.
And deregulation, of course, is a big one. The president has promised for every new regulation, they will eliminate 10 of them. We only have a few minutes left. Alina, you're new to Washington, D.C., new to the world of politics. Final thoughts about the next 4 years here and your new gig.
First of all, it's so exciting. I never thought I would live in the swamp that I hit on TV every day, but here we are. And I knew he was going to win. I wasn't sure if I was going to come, but I'm glad I did. I mean, it is such a blessing to be in the West Wing with the greatest president that I've ever seen in my lifetime. In the past, I mean, it is the greatest joy. And having been there with him through the fight to get here, I think is why we fight so hard. I go to work every day. It is a blessing. I fight for the American people every day now. And I had been started fighting for President Trump, but now it's for all of you. And it's an honor. I mean, I've gotten to do things like child trafficking issues, and I'm speaking to the Middle East. And you have a platform to help not just America be strong, but help the world be peaceful and great. And it's really America's strength that runs that. And I'm excited. It's been a real blessing, and God's given me a a real chance to do some change with President Trump. I'm excited.
Congressman Comer, what's next? I know that you guys have a lot. You mentioned the Sanctuary City hearing on March 5th. People can tune in for that. But final thoughts from you about where we're going here as Republicans control the government.
Well, we've got to stick together. I'm seeing more coordination between the House and the Senate than I've seen in the 8 years that I've been in Congress. This is because we have a strong president. We have a strong president that's put in disruptors. The members of Congress that don't like that love the status quo, they went back home during Christmas break. They went back home after the first weekend when Trump started making his proposals and putting his people in place, and they heard from their constituents. And the American people support President Trump's agenda. And I think Congress understands that. I think even the members that we sometimes get frustrated with in the House and the Senate, I think everybody's on board. The president's popular, and the people have delivered a message. So hopefully we're going to be able to pass his agenda. And I think that the savings that DOGE is finding, it's just ironic that the Democrats are exposing their true colors. They are obsessed with Elon Musk. They have lost their mind over Elon Musk. And that is the hill they've chosen to die on, to protect the bureaucracy when the Republicans, being led by President Trump, want to end the bureaucracy. So I think we're going to get a lot done, and it's all because of President Trump.
Yeah, they're destroying their infrastructure, and they're very afraid about what their political future looks like. Thank you both so much for sharing your insights today. We will be watching all of it. CPAC, have a wonderful weekend.
We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country, hear from our breakout panelists and speakers, hear Steve Bannon, hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
Before the cabinet room, you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make waves at CPAC.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much
that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said you should run. For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Liz Truss.
you all so much. You know, this is a very difficult subject, and I see someone in the crowd, Julie Levin. Stand up, look, Julie. Julie Levin, Mark Levin's wife, but just a leader in this issue of being a voice for the Jewish people, for the suffering that we have seen, the tragedies that we have witnessed against innocent lives. And these brave men have come here to deliver a somber message, but it's also a message of hope, a message of urgency, a message of action that we need to take. And here at CPAC, we all, a CPAC family, first we stand with your families. When you are in pain, when you are suffering, we are suffering with you, and we are praying for each and every one of you. And to start this, Gal, I want to start with you. You were at the Nova Music Festival that day on October 7th.
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
First of all, I start with thank you, Mercedes, and thank you, all of you, for being here and supporting us. And thank you for having us. The Nova Festival had almost 5,000 people in it, more than 20 nationalities. It was like a gathering of all sorts of different people from all sorts of different cultures. People went to celebrate life, spiritual people. It was a spiritual festival. And the people who were kidnapped from them had nothing to do with this conflict, had nothing to do with this war, and they should have never used as a currency in this war. I went to this festival because it was my brother's first festival ever.
And it's your younger brother.
It's my baby brother, yeah. And he never went to any of these kinds of festivals. So I encouraged him, actually, to go to this kind of festival because I knew that it's going to be a good one. And he asked me to come with him, to join him in his experience and to watch over him. That was the only reason I went. And I arrived there pretty early in the morning. And 15 minutes after I arrived, the alarms already went off. And I asked my brother if he wanted to come to my house with his friends, and they all agreed to come to my apartment. And I asked him if he wanted to join me in my car. And he said that he don't want his friend to feel like he left them, so he's going to go back with them, and he see me at home. I think like 30 minutes later, the terrorists start shooting on us. It was a massive round of shooting. It came from all around us. We had to leave our cars and run away, and I haven't seen my brother ever since.
When that happened, tell us about the moment when you realized, oh my goodness, he's been taken.
So after almost 10 hours of fleeing, running and hiding, while terrorists shooting on me with gunshots and RPGs, rockets, I was finally able to get rescued by our forces. And they took us to the nearest police station. This is where I called my father. And my father sounded broken. And I said to him, look, if something happened to my brother, you need to let me know. And that's when he told me that my brother was kidnapped and that Hamas was already published a hostage video 3 hours before I was even able to escape, which meant that my parents, my family, everyone knew that my brother was taken, but no one told me, so I can focus on saving my own life.
So they saw the video. Your parents saw the video first.
Yeah, and I saw it when I saw it after I was rescued, and all I could think about is that I went there to watch over him, and I went back without him. I just couldn't realize it. It took me a while.
How are you getting through day by day?
It's a whole process for us, the families of the hostages. Every day, it's another struggle. But we always have on our minds that our hostages, our loved ones, they suffer much more. And when we think about the pain that they have to endure while still in captive, we get strength and we get the power to do everything we can to help them. I know that my brother would do exactly the same for me, and we have to stay strong for them for when they will come back.
Moshe, your brother-in-law.
Thank you.
Omri. He has a wife, Lishai, and two beautiful girls. What happened?
On October the 7th, Hamas terrorists barged into my sister Lishai and Omri's home. They used a teenager from the kibbutz, Tomer Arava, to lure them to open the door. And they opened it immediately to save Tomer's life. Tomer was found dead a few days later, his body in a field. But Omri and Lishai knew that they were opening the door to terrorists to save his life. For hours, they were held captive in their own home. My niece Roni was awakened with a gun pointed at her face, terrorists surrounding her. She was 2.5 years old back then. They were then grouped with another family in the kibbutz, the Dan family, whose eldest daughter, Maayan, was murdered. They were abused for hours. It was live streamed on Facebook. The terrorists took a phone of one of the captives and simply live streamed it on their Facebook account. And then at around 1:30 p.m., Omri was handcuffed. Lishai told him she loves him, she'll take care of the girls, and asked him not to be a hero. He told her he loves her, and that was the last time she saw him. Roni, my niece, tried to run to him. Lishai stopped her, luckily. And ever since, Omri has been a hero. For 503 days, he's been a hero in captivity, fighting for survival, while we are fighting here to returning home. I'm lucky because my sister Nisa survived, my parents survived, my other sister and her family survived. All experienced October the 7th while I was in New York. But being lucky means you have a hostage in your family that you need to fight for.
When Lishai called you, what did she tell you?
We discovered Lishai was rescued that evening, Israel time, the night. She was rescued 11 hours after the attack started by the IDF. After Omri was taken, she was held captive for a few more hours in that home. We talked for the first time a day later, the entire family on WhatsApp. We did a video call, and it was so difficult. By that time, my parents were rescued, my other sister was rescued, and luckily Shai and the girls were rescued. And we tried to understand what's going on, what do we need to do, where is Omri? And for the next couple of days, we discussed what do we need to do. I wanted to return to Israel to serve in the army. I was a captain in the IDF. But then my sister told me, I need you to be my soldier in this war until Omri comes home. I need you to speak up because there are very few people who can speak up for me and for Omri like you can. And since that day, I've been her voice. I've been Omri's voice. I've been every single hostage voice because they can't speak from the dungeons of Hamas. They are chained, they are starved, they're deprived of water, sanitation, sunlight. They're calling for the rescue. And we have to make sure to bring them home, like Vice President JD Vance said. Irrespective of other issues, there is one priority right now. Let's not sign more death certificates. Let's make sure all the hostages who are alive return home, and those who were murdered in captivity, like those who will return today and broke our heart, will be buried in the land of Israel.
Adi, your son, the oldest of three. Yeah. Idan, the only living American right now in captivity. How are you feeling? I mean, how are you processing this every day as a father?
You know, I'm just thinking about the place that my kids grew up in, which is Rockwell, Maryland, not far away from this hotel. And we moved to New Jersey back in 2008. It's really hard. I mean, Idan is an all-American kid, Tenafly High School graduate, decided on a gap year to enlist himself to IDF, and because he loved both of his countries. And this is what he did. On that tragic day, he found himself on a tiny outpost next to Kibbutz Nir Oz, and he was the only soldier at this post. And the post was attacked, heavily attacked. He was surrounded by more than 20 militants. And after conducting a short fight, he found a way to surrender. So we kind of consider ourselves lucky that he managed to surrender. And ever since, you know, he was seen in the tunnels right at the beginning. And then Hamas released this hostage video on Thanksgiving's weekend when we saw Idan speaking. We saw him well. He was pale. He wasn't himself, but he was alive. And this is what's important for us, and this is what drives us forward.
Gal, 69 hostages have been released. 6, I believe, now it's coming up on Saturday. We've seen the tragedy of the Bibas family, the 2 beautiful children, the mother, and we've all seen those photos. What is your message to the leaders out there, the international leaders out there, who are just not stepping up to put pressure on Hamas to release these terrorists, release these hostages right now?
We have been waiting for so long to see hostages returning. And for almost 500 days, we waited for the second deal to come. And as soon as Trump started his role as the President of the United States, you could see hostages start to return. And I think that's because Trump knows evil and good. Trump can see, you mentioned the Bibas. Little babies should have never used, taken as hostages, used as a currency in a war. That's just unimaginable evil. And for that, we thank him. And I think that the world is looking at what's going on in the United States. And we believe that with him, we will get to see all the other hostages. But the thing is that we are grateful for all the lives that he saved already. But there are still many lives that are waiting to be saved. And I would say, don't forget about the hostages. Yeah.
This goes, Moshe, beyond a political issue. This is a humanity issue. And you've seen President Trump involved personally in this process. But the reality is, and you said this, you said that the fight against the Islamic terrorists, it's a long-term struggle, but there's this urgency to get these hostages released right now. I mean, how do you just describe this message to those out there so that the world can unite in saving these hostages?
I'll say that our struggle against Hamas, their accomplices, their funders and sponsors, members of the United Nations, is long-term. And we will finish that long-term struggle and be victorious. But for us as a society, to be victorious, to protect our social contract, our national and Jewish ethos, we have to bring in home the hostages. It's a humanitarian issue. It's an international issue. Hostages from so many countries were kidnapped, of several faiths who were kidnapped and are still held. Omri is a dual national, Israeli and Hungarian, and I can say the Hungarian government has stood behind us since the beginning. And so does the United States government. I'm so appreciative and grateful for President Trump's leadership, and I'm certain he knows that what needs to be happening now is that all the hostages must be freed. We have to keep demanding that Hamas let them go, but making sure that we make the concessions needed to bring them home in the short term.
Adi, you've spoken to President Trump multiple times. What does he tell you?
President Trump is a very tough guy, he's a smart guy. At the beginning, when we first met, before he took office, he was shocked by the fact that 45 Americans were killed on that day, on October 7th. To count anything like this, really, other than September 11, you have to go back to 80s. And ever since we met him, he took ownership on this matter, recognizing that Americans are still being held and 45 Americans killed, and we're really grateful for that. But we have to push forward until everybody's out. No tips and drips, bunch of them out, like hopefully this Saturday, and then we will be done.
Just to wrap up here, Gal, what do you want to tell our people here at CPAC? How can we support you and your family?
So we always say that we need your prayers and we need your actions. Don't forget the hostages. Don't forget that they are waiting for you. Everyone can do something, and we all have the responsibility to do all we can to bring them back. And together we will.
Adi, your message to what you want to know, how we can be helpful for you and your family as well.
Just keep this issue front and center. Keep praying. Really, this is the time to pray. We're in the middle of this process. Hopefully, we will be successful to pass it over the finish line with President Trump's help, leadership, and Steve Witkoff's knowledge and leadership as well. Just keep praying, guys.
Moshe.
I'll ask all this amazing audience to close your eyes and imagine with me my nieces Ronnie and Alma running to their father Omri. Imagine my sister Lishai hugging and kissing her husband Omri. Imagine Danny, Omri's father, shaving his beard after hundreds of days and embracing his son Omri. And take that joy of picturing that to mobilize in every way you can: prayer, action, rallying, writing, so that I could tell my nieces Ronnie and Alma that their father is coming home tomorrow.
I do want to say we spent time with Noah, who is here. She's one of the freed hostages who was in captivity for over 200 days. And let me tell you something. This young woman is recovering from major trauma, and she's putting her trauma aside to be a voice for the rest of the hostages. So that is such a brave woman right there. And these are brave men who are being so strong for their families and for the Jewish people. And we here have an obligation to make sure we give them the love, the support, the prayers, and make sure that these hostages come back home. Thank you. Thank you for being with us at CPAC. You all really inspire us. And yes, we're going to bring the people back home. We're going to bring the hostages back home. We are going to stand with you, stand with your families, and ensure that we can start healing and start moving forward. Thank you so much. God bless.
How's it going, CPAC?
All right.
Well, we are so thrilled to be here, and I just had a little backstage convo with these guys. Patriots, entrepreneur, visionaries, and they are going to be so enlightening. So I'm pleased to be here. And I know we just heard all the introductions, but Congressman Moore, Glenn Story, the CEO of Patriot Mobile. If you don't have his cell service, we're gonna change you today on that. And Nate Morris, really incredible stories. So let's start a little bit with you, Congressman Riley Moore, because West Virginia is the 5th largest energy producer. And people were looking at what was going on, and you were the treasurer before you were in Congress, and way before it was popular, you actually took on BlackRock, you took on JP Morgan, you took on all these big banks and said you need to divest. You basically said you're fired. Tell us about the circle that was going on in your state that made no common sense.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, for us in West Virginia, it was really an existential threat for us to continue to deal with these financial institutions that had an ESG framework that was so harmful to our industries, coal, natural gas, and oil. And so what I did was start to talk to some of our coal producers, natural gas, and the like, and they were losing access to financing. They couldn't continue their operations because no one would bank them. They were essentially being debanked. And we had folks like BlackRock and the other big three that were moving investment away from these critical industries that just so happen to power the country and are also so important to the state of West Virginia. So in 2021, I sent letters to them warning them if they didn't stop this activity that we were going to divest out of them, and they ignored those warnings. And then in January of 2022, which is a little while ago now, I became the first elected official in the United States to divest our tax dollars out of BlackRock entirely. Thank you. And then we took it a step further and created what's called the Restricted Financial Institution List, which had said if you're boycotting the fossil fuel industry, you're going to lose the ability to be able to bid on any financial service contract in the state of West Virginia. And that's where we ended up putting a lot of other banks on that list, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Citi, a whole bunch of other guys, and we had to tear up a lot of contracts, tens of millions of dollars.
We'll get back to that. And fortunately, you had the vision to do that. Nate, walk us through when you were in your early stages. You started your company on a credit card. You said with 10 grand, you took it public, $700 million, and you had to battle the woke, well, you called it like the Sopranos. I'll let you tell that.
Well, you know, first I want to say, you know, I'm Nate Morris. I'm a Kentuckian. I'm a 9th generation Kentuckian. I'm an entrepreneur, and I believe entrepreneurship is the cornerstone to our country. It's how jobs get created. And we had a big announcement today, this morning, come out of Kentucky. Mitch McConnell said he's retiring. Woo! Woo!
The little breaking news here.
So I don't know if anyone's heard that yet. And, you know, a lot of people have encouraged me to look at the seat. And I just want to speak as an entrepreneur. I'm an outsider. I'm a businessman. And I think we need more people coming from the outside to help President Trump with the America First agenda. Yeah. And for conservatives, this is our opportunity to rip control that Mitch McConnell has had on the Republican Party and aspects of our party and taken us down this direction. And he has tried to purposely sabotage President Trump over and over and over again. This is our chance to get it back and give it back to the people.
Amen.
Well, I do think, obviously, the country is on a fortunate and trajectory with this election. We can all feel it as we're here, as we're walking in the halls, we're exchanging ideas. I wrote a book last year called Incoming, on the front lines of the left's war on truth, because what we saw was the Marxist professors indoctrinating kids, and then they'd go into these woke corporate boardrooms, and this was a circle that, fortunately, we've been able to break with this historic election. And I think we all look at Donald Trump as not just our president of this country, but also somebody, a visionary who will take us into an America in the golden age. And, you know, your story, Glenn, is amazing. Patriot Mobile is based on Christian values. And that's something a lot of people, after we witnessed Butler, Pennsylvania, really are coming back to their faith in this country. And Patriot Mobile is based on that. And it's a very unique model. And you are thriving under that model.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And before I go there, I just want to say thank you to Matt and Mercy and the CPAC staff and leadership to do what you guys do, to bring the most important conservatives together and just raise each other up. But to answer your question, yeah, Patriot Mobile is a cell phone service provider. We carve out a portion of every bill and donate back to biblical causes. But what really separates Patriot Mobile is we're 100% US-based customer service. Our donation patterns yeah, it's a great thing. But most importantly, we put God first. He is at the helm of our business. Yeah. He's at the helm of our business. And when he's at the helm of your business, it just changes the landscape, right? You know you can't do wrong. And, you know, we live by these biblical principles, and we make these donation patterns back to organizations like Right to Life, military and first responders, First Amendment and Second Amendment. You look at those are really constitutional, biblically driven objectives or initiatives. So
yeah. And when you are thriving, you can take that money and do good with it. And I mentioned, Nate, that you went public with your company, and after you had been dealing, tell us a little bit about what you saw. You said it was a very innovative company, but you had to deal with people you thought they were like the mob in Sopranos. You thought ESG, they came in, it was even worse.
Yeah, let me tell you, I thought I saw extortion in the waste business, like we did with Tony Soprano. The extortion I saw in the waste business is nothing compared to what ESG terrorists do to corporate leaders every day, forcing them into positions and threatening to bankrupt their company if they do not adhere to these bogus, crazy standards. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so compelled to look at getting into politics, because we, as corporate leaders, we have to fight. We have to fight this. One of the first things I did when I left my company was invest in Strive, Vivek Ramaswamy's anti-woke investment platform, to say we're going to stand up to this and we're going to fight back. And we're going to make sure that politics stays out of business and gets centered around merit and what the market should reward, period.
Great message.
You know, their ultimate goal is to silence us, right? That was their goal.
Good luck, right?
And we won't be silenced, right?
No. And I think that's part of the, you know, we look at JD Vance and Peter Thiel when they invested in Rumble. We look at Newsmax. We're soaring. And it's because Americans truly have woken up. But now there's a higher demand on our elected leaders. And fortunately, Donald Trump, Doge is making a lot of advances. Maybe we're all even going to get a rebate from what they're saving. But Congressman Moore, I know, I like that. You know what it's like being in politics and being in Congress now. People are going to be held accountable. He's talking about Mitch McConnell officially announcing, but their old guard has been put on notice. Can you talk about that, since you were at the forefront of sort of putting ESG and BlackRock on notice?
Well, yeah, and I'll tell you, I got a lot of calls when I first divested from BlackRock, which is 3 years ago now, and most of it was, Riley, you're an idiot. Why are you doing this? Why are you even messing with this? And ESG is such an existential threat, I mean, to our capitalist system here in America, as we were just hearing right now. It's an extortion racket. But look, this party now is the party of Donald Trump. That is very clear. It's an America First movement. That's where the Republican Party is going. And we got to make sure that we stay on that trajectory, right? And we've seen this time and time again, where we will have America First policies that go and die in the United States Senate. That happens all the time. You know, clearly I'm in for the one big beautiful bill in reconciliation, and so is President Donald Trump, because that's the way we're going to accomplish his agenda. But, you know, perhaps it looks like the Senate might be moving a piece of their legislation forward. We've got to be unified under the president and execute on his 77 million vote mandate that he has.
I agree. So that's how Washington works. And, you know, as a member of the national media and hearing the stories of rural Americans, some of them really did feel left behind. I mean, you have cell service. You look at the people ravaged by hurricanes, and FEMA wouldn't even help people with Trump signs. Starlink wanted to come in, and they said, well, if you don't have an address, they're like, these people lost their homes. It was almost at one point the government was weaponized. We were seeing it in real time against these poor people. And you had this really kind of amazing thing you said, and obviously you're very successful, but you said you know who your roots are. And when the left wants to laugh at conservative values, or they want to smear us, or they want to silence us, you have a beautiful message, Glenn, and I'd love for you to share it with this amazing crowd.
You know, what really happens when it boils down to, you got to stay with your roots, right? You know what you're doing, and if you let them silence you, they've won. And I always say, no, right? We're going to stand in the forefront. We're going to be bold in what we do, regardless if it's out there. You know, I'll digress momentarily. I was on a call with the party chair of Georgia, and I said, hey, dude, how's it going? And he goes, it's miserable. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, our hurricane east of 75 is destroyed. So Friday at 4 o'clock, I called a couple of our executive team, Scott Coburn, and I said, hey, look, we need to fill up a trailer. We've got a 26-foot trailer. We've got a 1-ton truck.
It's amazing.
Let's fill this thing up with generators, wipes, diapers, baby formula. You just go down the list. Here's the most amazing thing. I couldn't go. I had some family stuff to do, but a couple of our staff did. And what was amazing about this is they drove out. They were giving stuff out to people that needed it. They haven't had anything. And the law said you got to turn left, and our driver goes, no, we're going to go straight. So they went straight. Now, this is a grown man, a professional soccer player. A woman was standing on the side of the road, and so he says, let's pull over. And they got out of the car, and Ethan's sitting down there somewhere. They got out of the car, and she goes, you know what? The only thing I need is diapers and wipes. I just said, Lord, please deliver. So they pull over, and you know what? We had crates of diapers and wipes. And this is a grown man, just starts weeping. He was like, you know, what else? That's what we're commanded to do, to believe in our...
And you know, it's not easy. You know, we have an elected member of Congress, 2 entrepreneurs and CEOs. When I brought you out, I said you're patriots. But we also, I think your stories are so important because other people in this audience are looking and saying, how can I do this? How can I involve? And there is obviously tremendous opportunity for American exceptionalism, again, under this president now. You're thinking about possibly getting into the race, but we know that you've built companies. What do you just say to folks? We're on a live stream here. You have, you know, thousands of people watching. You know, they want to know how I get a credit card loan and start a company and be like you and do that in today's climate where we have the winds of change at our back.
Absolutely. Look, I was raised by a single mother. 19 of my family members worked in an auto plant in Kentucky. My grandparents helped raise me. And I think that one of the things my mother always said, you know, we may not have a lot of money, but it's free to think big, and you should think big.
Amen.
You're going to be thinking anyway, so you might as well be thinking big. And I think we got to get back to that and be the country of dreamers again. And I think Donald Trump has got people in America to get hopeful and get those dreams in action. And that's one of the reasons why I'm looking at this seat. I feel like as somebody I owe so much to my teachers, my pastors, coaches, people have helped me. I got to do something. And, you know, right now we've got 2 candidates that are looking at this race that are puppets of Mitch McConnell.
Right.
And we can't have that.
Well, when it comes to ESG, BlackRock, they've been put on notice, Congressman Moore. You come up from a family of politicians as well, so you know it's a tough business. DC's a tough town. Tell us about some of the things that you're working on now that are future forward. I know there's something to do with protecting gun owners' rights, because you can't just stop it when it comes to BlackRock. You know, there's a lot of things that are going on, and you're really kind of clue us into what you're doing.
Yeah, so we dealt with this on the state level in West Virginia. It's called a merchant category code. Maybe some of you have heard of this, but the credit card companies have put this in place to be able to track the purchase of your guns and ammunition in the United States of America. Now, we had put in an ability and a right to sue, cause of action in West Virginia if they shared your data. But I have a bill right now, and I do believe we're going to get action on it, in the United States House of Representatives to ban the merchant category code on guns and ammunition. Thank you. Now, this is a little bit off the ESG topic, but this is, I just wrote an op-ed about this, and I'd encourage you to take a look at it because it's a huge national security issue, and I am looking at legislation on this. There are currently, in the United States, there are 300,000 Chinese nationals on student visas in our country, and I'm looking to ban all student visas from China moving forward.
Amen. Amen.
Glenn, tell us about why you are the best choice, the alternative, because, you know, you're up against the big guys. It's never deterred you. You said your sales, every time they come after you, you kind of soar. But a lot of people would have been maybe not up for the task to go up against the big guys and all the big cellular companies.
Yeah, you know what, I would just say, we're not really up against them. We really aren't. You know, we're the only carrier out there. I won't get into the technical side, but we buy wholesale from all the major networks. We repackage it and sell it retail. And the real beauty of that is we provide a service, and I think it's better. Not only is our coverage better because we have all the networks, but look, we put him first. And when you put him first, what can you do? And then the real hook is when you call into our offices, you know, we have an office in East Texas and in the Valley in California. You either talk with a redneck like me, or you talk with a Californian. And that's the real part. But then above that, it's not uncommon that we'll pray with you on the phone. And it happens all the time. We have a booth downstairs. Wow. I'll shamelessly plug Patriot Mobile. Come down. I think we've got promo code CPAC. You get a free month of service. But most importantly, you're going to be working with companies that love and honor their creator. Yeah. And I'm gonna just say this, when you do that, it's so much better. You know you're not supporting organizations that are contrary to your values. Right. I mean, I know we have Patriot Mobile customers out there. I'm looking at two waving and a couple of Hey, everybody in here should be a Patriot Mobile customer.
Can you hear him now?
Hey, that's a good hint, right?
You said you were part of Strive,
Love it.
Nate, and so tell us on the future of, you know, do you think that ESG is dead? Is it all done for now? Or do we have to be vigilant? Because, you know, corporate greed and others that don't have the intention, a pure of heart, which I'm hearing from all of you here on the stage.
Yeah, look, elections have consequences.
Amen.
And we have to have leaders that are going to fight to keep this nonsense and garbage out of our corporate system and out of our economy. It has no place. And I think, you know, we just had, we had an awful thing happen yesterday. Our governor, a Democratic governor, allowed KFC to move out of Kentucky.
So I read about that.
And
yeah, I read about that.
And how does that happen? And this goes back to, we've got to elect America first, patriots that are not beholden and on a bended knee to Mitch McConnell or anyone else, but they're going to fight with President Trump and to keep this nonsense out of our politics, period.
We just have a few moments left. That's pressure, and you're right there in the thick of it, AKA they call it the swamp, and they don't say that without reason.
Yeah, well, and to your previous question, I'm sure there's somebody sitting out here right now, and I want this to be kind of hopefully core memory at some point. Each and every one of you should consider running for office. All of you should think about doing this.
Love it.
I'm serious, because this is not, the seat I'm sitting in is not my seat. It belongs to the people of West Virginia, and they've hired me for 2 years to do it.
Wow.
Any of you can do these jobs. You can stand up, go run. State level politics is awesome. You can get a lot more done there than you can sometimes at the federal level. Please, I encourage everybody to take a look at office.
I told you you'd be impressed, right? Congressman Riley Moore, Glenn Story, CEO Patriot Mobile, Nate Morris, and who knows what type of political future we'll be seeing from you. And
I like this guy back here.
I'm doing my show live here over at our booth at Newsmax, so come by and say hi. I'm Bianca Della Garza. An honor and a blessing to be with all of you great patriots today. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
The steal was stopped on Election Day, I think in no small part thanks to Judicial Watch's heavy lifting. In just the last year and a half or two, we've cleaned up 4 million dirty names from the rolls. We also got that huge Fifth Circuit ruling that found counting ballots received after Election Day is unlawful. You can be sure that all helped ensure cleaner elections on Election Day, but there's more work to be done, so be sure to support Judicial Watch's election integrity work.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country. Hear from our breakout panelists and speakers. Hear Steve Bannon. Hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third. Then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one, he said, you should run.
For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of the Michael Knowles Show, Michael Knowles.
Hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you. Oh, look at this. Look at these beautiful, patriotic, energized. Ooh, I love it. I love being at CPAC. It is always a pleasure to be at CPAC. I felt like an old man when I was thinking about this trip because I first came to CPAC in 2011. And it was fun then, it's been fun ever since, but something feels different this year. Doesn't it? Something. What is it? What is that thing? I don't think that it's just that we won. Because, you know, we won in 2016. Some people say we won in 2020. I'm not going to get into it. But it can't just be that we won. I think the big difference this year is that we won, and we won the popular vote. That was the big difference. Most voters in this country voted for Donald Trump. Huge swaths of every demographic, including groups that Democrats have had a lockdown on for decades. We're talking about an historic proportion of black male voters, almost half of Hispanic voters, something like 50% of women over 45, even, this one really shocked me, 40% of women under the age of 30. That was the most Kamala-y demographic, and we still got that. So many of them voted for Trump and for Republicans in the House and the Senate. It was a clean sweep. It was a clear mandate, and it was a mandate for common sense. That's the only way to explain this broad coalition of people who usually argue with each other. Republicans,
disaffected Democrats, conservatives, liberals, people across both sexes and all ages and all races. The Democrats lost the common sense, and their loss is our gain, not only at the ballot box, but also in expanding the political imagination, in opening up the discourse that we can have in our politics. For too long, uniparty elites have limited political discourse to exclude the common sense policies that people actually want. Just look at immigration. For decades, we have been told that we have two choices when it comes to immigration: more illegal immigration or more legal immigration. And sometimes the left and the right, they compromise and they give us both. Great. But it turns out that most Americans do not want more immigration of any kind. Most Americans want drastically less immigration, legal and illegal. Gallup polling last July found 55% of Americans want overall immigration reduced. This backs up another poll from 2018, Harvard-Harris, found that most Americans want annual legal immigration capped at about 500,000. That is about 60% less than the current levels. That is about 85% less than overall immigration levels. That is what most Americans repeatedly have indicated that they want. And it's perfectly reasonable. Today, we have the highest foreign-born percentage of the population that we have ever had in our nation's history. It is not possible for a nation to maintain social cohesion and its own way of life while taking in unlimited numbers of foreigners. There's nothing bigoted about that observation. And yet, until recently, that view, the preference of most Americans, was totally unrepresented by either major political party. Look at the LGBT ideology. In recent years, uniparty elites have told us that we have two options. Either we trans the kids in kindergarten or we wait until they turn 8. Maybe if we're lucky, we can wait until the kids are out of elementary school before the indoctrination begins. What kind of a choice is that? Within the past decade, transgenderism did not exist in public life at all. Not in schools, not in sports leagues, not in bathrooms, not in the military, not anywhere. And things worked a lot better then, and probably we should return to that. To put in perspective just how rapidly this gender-bending LGBT ideology has been forced upon us, consider that Barack Obama, in the final year of his first term as president, held that marriage is the lifelong union of a man and a woman ordered toward the procreation and education of children. Hillary Clinton believed that too. Basically, everybody believed that. Everyone, everywhere, for statistically all of human history, has understood that fact. That is the only definition of marriage that distinguishes it from other kinds of relationships. Marriage was not invented by ideologues, and it cannot be redefined by ideologues either. It is a natural institution. Not even the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court wants to try, but not even they can change that reality. It just is what it is. Nothing bigoted about that observation. It's just a fact. Here's another fact, basic stuff. God exists. Simple. We can know that. Even in our relentlessly secular political order, 81% of Americans believe in God. And you know, that is actually the lowest number ever recorded. Historically, the number is north of 95%. And still, that means that the overwhelming majority of Americans believe in God. And that is because the existence of God can be known with certainty from human reason. But these days, you would not know that, judging by our public institutions. In recent decades, uniparty elites have offered us two options when it comes to religion. Keep it private, or don't keep your religion at all. In public, federal agents spy on our churches. They sue members of religious orders. They imprison parents for praying peaceably outside of abortion mills. Maybe, just maybe, we're permitted to entertain religious thoughts silently in our own minds. But the moment that we start talking about or acting on those ideas in public, we're in trouble. But religion is not just some private privilege. Religion is a public right. Our very country is predicated on the idea that God exists and that we are made in his image. God is in the Declaration of Independence. He's in our national anthem. He's even on our money. The fact that in recent decades, our political class has largely removed God from public life is an aberration and a national scandal, and it needs to be reversed. Now, of course, it's not really possible to remove religion from politics because lawmaking entails moral judgments, whether we're talking about abortion or whether we're talking about parking tickets. Politics requires us to come to certain conclusions about human nature, about justice and mercy, sin and grace. Politics always and everywhere involves rituals and veneration, reward and punishment. These things are inescapable. So when the ideologues remove traditional and true religion from our politics, they can only replace it with their own novel and false religions. They replace Christmas displays with pride parades, sturdy virtues with modern values, faith, hope, and charity with diversity, equity, and inclusion. They ban the Bible from schools, and then they assign gender queer. That is to say, they remove the most important book ever written, the book without which it is not possible to be an educated person, and they replace it with their own neo-Gnostic nonsense. Is it any wonder that our rulers got so stupid? You saw the consequences of taking the Bible out of schools a couple weeks ago when our vice president invoked a basic Christian concept, and our political establishment started alternately drooling and shrieking. When he was asked about mass migration, JD Vance brought up the order of charity, which is the idea that we owe more to the people closer to us than to people who are further away. This is an observation. It's so obvious. It's articulated in Scripture. It's written about by the great Christian thinkers, but it's also just common sense. It does not take a PhD in philosophy or theology to know that we owe more to our kids than we do to face-tattooed Mexican gangsters. Now, of course, this means that our political leaders owe more to American citizens than they do to foreigners. That's the point JD was making. That is the meaning of the phrase America First. It's not that we don't wish to help people around the world. We certainly do. We're the most charitable nation in history. But it is perverse for our political elite constantly to prioritize the whims and desires of foreigners over the needs of citizens. A nation without a proper concern for its own well-being can never, in the long run, be good to anyone else anyway. This is why when we're on the airplane, they say, put your own mask on before you help others. You need to have things in order. For decades, our uniparty elite have told us we have two options when it comes to charity and the common good. We can either erase our national borders, or we can try and fail to build democracies in the Middle East. Or we could do both, I guess. Those were our options. But you know, there's a third option, and it happens to be the option that most Americans want. We can rebuild our own country. We can help our own citizens. Charity, after all, begins at home. We do not have to accept the false dichotomies offered to us by a corrupt political establishment. We can form new coalitions. We can elect new leaders. We can have our country back, and we can even make it great again. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, CPAC. I'm not sure how many of you saw the images this morning, but we do have to start on a somewhat somber note. There were these terrible images of babies being returned in coffins from Gaza to Israel this morning there. And I want to toss it to the Israeli Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism, Amichai Chikli, is going to lead us in a moment of silence for these deceased hostages.
So we have experienced one of the most toughest days since the beginning of the war. It is an extremely difficult day in Israel with the returning of the bodies of Shiri, Kfir, Ariel, Bibas, two little children and their mothers, along with Oded Lifshitz from Kibbutz Nir Oz. And I think if we can take a moment of silence before we begin.
Thank you. So tragically, these images this morning really do set the scene for our broader conversation here. And first of all, let me just make a brief point. You guys all heard from Vice President JD Vance this morning. Vice President JD Vance said it very well about a month and a half, 2 months ago, where he said the message should not be bring them home for the hostages. The message should be let them go. Let them go.
Let them go, absolutely.
That is the message.
That's a major shift. That the new administration is coming with a new spirit. You know, for decades, we've heard this sentence, Israel has the right to defend itself. But this is obvious, and no other state needs to mention that they have the right to defend itself. And this administration is coming with a different message, that Israel has the right and it's obliged to eliminate its enemies, to eradicate evil, as Marco Rubio said. And this is a totally different approach. And this is how you win wars.
Well, in many ways, Amichai, I think Israel is teaching the West how to win a war, which the West has not really done, frankly, since World War II. But I want to just briefly talk about the broader war, which is the war for Western civilization actually itself. What is Western civilization? We talk about it here. To me, Western civilization is basically synonymous with the Bible. It all ultimately goes back, as we two Jews know all too well, to God's revelation to Moses at Mount Sinai. I mean, when we talk about defending the West, guys, Jews and Christians alike, we're talking about defending those very values and that very way of life. And Israel is not just the canary in the coal mine for all of these fights, but anti-Semitism itself, as you know in your role, it is a direct attack not just on the Jews, but on all of this, on all of Western civilization.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, President Reagan ended the Cold War, and we thought that this war ended, but it never ended. It just wore a different face. And we saw it in universities all across Europe. We saw it on universities here in America. And the woke progressive movement is just another face of the Marxist movement. And in its root, this is a godless philosophy that denies the idea of truth. And when you deny the idea, the concept of truth, there is no good and bad. There is no right and wrong. There is no option for moral clarity. And this is how you can defeat the West from within. That is the effort that made by the woke progressive movement, and this is a threat not just for the state of Israel, this is a threat for America, and this is a threat for Western civilization. And I think that we need to restore those very basic values, and as President Trump says, we want to put God back on the stage, because without God, what is truth? What is right and wrong and good and bad? And it all comes from our common values and our common tradition. And that is, I think, a new era. And I'm very optimistic that with moral clarity, we can achieve amazing things together, Israel and the United States, and lead the free world into a better future.
So one of the things that we were talking about backstage a little bit is that, you know, we in the United States, we in the West more broadly, I think have forgotten what actual evil looks like. We have forgotten that evil exists. Personally, I became a conservative at 12 years old on 9/11 because I saw the smoke from the Twin Towers with my own eyes. And I think many people in this post-October 7th environment are rising to that same realization. But we can't talk about evil, I think, specifically without talking about the Iranian regime, which is really kind of the roots of the overwhelming majority of evil, not just in the Middle East, but frankly around the world more broadly. Maybe you could just talk a little bit about the specific threat from the Iranian regime and its proxies, and I think you might have a bit of a revelation for us when it comes to Iran.
I came with some news, but before one word about the concept of evil. I think that, you know, it's frightening to expose our kids to the fact that, yes, the monster beneath the bed really exists. There is evil in this world, and we want, you know, to push away our children and the younger generation to believe that evil does not exist. We in Israel, unfortunately, even those of us who thought that there is no evil, met evil on its worst option on October 7th. We saw evil today in Gaza with the horrors of how the Hamas celebrated this moment of bringing the Bibas family and Oded Lifshitz. And I think that we have failed in the recent decades on educating our kids that evil exists, and we need to confront, and we need to fight, and we need to sacrifice, just like as we've done in the past decades. And this is something which I think that is also changing, and I'm also optimistic regarding to it, although it cost at a very high price. Now, with the Iranian regime, in Iran, Khomeini, who started the Iranian Revolution, he set America as the great Satan and Israel as the small Satan. Iran was and Iran is an enemy of America, an enemy of the state of Israel. And they are very determined in their efforts with their proxies. And one thing which is amazing that I would like to share with you, we have made a research and we found out that this entire campaign that tries to connect between Israel and genocide in Gaza, which is a ridiculous claim, because what we have in Gaza is a terror regime that seeks to commit genocide on our villages, on our communities. And what we found out, that this entire campaign started with the Revolutionary Guards posting again and again and again the message until it got received in the Western Hemisphere in Britain, with also Persian accounts, and then it got spread out. And we can see in the research that any time that the trend of the genocide in Gaza is going down, they are pushing more and more tweets from fake accounts. And this is an entire campaign that was led by Iran. And this is the first time that we can share it publicly with you here in CPAC.
So this is a very, very big deal. I mean, this is an old tactic of the enemies of Western civilization. The Soviets did it once upon a time, trying to foment civic discord here in the United States. And now we see the face of evil yet again in the face of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So, Amichai, the good news right now is that we have an administration here, the Trump-Vance administration, that is wholly committed, that is wholly dedicated not just to allowing Israel to fight our mutual enemies, but to actually combating anti-Semitism as well. And it's just a timely reminder that we are so blessed, truly, so blessed to be here at CPAC with good guys in charge, unlike the last 4 years, to be here at CPAC with guys who understand what the West is and what we stand for. So I know that you've had some meetings in your time in Washington here. Why don't you just talk a little bit about what it looks like from your perspective, what the administration is currently doing?
So in the past few weeks, this administration has done more to combat anti-Semitism than in the entire past 4 years. And I'm speaking about, first, putting the task force led by Leon Torel, which is an amazing individual, an amazing leader, totally committed to combat anti-Semitism. And we met him this morning, and he's an amazing individual. I think we're going to see a shift in everything that regards combating anti-Semitism. also the defunding on universities who failed to combat anti-Semitism on universities, and many more decisions by this administration. And I think that this administration fully gets it. And it's also worth telling that with the previous administration, not just that almost nothing happened, but the message was so ambiguous, and we saw the IRA definition being undermined. And I think it was very, very weak. And you know, actions speaks louder than words. And I think that this administration speaks with actions and not with big words. And I really love it. And I think it is also, it is a blessing for the Jewish community, for minorities, and for American people.
You know, Teddy Roosevelt, the president, famously spoke of the man in the arena. That's his famous speech. And Donald Trump is nothing but the man in the arena. He is nothing if not that right now. So God bless Donald Trump. Amen. And God bless you, Amichai, and God bless you, CPAC. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
America.
And, you know, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox between now and what it was 4 years ago, as you know. But we have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, you know, others are coming along. And people are seeing that they're watching these conservative networks.
President Trump is right. That's why millions of Americans are tuning into Newsmax for the real news they can trust.
This lunacy will end on my first day back in the Oval Office. I promise you it will end immediately.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful.
Who's AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings. With no guarantees, funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
Overdose deaths are up over 600% since 2020. Fentanyl is a leading cause. You think you're doing one thing. Instead, one pill and you're dead. Unfortunately, that's the reality 200 family members are going to face today. Our southern border, there's enough fentanyl coming across daily to kill every man, woman, and child. The fentanyl test is a small portion of the solution. It tests surfaces, powders, gels, and liquids with the precision of 99% accuracy. Results available in minutes. For individuals, hospitals, law enforcement. TheFentanylTest.com. Save lives together.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country. Hear from our breakout panelists and speakers. Hear Steve Bannon. Hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
When the bad people of Mexico meet with the bad people of the United States, what's the result? Culture of death, child trafficking, abortion, illegal guns, drugs, death. Mexico and the United States, we are not just neighbors, we're brothers and sisters. We need to work together, and let's make Mexico and America great together again.
Let's send the world a message. We condemn the police state tactics of Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Lula da Silva, and Joe Biden.
I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and everyone at the American Conservative Union.
They say globalism comes to die at CPAC. I'm here to tell you that in El Salvador,
It's already there.
An amazing time to be in this fight for freedom.
Eliminar la corrupción de la política, pero no nos vamos a rendir en volver a hacer Argentina grande nuevamente.
Va a ser quién va a ganar y bien quién va a proteger a la familia. Esa es la batalla. Y ellos, al final del día, querían llegar a nuestros hijos para dividirnos. ¡Viva España! ¡Viva los Estados Unidos! ¡Viva Israel!
Vamos a ganar.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright.
I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you all for being here. I'm also thrilled to work for President Donald J. Trump. And I can breathe. I don't have a tie on today. I've worn a tie more in the last 2 or 3 weeks than I have in my whole life, and I feel liberated right now. When I'm on TV, my mom doesn't recognize me in a tie. Someone looked like you, but it wasn't you. So who am I? I'm a passionate guy about energy. From a kid in high school, I was passionate about energy sources, energy technology. I've spent, after schooling, my entire career as an entrepreneur in energy. Why? It's energizing. And also, it's what controls the limits in what's possible in our lives. Not just us, but everyone around the world. We had 30-year global life expectancy at birth throughout all of human history, all the way up to less than 200 years ago. Today, it's 73 years, from 30 to 73. Two things catalyze that change: the growth of human liberty, bottom-up social organization, what we're all passionate about, and the explosion in available energy from hydrocarbons. These two things just transformed the human condition. I am not everyone in the world has access to the liberty and energy we have. But in our own country, both of those concepts have been under great threat in the last 4 years. Maybe that's why my political career started. Liberty under threat, energy resources under threat. President Trump was elected partially on this very issue. And he was elected to get rid of the nonsense and bring back common sense. What do I mean by nonsense? Look at the last 4 years. What have we seen? Every possible new barrier implemented to make it harder to produce oil and gas. No, that doesn't change the demand for oil and gas. You just make it harder to produce. What do? You get less supply and higher prices. We've seen 30% rise in electricity prices just in the previous administration. During President Trump's first term, almost no change in national average electricity prices. All of a sudden, a huge rise in electricity prices, rise in gasoline, rise in energy across the board. So what was the response to that? Well, the United States is the dominant producer of natural gas, and we have a booming industry exporting natural gas to our allies around the world. Well, let's stop that. Let's ban new permitting of LNG export terminals. And then to add insult to injury, a whole bunch of regulations were rolled out to limit your ability to buy the appliances you want. You may want to buy that appliance, but the new appliance you're allowed to buy costs more and works worse. My dishwasher has to run for 2 hours now, and at the end, I got to clean the dishes. My clothes dryer works at half the power. In theory, this is saving energy. It just takes twice as long to dry our clothes.
these are just nonsensical things that have hurt people's lives and driven prices up. President Trump came in, and he is strong, and he is bold, and he gets energy. His goal was, we're going to bring back common sense. So what's the plan? Drill, baby, drill, and build, baby, build. To produce more energy, you need the infrastructure to move that energy to customers. Think of the consumers in New England. You know, they don't have enough access for natural gas there, and they have sky-high electricity prices. And you don't get industries placed in those states. Every state that's driven up the price of energy, it not only impoverishes their citizens, but it makes it so businesses don't want to locate there. Those businesses are going to locate in another state. And frankly, over the last 4 years, a lot of those businesses are going to locate in another country. We don't want that. We want things built in America. We want those jobs in America, which means we need that energy produced and consumed in America. Thank you. Thank you. We're on the cusp of a brand new industry, an energy-intensive manufacturing industry called artificial intelligence. This is an industry we want to lead in. This is American technology. It matters not just for the efficiency of our economy, it matters from the enormous benefits that'll come in drug discovery, in product manufacturing, and frankly, in driving costs down. And it also matters for national security. Do we want China to lead the way in AI? I would feel naked. If their AI was better than ours, what does that say about the balance of power and the security of our country? We need to lead and win the competition in AI. And the only way to do that is to have tremendous energy production that we can both grow our electricity production, which is what AI runs on, but stop the price rises. They had almost no demand growth, and they raised prices. This administration needs to do the opposite. We need to have demand growth and supply growth and not raising prices, everything we can do to push prices down. That's how we can better human lives. Better opportunities for American, lower cost of living, more industries that want to invest and build things here in the United States. That is this president's agenda. And as I dig into my job and my colleagues in other cabinet positions, there is an immense amount of barriers to making things happen. Our country, it's become a place where it's very hard to build something, and unfortunately, it's very easy to stop something. One regulation, one protest, our government is littered with inefficiency and traps that can be exploited to prevent people from building things. So the task before us is big. It's not modest, it's not simple. But we have a committed team who are working every day to get these barriers out of the way, let America grow our energy production, build our energy infrastructure, bring jobs and investment back to our country, raise American wages, and lower American prices. And back to those appliances. Who here is in favor of more expensive, lower performing appliances? How many votes do we have for that one? President Trump, so under this administration, in my department, and actually in many other departments in the Trump administration, we are working feverishly to remove these regulations, to free American producers, to build the appliances people want to buy. We have a factory in the southeastern part of the United States that employs hundreds of people to build a particularly popular product these days. It is a tankless water heater powered by natural gas. It's among the cheapest ways to heat your water, takes the least space, lower cost, burns natural gas, our lowest cost thermal energy we can have in our houses. It's a win on every box. That's why they've been selling like hotcakes and are an emerging product. So what did the Biden administration do? They see a hot product, all Americans are voting yes. They passed a regulation that would make that product illegal and that company would be dead. In fact, that company is very fearful for the jobs and opportunity of those workers. Now, that's hundreds of American jobs. I care personally about that, but it's much bigger than that. It's all Americans would not have available to them a low-cost, efficient option to have hot water for their showers and their washing machines and everything else we use it for. That's just completely nuts. But again, President Trump, fix that problem. Fix that problem. We found a fix, and we are fixing that problem. That factory staying open, those products are going to be built in mass, and they're going to be shipped all across the country for the American consumers that want to buy them. We're not going to tell you what to buy. We want to enable you to buy what you want to buy. That's that crazy freedom idea. I'll end with saying, America's back, baby. Thank you all.
I stand here in front of you as a representative of Europe, a continent which once shaped the world, and great continent, a continent of great explorers and inventors, industrial revolutions, Columbus and Copernicus, Leonardo da Vinci and Nikola Tesla. It was really a great continent. And I want this continent to be great again. Because now, this continent is in decline. And we stand on the shoulders of those giants, our heirs, and we owe this to them and to our children, as JD Vance, Vice President, said it a couple of hours ago from this place. We owe this to our children to repair the European continent as well. And we have a great past, and we have to fight for a great future. And it is possible. We have to fight for a great future as well. And now, a couple of numbers, figures, they don't lie. Europe, just 25 years ago, and Europe's GDP was bigger than that one of the United States. Fast forward 25 years later, it's by 50% smaller than that one of the United States. Industrial production in Germany is 90% of this from the 2015. By the way, the industrial production of Poland is on the level of 155% of that one from 2017. So today, Europe stands at a crossroads. It can rise again or fade into irrelevance. And we have to rise because we cannot be the weaker partner of the United States. The challenges all around us are really great and grave, and we have to cope with them, hand in glove with the United States. But to do so, we must abandon the outdated EU development model. The Franco-German engine has stalled, and Brussels bureaucracy cannot replace real economy. And climate and migration policy, instead of delivering solutions, have created chaos. If we fail to change course, Europe risks becoming a museum, an open-air museum, you can say, or worse, a colony of Asian powers. That's a real threat. And Europe faces many threats. Among them, not only a very stupid Green Deal policy, illegal migration policy, which actually is an open-door policy for everybody from Africa, from the Middle East, the Willkommenskultur of Germany. Totally wrong. But also, it suffocates the free speech, and it also fights with very poor defense system. If we do not fix these internal failures, we will have even bigger challenges to deal with, because Russia, the illegal migration, China, and Islamic terror is just next door, behind the corner. Right now, bureaucracy is killing Europe. I tell you, Europe used to award ambition once upon a time. Now it awards compliance. We need a renaissance of the European industry. We need a program designed and crafted in Europe 2040, exactly like the Made in America, Made in China as well. But we don't have it. The EU was built on economic cooperation and freedom. And today, every entrepreneur, every innovator, every visionary faces an army of regulators. That's Europe. They don't build, they don't support, they punish, they restrict, they require ESG or DEI or another acronyms. This is what is happening across Europe. So we see this weakness of the European Union in the AI. We have the thickest AI rule books and we have the strictest AI regulations, but meanwhile we don't have AI in Europe, unfortunately. We can see this very weakness of the European Union in our industry. Energy prices are soaring. Vice President JD Vance was dead right saying that we have to lower the prices of energy. I envy so much your program, Drill Baby Drill. We'll look for one in Europe. Because factories are shutting down, carbon leakage everywhere, mass layoffs in Europe, yet European elites push towards unrealistic climate policies instead of securing the economic strength and economic growth. We also see this European weakness in the area of freedom. The European Commission speaks of democracy while silencing dissent. They manipulate elections. You've heard about what's happened in Romania. My friend George Simeon from Romania is here with us. And they fight with all the Republican movements, including my political camp. You might have heard about the Hudson Institute report quite recently published. What red lines were crossed, what Rubicons were crossed. Attack on democracy, attack on free speech, attack on opposition, putting opposition members in jail. Exactly what Vice President JD Vance said in Munich is happening in my homeland. What is this? Is this democracy? The liberal leftist government and liberal left organizations receiving money from the European Commission, receiving money from USAID, NED, the Soros Foundation. They were furnished, they were supported from all over the place. So how our presidential candidate, and we have the presidential elections 3 months from today, how he can fight on level playing field with all the propaganda coming from outside, with the Russian disinformation and manipulation coming from the East, and all the leftist money coming from the West. That's really difficult. And I tell you, in 3 months from today, the presidential elections will be after the first round. And it is a very critical moment for Poland. Depending on who is going to win, our beloved country will go towards the Republican values or leftist liberal values, or anti-values, I should have said. My government was punished for standing up to Brussels. EU recovery funds were blocked, and this was against all the rule of law in Poland. And it weakened also, the European Union weakened its own economy through over-regulation and demanding even more Green Deal, even more illegal migration, even more woke and wokeness. And it left itself defenseless by cutting military expenditures while demanding more strategic autonomy. How they connect the dots on the picture, I don't know. European elites live in a fantasy. They speak of strategic autonomy, but while dismantling their own defense industries. You know what's the biggest stupidity in the European Union? The one which is going to be described in the future history books. The European Union created 4 new major industries, but not in Europe, in China. Wind turbines, solar panels, 98% of solar panels produced in China. Electric vehicles, 60% of electric vehicles produced in China. And electric batteries, all furnished and supported with the European money. Cannot imagine more stupid thing. And Poland shows there is another way. So, dear friends, come to Poland. We have a very strong GDP growth, around 40% for over the decade. Come to Poland. No illegal migration, at least until I was Prime Minister. Because my successor opens the door. He is not even reacting when the German police is pushing the illegal migrants who got to Germany and pushing them back to Poland. So right now you can feel very secure in Poland. But what will happen in a couple of years' time if they continue their mad policy, I don't know. So come to Poland if you want to see a country ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with your great country, with the United States. But why is Poland safe and strong? Because we have rejected the European self-destruction policy. And this is why I'm so much concerned these days that my successor as Prime Minister is a very pro-German, pro-Brusselian politician. Doesn't understand geopolitical challenges around us. And he can destroy this very Poland, which we love. We cannot allow him to do this. I refuse to accept Europe's decline. While I was Prime Minister, Poland grew on average around 4 percentage points. And we had a period of time when we were catching up with Germany and the other Western European countries as the fastest pace in our history. Thank you. And history is unforgiving to those who remain passive. So we have to really fight shoulder to shoulder to regain free Poland. We have to fend off all those leftist and liberal ideological tendencies. We have to unleash our economies. Deregulation means not chaos. It means unleashing our potential. And this is what has to be done. Regulation, red tape all over the place in Brussels. This is mad policy of Brussels. The greatest technological revolutions happened not because government stepped back, not because government allowed those to happen, but because government stepped back. Second, we have to defend our sovereignty. So no more blackmail from the European Commission. No more juristocracy. Do you have juristocracy here in the States? We have it all over the place in Europe. And in Poland, it's crazy. Third, we have to rebuild our defense. And Poland is dedicating more than 4 percentage points on defense. It's the country where, while I was able to repair the public finances and the Polish budget, I have left the Polish budget in a very good state. And my successors are trying to take credit of this. And we are spending 4.7% on defense because we know how important this is. Europe created the first universities, the first modern economies, the strategies that shaped history. Now we must awaken that spirit again. The spirit of inventors, the spirit of ambition, the spirit of courage and determination. On top of the already existing difficulties, problems, we have this huge war in Ukraine. And there is the space of intermarium of which Poland can be a barbican of stability between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. And we want to be the indispensable ally of the United States in this part of the world. We need you, but I believe you need us as well. So if we fail, Europe fades into history. Europe is declining. If we fail, Europe will become a junior partner of Russian-Chinese tandem. And together, Russia, China, and Europe is stronger than the United States. So it's a jeopardy for the security and stability and prosperity of the United States as well. If we act, however, Europe shapes the future. If we restore our strength and our vibrant economy, Europe and the USA together may stay as a beacon of hope and freedom. The choice is ours. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you.
Mexico, meet with the bad people of the United States. What's the result? Culture of death, child trafficking, abortion, illegal guns, drugs, death. Mexico and the United States, we are not just neighbors, we're brothers and sisters. We need to work together, and let's make Mexico and America great together again.
Let's send the world a message. We condemn the police state tactics of Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Lula da Silva, and Joe Biden.
I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and everyone at the American Conservative Union.
They say globalism comes to die at CPAC. I'm here to tell you that in El Salvador, it's already dead.
An amazing time to be in this fight for freedom.
Eliminar la corrupción de la política, pero no nos vamos a rendir en volver a hacer Argentina grande nuevamente.
Va a ser quién va a ganar y bien quién va a proteger a la familia. Esa es la batalla. Y ellos, al final del día, querían llegar a nuestros hijos para dividirnos. ¡Viva España! ¡Viva los Estados Unidos! ¡Viva Israel!
Vamos a ganar.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation. Please welcome Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, with Newsmax's Rob Finnerty.
Thank you. Hey, buddy. Good to see you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being here. Look at all the patriots gathered. This is great.
Fantastic.
About to make America great again for the next 4 years. We want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for putting this together. On behalf of Newsmax, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah.
As everyone just heard, Kash Patel it's official. Murkowski and Collins voted against him. Mitch McConnell voted for him and announced that he's not going to run again in 2 years. I guess my question is, which one surprised you more today?
Well, I'm glad he did it, and I want to tip my hat to Leader Thune and the Senate Republicans. They're getting the job done. The Trump cabinet is being confirmed. We need that. President Trump needs his team in place, and I'm really grateful that they're moving as quickly as they are, and they're setting a good pace, and so far, so good.
So, Mr. Speaker, only twice in, I believe, 85 years has the president's party picked up seats in the midterm elections. But you are going to change that in 2 years.
We are. There's a lot of reasons for that. We're going to defy history, and we're going to grow the House majority in 2 years and not lose the majority. I think everybody recognizes President Trump needs 4 years and not 2. And if they took the majority back, they would try to impeach him, they would open the border wide, they would create all sorts of chaos. So we have to win, and we will, and let me tell you why. Because we have a very favorable landscape. Right now, as we're sitting here today, 13 House Democrats are sitting in districts that President Trump won pretty handily. That's right. There's more than 20 districts that President Trump came within 5 points of winning. So we've got a great landscape to go out and play offense, not defense, but offense, to flip those seats into our column. And on top of that, we had an historic demographic shift in the election cycle. We all saw it happening. We had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, all these groups that had not traditionally been in the Republican Party, but on the sheer force of Donald Trump's persona, they came into the party, and they're going to be with us for quite some time, because now we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Rob, to demonstrate for these people that it truly is our conservative policies that are better for them, that leads to human flourishing. It's better for individuals, families, communities, states, and the nation as a whole. We do that, we'll hold this majority for quite some time.
Question I've wanted to ask you for a while. So before the election, Trump Force One, Donald Trump's personal plane, there was a photograph. I'm going to name you 4 people that were in this photograph. Kid Rock, RFK Jr., Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the 5th person, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
That's my crew, man.
Did you ever think that group would be together at 30,000 feet?
You left out Jelly Roll. I mean, it's a great group.
Yeah.
We went to the UFC fight. It was in Madison Square Garden, and we did a round trip to Palm Beach, to South Florida, in the same night. So we arrived back at Palm Beach about 4:25 in the morning, and everybody you just named was up like it was the middle of the afternoon, man. It was a great event. But look, that's the power of President Trump. He brings together all sorts of people that would not otherwise be unified like that. And it's a great thing for the country. It's unifying for the country. And there's talent, and it's a motley crew sometimes, but in a beautiful way. And that's been one of the highlights of being speaker, is hanging out with that crew.
Absolutely. And you fit right in.
Yeah.
You fit right in. Can you explain why the left and why so many Democrats are enraged at Donald Trump right now for trying to end 2 wars that he did not start?
I wish I could explain the Democrats. They're just enraged about everything. They think about it. Their policies and their parties are in totally disarray. They don't have a leader. They don't have a real vision forward. They don't know where they're going to head. The entire platform has been repudiated by the American people. The woke progressive nonsense has been stamped out, and so all they know to do is to lash out. I mean, think of it. They're opposing the ending of wars. They're opposing they're imposing the DOGE effort, right? What Elon and the team are doing is what Congress has not had the ability to do. They have cracked the code. They're inside the belly of the beast of the bureaucracy, and the algorithms are crawling through. That's right. They're exposing this massive fraud, waste, and abuse that we have not been able to uncover because the deep state has hidden it from us. This is a revolutionary kind of moment, it really is. And I told Elon in his office Monday before last, I said, you think of this like a scientist and a data analyst, and I think of it like a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, what we're going to do here is bring back the founders' original intent for the federal government, right? I mean, Rob, you know, you're a student of history as well. The founders wanted a lean, small federal government. They wanted most of the power pushed down to the states, as you know, and they wanted the federal government to be closely monitored by the duly elected representatives of the people in Congress. The problem is, Congress has not been able to do that job because they've been hiding the evidence, hiding the ball. Elon's on the inside, and that's why the Democrats are so nervous. He is right over the target right now. Yeah.
It's been remarkable to see the Department of Government Efficiency. That's what DOGE stands for. Department of Government Efficiency, and Democrats are almost in this un-American position right now of being against their primary mission, which is to save the American taxpayer money, which to me doesn't make any sense.
They like to spend the taxpayer's dollar. I don't think that's ever been...
They sure do.
They're for big government. That's what big government progressives do. They want the government to control every aspect of our lives. And the last 4 years, Biden-Harris administration, it was, you know, regulations on steroids. And so now we have an opportunity to fix everything. We have a very ambitious, very aggressive legislative agenda because we have been given this opportunity by the voters to fix it. President Trump got 77 million popular votes, right? Yeah. In the House, House Republicans got 74.8 million popular votes. That's the highest total we've ever gotten.
Wow.
Yeah, so we see it as a mandate to dial all that back and to fix it, and you're seeing that happen very aggressively. The president is over 300 executive actions already, and we're going to codify so much of what he's doing so that the next team can't unwind it. That's right.
In America, we hold presidential elections every 4 years. We did so during COVID. We did so during the Second World War. We did so during the Civil War. During the War of 1812, the White House was burned to the ground 3 months before James Madison was elected. How important is it for Ukraine to hold presidential elections?
Well, it's very important, of course, and
because they were canceled last spring.
That's right, and the president has pointed that out.
And they claim to be a democracy.
That's right. We need an end to the conflict, and what I've explained, I've done 2 panels at 2 different events this morning. I started the Republican Governors Association. They asked me about this, and I went to the big business leaders, Fortune 500 executives there. They all want to know the same thing. What is President Trump doing there? I said, you got to give him room to operate and do what he does. He's doing a level set, right? You've got to get both parties to come and bring about an end to this conflict, which will serve America's interest and everybody's interest around the world. But I think of it very much like a mediation or arbitration. If you're a lawyer, you know, I'm a recovering lawyer, forgive me, I think of those terms. But when you start a mediation, you start an arbitration between 2 parties, you don't bring them into the room for that first meeting. You do it separately. So I think Zelensky complaining that he wasn't invited to the first meeting with Saudi Arabia and Russia is misplaced. I mean, what Trump's trying to do is do a level set, put the conditions in place for that real negotiation to happen, and we've got to allow him to do what he does. Remember, he wrote The Art of the Deal. He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely.
Okay?
If that level set takes, let's say, 3, 6 months, or it drags on, do you see another funding bill for the war in Ukraine?
Look, there's no appetite for that. What do you think? No. Yeah.
We got our answer there?
We have to bring it to an end, and I can tell you that our European allies understand the necessity of this as well. It's drug on too long. By some estimates, Russia's lost almost 700,000 troops, maybe more. The Ukrainians have suffered great losses. We have to bring an end to the conflict. President Trump is exactly right. It's time for it to end, and he is the brute force, I think, that can make that happen.
The president said that a percentage of DOGE savings could maybe go back to the American people in the form of what he called DOGE stimulus checks, something like 20%. How would that work?
Well, look, I mean, politically, that would be great for us, you know, you send everybody a check, but really, we have to think of it, I think, in a...
That just got everybody's attention, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I just saw everybody look up all of a sudden.
I know.
Yep.
But if you think about our core principles, right, fiscal responsibility is what we do as conservatives. That's our brand. And we have a $36 trillion federal debt. We have a giant deficit that we're contending with. I think we need to pay down the credit card, right? That's what I think we need to do.
Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing about this one big, beautiful bill. Tell me how big, how beautiful?
Oh, it's going to be so big. I shouldn't do it in that voice. So the beauty of reconciliation, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on the procedure, but normally you need a 60-vote threshold in the Senate to do anything of substance, but budget reconciliation is the one exception in the process where you only need 51 votes in the Senate, a bare majority. So we're going to use this reconciliation process to achieve most of the priorities that we ran on in the election cycle and that President Trump, that's right, committed to. So I could be here a long time listing all those things, but clearly it's the most important interest of the country. We're going to secure that border once and for all. We're going to do that. We're going to get the economy going again, American economy going, make sure that we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what would happen by default at the end of this year if we fail in this mission, because the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extensions expire, the cuts expire. We're going to get the economy going. We're going to get back to American energy dominance in this bill. Yep. And we're going to take a blowtorch to the regulatory state, get the bureaucracy back in check. Lots of details, lots of subcategories under all that, but it's going to be a big, beautiful bill, and it has to be by necessity because that gives us the highest probability of success, remembering that I have a small margin in the House.
One.
I have one vote for much of this. What could go wrong, Rob? It's going to be fine.
Right.
But everybody is committed to delivering the America First agenda, and that's why we're going to get it done. So,
what is your working dynamic like with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who for the first time in a long time, the Senate's got a bigger majority than the House right now?
Yeah, they do. The Republican majority in the Senate has a larger margin than we do in the House. And so by necessity, the two chambers have to work very closely together, and that's kind of an innovation. It doesn't really happen in Washington. It hasn't so long as I've been there. But as soon as I became Speaker of the House in October 23, the first instinct I had was go meet with the Senate Republicans and let's align the two chambers. It just makes sense. It's common sense. So we're doing that. And you're going to see no daylight between the Republicans in the House and Senate. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, there was some reporting this week that the Democrats are planning what they're calling a super ticket in 2028, Kamala Harris and AOC. Are you prepared for that?
Oh, let it be so. Let it be so. Wow. Is that real? Is that real?
That's an actual legitimate, well, I use that word legitimate very loosely nowadays with the media, but that report is out there, we'll say.
Wow. That's
I don't know
amazing.
who would run for president and who would be VP.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I so hope that happens.
Do the Democrats, do they have a leader right now?
No, they don't. They don't have a leader.
Is there any leader at any level, or is it still Joe Biden?
Well, he wasn't the leader for the last 4 years. They really are in a real bind. They don't have a leader, they don't have a vision, they don't have a platform they can run on. They have to do a whole cloth reinvention of the party, but they're very divided right now because they're in the blame game as they do the autopsy of what happened in the election cycle. So it's an interesting time. Look, our party's in great shape right now. We are very unified. We have a broadened coalition, that's exactly right. And we have the principles and the policies that truly are better for the American people. I think they've recognized that. You know what happened in the last 4 years, Rob, is that the woke progressive left tried so hard, they moved so aggressively, so quickly to swing that pendulum to the left, and it went all the way to the left and it clicked. And now it's coming back, right? We are a center-right country. We always have been, we always will be. And I think President Trump is seen as a force helping us to push that pendulum back in place. So we're going to seize that historic moment. And I believe we can bring about a much better outcome for the people and for the country.
Two questions. Elon Musk tweeted yesterday, quote, "The real reason so many Democrats are upset about entitlements is that they're using taxpayer money to attract and retain illegal immigrants, their future voters." Is that what you think the last 4 years at both our borders has been all about?
100%. They opened the borders wide. They did not care about the calamity and the heartache and the death, frankly, that it caused of American citizens because it was a power play. They wanted to turn these people into voters, and they want to change the outcome of the census in 5 years. This is very serious, and we're going to be dealing with the effects of this, the catastrophe for years to come. It's a terrible tragedy, and don't ever forget that that was their motive. It was for their own political gain that they put the American people in such jeopardy. Fentanyl alone is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45, and that's flowed open the border. Human trafficking, all of the atrocities. They lost hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors in the system somewhere to traffickers. All of it, they turned the other way. They could have sealed that border any moment. The president had the authority, and I asked him personally on multiple occasions. I pleaded with him, I begged Joe Biden, use your authority. And he'd look down at the floor and shuffle his shoes and say, I can't do that. Well, the American people let him know how they felt about that.
Can I ask you, now that the horse is out of the barn, Joe Biden is in Rehoboth Beach, retired, how did he seem during those moments where you were with him in person?
It was only a couple of occasions. I talked to him on the phone a few more times than that. They didn't allow me to meet with him one-on-one for probably what is obvious reasons now. Yeah. But there's a, now widely reported story of something that happened, I think it was in early February of last year when I was in the Oval Office and I asked him why he paused LNG exports. Like, Mr. President, why would you pause liquefied natural gas exports to our European allies? Because they're gonna have to go to Vladimir Putin to get their needs met. And he tried to argue with me and tell me that he didn't do that. And it occurred to me in this dialogue that he genuinely did not know what he had signed. That they had put this executive order in front of him and he didn't understand what it was. And that was a very alarming moment of realization for me. And I think the whole country knows now. But it was a dangerous time, a very perilous time for us, particularly in that last year of his administration. But thank God that President Trump is back in the White House and we can restore this.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this room knows you, but I think the American people are still getting to know you. And I thought this was wonderful. Your son is on the boxing team at the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. How is he doing?
Well, he's bigger than his father. He's doing great. He made it to semifinals in the brigade, championship last Friday, and lost in a 1-point split decision to a young man that was 3 years older than him and had been boxing about 6 years longer, I think. So he held his own. He's been boxing for about 7 months. Okay, so
7 months and he's on the team.
Yeah. He did jiu-jitsu for a long time. He's a tough kid, but this is a different kind of.
Does he learn that from his father?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, of course.
Yes.
Of course. No, he's a tough kid. He's a great kid. He takes after his mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you.
It's our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Welcome to CPAC. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and reflects the values we all cherish. PureFlix is your home for entertainment without compromise. With faith-driven movies and series, we bring you stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC, and remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform, it's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Hey CPAC Patriots, make sure to go downstairs to go check out all of our incredible sponsors for CPAC 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Verdict with Ted Cruz and co-host Ben Ferguson, featuring Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Good-looking crowd today. I love it. All right, so we are going to be doing our podcast live, so I'm going to give you guys a countdown. You guys are going to be in the podcast with us. I'm going to say we're from CPAC. I want you guys to be as loud as you possibly can. Are you ready? All right, here we go. Welcome. It is Verdict with Ted Cruz, live from CPAC 2025. Senator, I like this being our annual time to hang out with fun people.
Well, it is great to be back with CPAC, and I gotta say, CPAC this year, there is energy, there's excitement.
Yeah.
It turns out winning doesn't suck.
It does not.
And we have a guest. We have the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
Never invite me to be on their podcast. They finally did, and I get to do it in front of all of you. So this is awesome.
Well, Pam, I will tell you that there is some good karma to being on this podcast at CPAC, Because the last guest we had at CPAC was someone named JD Vance, and he's done all right for himself.
Yeah. He's a great man.
So, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been Attorney General 15 days.
It feels like 15 years.
I believe you. And by the way, you just got some help. An hour ago, the Senate just finished confirming
Yes, isn't that great? Been on the phone with him nonstop.
I talked to him on the ride over here. He is going to do fantastic.
There is.
All right, let's start. 15 days. You've come into what I think is the single most important cabinet position in this administration. Because we went through 4 years of Biden weaponizing the Department of Justice, using it to attack his enemies and to support his friends. So let me ask you, you come into DOJ, you've got a mission. You've got a mission to restore integrity to the department, to end the weaponization and politicization. How do you do that? How do you get that done?
You know, the volume, Senator, what concerned me the most, it's the volume of how bad it was. And it still is. We're working on it. It's day by day by day. But we've got a team of great people, and on day one, I issued 14 executive orders, and number one is the weaponization ends, and it ends now. And that's what we did.
Let me ask you something. In the 15 days you've been there, how many DOJ employees have said something to the effect of, thank God?
A lot of them.
I believe you. Look, I spent 4 years hearing from AUSAs, assistant U.S. attorneys, hearing from FBI agents, hearing from men and women who believe in the rule of law and were horrified at the politicization of the FBI and the DOJ. And so I know for a lot of good, honorable men and women who've devoted their careers to defending the Constitution, there's a lot of gratitude that they can get back to doing their job.
Their core function, and that's thanks to Donald J. Trump getting back in office. And he gave us a clear directive, make America safe. And that's what we're going to do. And you know, to start with the law enforcement agencies talking about cash, these men and women didn't go to Quantico. They're not risking their lives to waste their time on all this politicization and raiding Mar-a-Lago. Really? Stopping. All of that is stopping. And we are returning them to their core function, fighting violent crime. And that's what the great majority of men and women in law enforcement, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, as well as the incredible legal team at the Justice Department, that's what they want to do.
So let's talk about one of the most lawless aspects of the last 4 years, which was the open borders that we saw and the 12 million illegal immigrants that have come into this country. You've had just 2 weeks, but you've hit the ground running, going after the criminals, going after the murderers, going after the rapists, going after the child molesters, going after the Venezuelan gang members. Tell us, number one, what you're doing as Attorney General that is making a real difference, that is already making America safer. And number two, I understand you have some breaking news concerning my home state of Texas, which I'm particularly proud to hear.
I do, and the press release isn't even out yet. Joint Task Force Alpha that we elevated once we came in office. It's with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and we work hand in hand with Homeland Security. Christy Nome is awesome. We all work so well together. Joint Task Force Alpha just made a huge arrest in Juarez, Mexico. They were headed to Texas, to El Paso, human smuggling. Yeah, huge. That's why we do what we do every day. That's why these agents risk their lives every single day. It's human smuggling, and a lot of children, they're saying, are safer because of this.
Let me ask you a question. President Trump, and this has made headlines on what you were just talking about, we've designated these cartels as terrorist organizations. What does that allow you to do in your job? And Kash Patel now is the head of the FBI. What is that going to give you the ability to do and to go after them?
Well, Stephen Miller is doing a great job, as we are, right? leading this effort with all of us, Mike Waltz at DOD, we all work so, Pete Hegseth, we all work so well together, and it gives us the ability, they are a terrorist group, and it gives us the ability to go after them, more ability, anywhere in the world, and treat them as terrorists. They are terrorists. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and killing our kids, you're a terrorist, and we're coming after you.
300 a day is the average that are dying in this country right now. When you took this job and you hear that number and you saw the inaction from the last administration, how angry did that make you?
So angry. You know, I was state AG before I became United States Attorney General, and fentanyl was really just coming on the market. And now with this horrible open border policy just flowing across our borders and killing kids, killing adults every single day. And it's criminal that no one was doing anything to stop it. I can't comprehend how any administration, progressive nor conservative, how any administration could tolerate that and let that happen. And it ended day one with Donald Trump when he shut that border. I was at the border back in September. I went with Laura Trump and Morgan Ortagus.
Yep.
And we were in Yuma, Arizona. And I saw firsthand, there is nothing humanitarian that was happening at that border. Nothing, nothing. They have a rape tree where they're raping women as they're coming into this country. I saw firsthand piles and piles of passports just thrown from every country you can imagine, because the Biden administration was letting you walk right in the country. If you didn't have a passport, they said they saw Asian, Chinese individuals saying, oh, we're from Cuba. So they wrote down they're from Cuba and had to let them legally walk right in under that administration. But the drugs, the trafficking, I learned a new term, disposable child. The customs, the Border Patrol agents told me that they saw a little boy and they kept recognizing the same little boy over and over and over coming in. Because if you came into our country as a family unit, they just let you walk right in.
Yep.
Well, this little child was being trafficked.
Yes.
Now, how they were getting him back to Mexico is beyond me, but they were bringing him time and time again. He wasn't their family, so who knows what happened to his parents.
Well, and I will say, a number of people in the room gasped at a term you use, which unfortunately is a real term, rape tree.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've been seeing for the last 4 years in Texas. We've seen it in Arizona, that the cartels will go and violently rape women. They'll violently rape teenage girls, young girls, and then they will hang their underwear in the tree. And you'll find a tree down on the southern border with 10, 20 pairs of underwear as they're mocking law enforcement, saying, we can do whatever we want. And for 4 years, the Biden Justice Department, they just turned a blind eye and they facilitated it. You know, you talked about the kids, so they had a policy. If you arrive with a kid, it's essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so you started seeing a phenomenon that we've never seen in immigration before, which is single young men showing up with little kids. Now, that's not a normal pattern of migration, but we started seeing military-age men showing up with little boys and little girls, many of whom are physically and sexually assaulted in transit, and the same kid the cartels would recycle over and over and over again to bring in gang members, to bring in criminals. Now, let me ask this. What is most effective stopping the invasion at the southern border?
The border, closing our borders, which is what we've done. Donald Trump has closed our border. But now, of course, we all know we have so many of these illegal aliens, fighting age men, ages 18 to 35, in our country.
Yep.
Walking around our country. And President Trump has given a strong directive on that.
How concerned are you right now about the 12 million illegal aliens who came in under Joe Biden, and about the risk of terrorism, of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the risk of terrorism targeting Americans across this country?
It's a huge risk, and we all know how bad it is now. And that's what Donald Trump is committed to do, is to take these people out of our country, to prosecute them, to deport them, to get them off our streets. And that's what all of these law enforcement agencies are doing. You know, Laken Riley, of course, that beautiful young woman, University of Georgia, Laken Riley is probably the most prominent name. But look how many Laken Rileys are out there. One victim is too many.
Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Morin.
Right.
I mean, the numbers just every day. And I got to say, so already in the first 2 weeks, you've sued New York, you've sued Chicago.
You can clap for that.
These sanctuary cities that are fighting, and I've got to say, Massachusetts in particular, actually in our last podcast we talked about this, how Massachusetts continues to this day to have violent child rapist illegal immigrants who they release on the streets and they refuse to notify ICE, they refuse. These are illegal immigrants who could be deported immediately, and the Massachusetts officials take criminals who violently rape little kids. Let me ask you, what is your message to a mayor, to a local official who wants to defy federal immigration law?
Well, our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next, because we are going to get violent criminals off our street. And you know, Senator, it's more than that. They are endangering the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. When you're hiding illegal aliens from law enforcement, you're endangering their lives. It's gonna stop.
So let me ask you, 2 weeks into it, you've been at DOJ. What's your assessment? Is it as bad as you thought it would be? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's worse. Of course, it's no worse.
You inherited chaos.
Worse meaning, yeah, that department had completely lost its mission of fighting violent crime. Look what they did to President Trump. Look at the weaponization, and weaponization ended. And the deep state is very real. I think all of you in this room know that. It's very real. And people trying to undermine everything you're doing. You know, 3 weeks into it, I went in one department and found huge 20 by 20 glossies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Kamala Harris still hanging up in my office. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And guess what's replacing it? A very handsome photo of a man named Donald Trump is in its place right now.
Not the one in the hallway, right? That picture?
That one.
That one, okay, I like
that
that one.
That one's replacing. But you know, I make light of that, but that's what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, he had been in office 3 weeks, and the deep state still had those pictures hanging, and that's, to me, that's defiant. It's insubordination, not going to happen. But you know, what we said, most people, the majority of the people are great people who went to law school, became prosecutors, became law enforcement agents, to fight crime.
You've spent your professional life as a prosecutor.
Career.
How important is it to you to go after bad guys and to get bad guys off the street and keep people safe?
It means everything. And the drug epidemic, you know, the fentanyl just flowing into our country now, the terrorists, the gangs, TDA, Transdagua, MS-13, all of the gangs who are now terrorist organizations. We've got to stop them. And that's why we do what we do. And we all have to work together. And working with Homeland Security has been great, too.
So one of the most shocking statistics from the prior administration is the number 300,000. 300,000 children that the prior administration had in custody and that they lost, that they do not know where they are. We know that many of those children are being abused right now. Tell me about the efforts you and Homeland Security and the Trump administration, the efforts you are doing to find those children and to get them out of harm's way.
That's top priority, and that's Donald Trump's top priority, to find these victims and to save them. And that's what I truly can't comprehend how any administration would let that happen and not care. And that's what we're all fighting for. And you know, you say, when you take a job with this incredible volume, you think, how do you do it? How do you focus every day? And you do it by saying, if I can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, it's a lot more than one.
But it compounds. That's how you start off, one life.
And it is thousands and ultimately more. So I want to say something to the folks here at CPAC, which is, as many of y'all know, Ben and I do this podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got roughly 1 million unique listeners all over the country. And we do this to go around the corporate media, to go directly to the American people and to bring the truth and bring the facts. So I want to ask everyone here, many of y'all already subscribe to the pod, but I want to ask everyone here to pull out your cell phone right now. Pull out your cell phone and text the word verdict, V-E-R-D-I-C-T. Text the word verdict to 24005. Again, 24005. When you text verdict to 24005, what you'll get back is a link to subscribe to the podcast. Now, if you're under 40, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, ask your kids or ask your grandkids. Although I'll say, if you're at CPAC, you're pretty hip and connected. So you may know as well if you're here at CPAC. But every Monday,
and subscribe
Wednesday,
doesn't mean it costs you money, to quote your dad.
Oh, my father points out that my dad is 85, and he said when he hears subscribe, he thinks it's a magazine subscription. There's no charge. It just magically appears in your phone early in the morning on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we bring in guests like the Attorney General of the United States, and we focus on what is happening, the victories that President Trump is winning, and the news that the corporate media won't cover.
Yeah. I want to ask you...
24005.
I want to ask you a question. It's one that I've been dying to ask you, and it deals with all of the pardons that were given out from Joe Biden at the end. There were a lot that went to his family. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. There's one person he did not pardon. That would be himself. There are a lot of people that think there should be accountability. Should this be something that is looked at to see what he did while he was president?
Don't you find it very interesting, though, that they attempted to prosecute the president for having documents in the most secure place in the world other than the White House, Mar-a-Lago, and he had the security clearance to take them, yet Joe Biden, who had no security clearance to take them at the time, had them in his garage with his drug addict son going in and out of his garage, yet what did they say about him?
Too old to prosecute.
Frail old man. But listen, Donald Trump and I have not talked about that at all. This is not about targeting. This is what they do to us. This is not about targeting. This is not about weaponization. This is about keeping America safe and going forward and prosecuting violent criminals. If you committed a crime in this country, no one is above the law. I will say that. No one is above the law.
So Pam, the media are going crazy about New York Mayor Eric Adams and the charges that were dismissed against him.
So glad you brought that up.
Tell us what the story is, what happened there, and why were the charges dismissed?
Sure. And Emil, who has done an incredible job, he worked on this case, he looked at this case. It was an incredibly weak case filed to make deportation harder. That's why they did it. They took one of the biggest mayors in the country off the playing field in order to protect their sanctuary city. This case, it was so incredibly weak. It was about increases in airline tickets, upgrades in airline tickets in his official capacity, without getting into all the details of the fact. I don't even think it could survive a verdict. Excuse me. Incredibly weak case. That is the weaponization of government.
That's lawfare.
That's lawfare. When you're filing cases like that to keep someone who criticized Joe Biden, who said they took away his security clearance, so he could not get the details, so he could not help enforce the deportation efforts in New York. And you know, these people are going after him. Ride a subway in New York. It's not safe.
Yep.
Violent crime is at an all-time high, and that's what they're doing. So it's not about weaponization, it's about ending their weaponization of the government and fighting violent crime and enabling cities like New York and mayors like Eric Adams to enforce Donald Trump's immigration policies.
I want to ask you, and go back to something you said a moment ago. We were talking about cartels, and they have been able to set up networks, and we see this coming up now more often, where they're controlling states and cities and states and the entire flow. And they've been able to do this and set it up without having to worry that anyone's going to stop them. We're seeing this not on border states, but all over the country, this network. At what point do we get to start dismantling that? How long does that take? How much time is that going to take? Because they've been here for quite some time with the last administration.
Yeah, there's a lot I can't talk about now. But very publicly, I think you've seen a lot happen. A lot is happening every day. Our great men and women in law enforcement are out there. It's a joint effort with our office and with Kristi Noem. And again, we all work so well together, whether it's Mike Waltz, Pete
Y'all are
Hudson,
friends. I think people don't understand this. Like,
Yeah.
this is a group in this administration, and you and I have talked about this on the show. You guys are friends. Like, y'all know each other before you got here. How important are those relationships that you say, hey, I trust, excuse me, I trust you.
Vital.
I trust you. I trust you. I got your back. Let's go to work.
Vital and crucial. And Mike Waltz and Kristi, we're on the phone with each other all the time. And to change the topic just a little bit, just to give you an example, Lee Zeldin, a dear friend of mine.
Great guy.
On President's Day. I'm
running the EPA now.
Yeah, EPA, Lee Zeldin, great administrator of EPA. I'm on the phone hours with Scott Besson, our Secretary of Treasury, and Lee Zeldin. And, you know, we've seen, thanks to Elon Musk, my buddy's great work.
Yep.
And it's been reported, look what they're doing at EPA. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but they're giving out billions of dollars after Joe Biden lost the election, trying to push this money out the door.
Virtually shoveling cash out the windows.
As they said, gold bars.
Yeah.
Let's throw all the gold bars off the ship.
Yep.
And we're stopping them. We're stopping them in real time. We're going after them. But it's because we all pick up the phone and we talk directly to each other. So we're able to work together, you know, talk to Marco Rubio and look at the men like Steve Witkoff out there, Rick Grinnell, what they're doing working with Marco and Mike Waltz and all the great, the people that they're saving around the world. And that's thanks to one man, Donald Trump. He put all of us in these positions because he believes in us and trusts us.
The consistent thread of the cabinet nominees is that you're all change agents. You all came in with a mission, and it is, listen, there has never been a first month of any presidency in the history of the United States of America like the last 30 days.
That's right.
Amen.
And I'll tell you, I have had great joy turning to my Democrat colleagues in the Senate and just deadpanning, well, 3 years and 11 months to go. And they literally start twitching. Like they have facial tics that they cannot suppress.
Yeah.
But all right, Pam, one of the things that people like about this podcast that we try to do is we try to bring people behind the scenes to actually understand what's going on behind closed doors. So tell us about your first day as Attorney General. You're confirmed, and like day one, when you get sworn in, just walk everyone through what day one of being Attorney General of the United States is like.
You go nonstop, and I jokingly said it felt like 15 years because you're working 7 days a week nonstop. And we're all working with each other, and everything we do, it overlaps, and especially with Department of Justice, especially too with all this money going out, the USAID, all of these agencies, and we're going to be helping all these agencies, but you just hit the ground running, literally, and don't look back. I don't look at what time of day it is. I don't think I've slept in 15 days, but you don't want to. And then when you find out about this human trafficking ring that was just broken up, that's why we're all doing what we're doing. And you just keep going forward. And our directive Our directive from our boss is so easy, especially on my end, make America safe. And so you just don't, Senator, you don't even, my hardest thing now is I forget to eat. You forget what time it is, and it's 6 o'clock at night, and why do I have a headache? Because I haven't eaten today. But you're going nonstop. And it's not me, it's an entire team. I've got Chad Mizell, I've got Emil, I've got Todd Blanche, thank goodness, coming in, and we've got Kash Patel now, so they better look out.
How nice is it to have a boss by the guy by the name of Donald J. Trump who just lets you do your job?
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of presidents in the past that have really tried to keep their thumb on people. It seems like he's saying, go.
Go.
And go get it done and call me when you need me.
Yeah, he has trusted all of us in all of our various capacities and all the different roles we have, whether it's education or agriculture, you know, all the cabinet, labor, all of the different cabinet secretaries, just to go out and do the best we can. And you know, we want to make all of you proud, and we want to fulfill his directive to make our country great. That man sure didn't need that job. He's a good friend of mine.
Yep.
And I love during my confirmation hearing when they get on me because they say I'm friends with Donald Trump. Yes, I'm very, no, I'm not friends with him. I'm good friends with him, and I'm very proud to work for him.
You know, when you look at weaponization and politicization, part of it is using it to attack your political opponents, and we've seen 4 years of that under Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Another part of it is turning the other way at your political allies and refusing to enforce the law against them. And I think one of the most egregious examples we've seen over the last 2 years is the rising anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Amen.
The violent protesters and rioters, many of whom are not students, are not affiliated with the universities, and they are threatening students. You look at Columbia University, the Orthodox rabbi there sent out an email to the Jewish students on campus and said, do not come to campus because the university cannot and will not keep you safe. And the Biden Justice Department did nothing. They investigated nobody. They didn't follow the money. They didn't indict anyone. They didn't prosecute anyone. And they did not enforce Title VI of the Civil Rights laws, which say that if you are tolerating harassment on the basis of ethnicity or religion, that you will have your federal funds cut off. How is the Department of Justice different today, and what will your approach be to anti-Semitism and threats of violence directed against Jewish students on campus or any other students on campus?
We have an October 7th task force that we started, and we will protect you. When I was just a citizen, before I had this job, what you said, I'm watching these aren't peaceful protests. We all believe in peaceful protest. Oh, I'm sorry, unless you're a liberal and you don't want a parent to quietly pray outside an abortion clinic, or you're a Catholic, or a parent at a school board, they're going to call you a domestic terrorist. But I'm screaming at my TV watching these violent protests, you know, the last, since October 7th, you're watching this happen, and all of our students deserve to be safe. And first of all, these students who are here on visas, who are threatening our American students need to be kicked out of this country.
Amen. It is refreshingly simple to have an attorney general who has the approach that you're going to follow the law and enforce the law. And that, sadly, has been missing for the last 4 years.
It's pretty basic, isn't it?
It should not be complicated. Let me ask you, what keeps you up at night? What scares you in the first 2 weeks in this job?
Pretty much everything. I don't sleep at night anymore. Of course, everything we talked about, the drugs, the cartels, maybe I'll get a little sleep tonight based on the arrests that were just made, the children that are being trafficked, things that have been so personal to me since I was a state prosecutor and then since I was state attorney general. Now you just get to help people on a bigger level, which is pretty cool to get to do that. But most recently, it's really been what Elon has been uncovering. And the USAID, the waste at EPA, this money, trillions of dollars, they believe, just being handed out, which is most likely making a round trip ticket and going to terrorist organizations.
And you are on the front line of defending the president and Elon Musk and Doge and all the effort they're doing. And every day we are seeing Democrat attorneys general and Democrat interest groups suing the president, suing Elon Musk, suing the federal government, and the Department of Justice is on the front lines. And sadly, we're seeing left-wing activist judges, individual district court judges, issuing nationwide injunctions.
Yeah.
Tell us about what it's like defending against those lawsuits, and give us your thoughts on the authority of one radical district judge to try to run the executive branch and issue a nationwide injunction.
2 words: we're winning. But yeah, so you've got one.
I like that answer.
One unelected district judge trying to tell President Trump, who was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, where federal funds can go. We're winning. Even in liberal courts, by the way, Senator, we're winning. And if not, we're going to go all the way to the Supreme Court and keep winning.
Well, Pam, let me say, you and I have been friends a long time. I am thrilled with the job you're doing. I'm thrilled. I was thrilled when the president announced your nomination. And let me say, on behalf of 31 million Texans and Americans across this country, thank you. Thank you for stepping forward and answering the call. Thank you for pouring your heart into defending this nation, into keeping my kids safe, keeping Ben's kids safe, keeping all of our kids safe. And thank you for remaining faithful to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and restoring integrity to the Department of Justice. It is desperately needed, and you're doing a hell of a job.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you for fighting for us every day.
Thank you guys here for being here as well. Don't forget, we do this show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so make sure that subscribe or auto download button. God bless America.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Mingling around, great guests coming up. Yes! Yes! Tension is going to escalate. On my purple. The White House is behind me.
I'm a faithful watcher of Real America's Voice.
That's where the news is.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We're going to work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country. Hear from our breakout panelists and speakers. Hear Steve Bannon. Hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
Man, that is a big crowd, and they are not here for me. How you guys doing? Nice vibe this year, right? After the best month we've ever had. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming out. Good to see you. I'm not going to kill any more time. Let's bring out Elon Musk. That's brilliant. All right. I love it. Mr. President, thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. I love it. We love it. We love it. All right. They told me to put this right
Where should we put it?
They want it right here.
All right, great.
A little stage prop.
Well, I love you guys too. Thanks, guys.
Have a seat.
So,
that was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know?
You're like, I think you're bigger.
I mean, Doge started out as a meme. Think about it. And now it's real. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
But it's cool.
Let me ask you this. A year ago, if someone had told you you'd be at CPAC and working with the president to absolutely shred the government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it, would you have ever believed that?
No.
No? Me neither.
But it's cool. This is awesome. And I just want to say, you know, thanks for your support. I mean, you guys are, you know. So, I mean, we're you know, trying to get good things done, but also, like, you know, have a good time doing it. And, you know, and have, like, a sense of humor, you know? So, like I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Yeah. Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture in just the last few months. The whole culture of this country has shifted dramatically just because of that election.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, freedom of speech, having you know, having fun again. It seems like we should have a good time, you know.
I mean, it's a great time. Everybody in this place is so excited, and I mean, when you talk to conservatives, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And everybody feels this great sense of relief because we were going to hell for about 4 years. It really felt bad.
Yeah.
Especially toward the end, it felt really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were sort of heading for a point of no return, really.
Yeah.
You know, that's why it was so essential that President Trump win the election, and that there be a Republican majority in the House and Senate, which, thanks to you, that has been accomplished.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to ask you, one of the biggest questions I have for you is, you've been, politically, you weren't really on one side or the other for a long time. You're a businessman. A lot of people, they stay away from it. Now you're on a side, and you've chosen a side. You're sitting here in a MAGA hat. What's it, how did that happen? What was the moment
It's dark Gothic MAGA.
That's a good one. Was there a specific moment? Was there a moment that it all changed?
Yeah, when I realized I was a fool. But no, I was, I guess, yeah, I mean, I'd say I was probably politically neutral for quite a while. Leaning a little Democrat.
How do you go from that to this?
Yeah, no.
How does that happen?
Well,
did they go crazy?
Yeah, they did go crazy.
Yeah, they went crazy.
No, I mean, the whole cancel culture and it's trying to stop freedom of speech and infringe upon people's personal freedoms. They just want state control of what you say. They want to, take away your guns. And the reason they want to take away your guns, so there's nothing you do to oppose them. So it's sort of like, I just like, we just need to restore the fundamental elements of what made America great, which is freedom and opportunity.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of these freedoms disappearing in the West. It's not just about America. We're all watching Europe and knowing that they're about 50, 100 years ahead of us, right? Because they got an early start. And we're watching how they're devolving. And you're trying to save it from happening here.
No, I mean, in Europe, they put people in prison for memes.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's insane.
And they're collapsing. I mean, this society it's a collapsing society. It feels that way.
It feels like...
France was nicer 50 years ago than it is today.
Yeah.
I don't think you can question that.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, really... Thanks. I love you too.
They do love
I mean, I really just wanted to do useful things, like basically build products, provide products and services that are good, and I wasn't really like that interested in being political. It just there was at a certain point no choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you on the same side of that coin, what's it like from going neutral to being vilified, largely vilified by the media? Like
what? No. Really?
I mean, you turn on some of these channels, brother. I mean, they're angry at you. Does it bother you at all? Does it get to you? Yeah.
I mean, when they're chanting for my death, I suppose that's a little,
not good.
But then, the song's not even that good, and it's like you call that a death chant? That's nothing. Please.
They've been singing a lot lately.
It's not even good music.
Yeah. There's a lot of music lately. It's not good music either. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say that watching what you're doing with Doge is just people love it. I mean, I've always looked at the government, and I've always looked at the government, and I've seen this big machine and you just know that they waste because they don't care. There's more money coming, they don't care.
Yeah.
You're cutting all this out. Everybody in this country knows that the government is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. And you're doing the work, and the Americans love it. Watching their reaction politically to this, I can't believe how bad they are at responding to this. I don't know how you're going to sit there and scream and complain because they're cutting waste out of the government and try to win another election. How do you try to win on that?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure how much of the left is even real.
Yeah. How much was propped up by our money?
Yeah. Literally, you see these sort of fake rallies where there's hardly any people, and the media will frame it and get all 6 people, in the frame, but there's nobody else is there. It doesn't have popular support. But there's but then you learn that like there's hundreds of billions of dollars going to these so-called NGOs.
Yeah.
And it's your tax dollars that are funding things that are fundamentally anti-American.
And they're propping up their narrative.
Yes.
A lot of that government money has been propping up a left that I don't think is as strong as they made it seem.
In fact, a massive amount of your tax dollars is going to legacy media companies.
Yes.
Directly from the government.
The government wants to take over media.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. That's why we have X.
Yeah, and that's
why you spent $44 billion. I mean, that's a lot of money.
I mean,
more than it was probably worth. But there was a message.
Freedom is priceless.
Priceless. Yeah. Probably one of the most important investments this country's ever seen. If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, well, that proves he's a huge idiot from a, look, he bought it for whatever, $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents. And
it's not worth 8 cents.
But there's it was essentially to buy freedom of expression,
Once that's gone, it's all over. It's all over.
Yeah.
Descent into tyranny is really quick after that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's all the sort of federal money going to media companies is what helps explain why the legacy media all says the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it like, it's like weird, like you can put them up where it's like, like when
they're mouthpieces for
the state.
For the state.
Yes.
And that's what we've come to know.
Yeah.
It's scary.
And I like that meme where they, because they're always saying like threat to our democracy, but if you just replace democracy with bureaucracy, it makes a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Big threat to the bureaucracy.
That's exactly right. Let's talk about these Doge dividend checks that everybody's talking about this week. And I know you tweeted out that you were going to. Does everybody want like a $5,000 check in the mail? It sounds kind of good, right? And the best part about it would be knowing where it came from. That's $5 grand that you sent them last year.
Totally. It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
Does it seem? I mean, have you talked?
I mean, that's like glorious. That's like
it's the best.
The spoils of battle,
Spoils of battle. I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So I talked to the president, and he's supportive of that, and so it sounds like that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So.
Yeah. I think they fired 6,000 people at the IRS today. And I think Lutnick said last night that they're talking about shutting down the IRS. And I think it's fair. I think people should realize this is, the amount of money that we send Washington like $5 or $6 trillion a year. That is such an ungodly amount of money. What do they? They say like 1 trillion seconds is like 30 years or something like that. That's how much we send them, and they seem to never have enough. There must be a lot you can cut.
No, absolutely. People ask me, what's the most surprising thing that you've encountered when you go to D.C., when you're in D.C.? And I said, well, the most surprising thing is the scale of the expenditures, and actually how easy it is to, when you add caring and competence where it was absent before, you can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour.
Yeah.
Like, it's wild.
And then they scoff at it and say, oh, a few billion here or there. The way they're talking about it, you can see they don't care. It's such little money compared to how much they're used to wasting. That's what's really scary.
Exactly. But obviously, it just shows that they really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they say, oh, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people, So what are you talking about?
I'd like to have it. Let me ask you a question. I know the president fairly well, watched him survive 2 assassination attempts. Had the first one not happened, the second one would have gotten him. It was very, because without those extra guys, they would have never seen that gun poking through the fence at the golf course. I saw the crew that you the crew that you had.
Isn't it like mind-blowing that this has happened? I mean, it just... And what, by the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on? Cash is going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way,
Confirmed just a couple hours ago, but I saw that the security detail that you had come in is enormous.
Well, it's not that enormous. Maybe it should be bigger. I don't know.
I think you could probably afford it. But I mean, how concerned are you about your safety? Dealing, I mean, you are a wanted man. Are you nervous?
So, look, I'm open to ideas for improving security, I have to tell you. I don't actually have a death wish, I think. But you know, it's not that easy. Yeah. I mean, but I have I've had even people like President Bukele from El Salvador who managed to put in prison I don't know 100,000 murderous thugs. And he was he called me. He's like, I'm worried about your security. I'm like, you're worried about my security? I'm like, what? Okay. That's you know.
I mean, yeah, talk about guts to do that down there. I mean,
yeah, totally.
And survive.
I was like, how did you put all those thugs in prison without dying? Because it seems like that would have been not easy, you know.
Well, the president has one of his top attorneys is now investigating, I guess, Chuck Schumer for threats against SCOTUS, a congressman on the Democrat side for saying, basically saying we're going to bring a war to you, like a fight to you. I mean, the rhetoric. You guys are screwing with things that are not supposed to be messed with. And
we're fighting the Matrix.
There's a lot of people that really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we're fighting the Matrix big time here. But it's got to be done.
Yeah.
It
certainly does. What's going on with? Tell us about Fort Knox. There's Kentucky. It's a military base. It's a ton of gold, tons and tons and tons of gold.
5,000 tons of gold, or
5,000 tons of gold, are there in the ground in this. I mean, it's a very secure thing.
I think we all want to see it.
I'd love to see it.
This is your gold, by the way. It's the public's gold.
Do you think it's not there?
I don't know. But I think
you just want to see it.
Yeah, we want to go see it and just make sure somebody did spray paint some lead or something, you know?
Yeah.
Is this real gold? Fight at the bar, you know?
Didn't dent.
But I think honestly, part of this also is just let's have some fun and like I said, all this gold at Fort Knox, it's the public's gold. It's your gold. So I think you have a right to see it.
You want to take a tour?
You know, yeah. I think we should have do a tour. And then the president last night was like, I think he's in favor of it. That would be cool. And then it should be a live tour. You can see what's going on, open the door, what's behind it.
Well, and there's
I think I'd watch that.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah.
I mean, what does 5,000 tons of gold look like?
What does
How
it
big
look
is
like?
that? Is it the size of this?
It's got to be pretty big, you know.
It's got to be a lot of gold.
Maybe there's some other stuff in there, just walk around, I don't know, maybe they got some other stuff in there.
Are you thinking about auditing the Federal Reserve as well, which is obviously
yeah, sure.
Regulates our economy. I imagine you think the waste has got to be everywhere.
Yeah, no, waste is pretty much everywhere. People ask, how can you find waste in D.C.? I'm like, look, it's like being in a room, and this target, the wall, the roofs, and the floor are all targets. So it's you're going to close your eyes and go shoot in any direction. Because you can't miss, you know? So it's pretty wild. You just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars. Just a little bit, you know? It's wild.
It's scary, isn't it?
That's why I say it really is underrated if you add caring and competence, how much things improve.
Yeah.
And we just find so many totally crazy things, which, we're sharing with the public. We post everything we learn, so you can see it, you know.
What do you?
It's isn't it it's totally wild? We just did check the database on Social Security. It says how many alive Americans eligible for Social Security are there? And according to the database, it's over 400 million. And we're like, wait a second.
And how many are getting?
How old are they again?
Yeah.
And then like we found like one person in there is like 360 years old. I'm like, what, they know Ben Franklin or something? I mean,
yeah.
You know, America didn't exist before at that time. Like, so
yeah, we were colonies.
You know, maybe it's just me, but I think it's a red flag. I don't know.
But are there indications that that there were checks going to those people or any of those people?
Well, yeah.
That's, I guess, the question, right? I mean, I get the Social Security Administration is dumb, but are they paying these people? Are they that dumb? I don't know.
A bunch of money is going out from the Social Security Administration, and in fact, from all entitlements programs.
$72 billion in waste in like 7 years. That's $10 billion a year.
Well, I think the
fraudulent payments.
The rough estimate from Government Accountability Office is over $500 billion of fraud a year. $500 billion.
And how long of a time?
Per year.
Per year? On Social Security?
No, on all...
on all government?
On all entitlements.
All entitlements.
All entitlements, yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of actually makes sense when you look at the thing from a top level and say, like, okay, there's $7 trillion of spending by the government. What percentage do you think is fraudulent? Okay, exactly. Like a conservative estimate of the $7 trillion would be 10%. Conservative.
Probably a little higher than that, yeah.
Exactly.
Feels like a quarter out of every dollar, right?
But if the fraud's only 10% of $7 trillion, you've got $700 billion of fraud.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's like really easy to take advantage of the federal government. It's very easy. So.
Very easy. Look at COVID.
Yes.
Everybody got rich during COVID. I mean, look at all these scammers. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It looks like, in terms of the COVID payments, there was something like $200 billion of COVID payment fraud taken by fraudsters out of the country.
Out of the country, yeah.
That's like I think, listen, if there's going to be fraud, it should at least be domestic.
Yeah.
So, you know. But they managed to get $200 billion out of the country. I'm like, what? Didn't we notice that?
Let me ask you, let's do immigration here for a second. You know, there's this move now that Trump's latest thing is that he's going to cut funding, any kind of money that ends up in the hands of illegal immigrants. So if you're funding these sanctuary cities and states, that's how they thrive, right? They're paying for these hotels. That's all federal money. If you got a hotel in your city, in New York, you got all these hotels full of migrants, that's not state money. That's the feds are covering that. He's going to cut all that. It's really hard to deport 15 million people. And it seems like the move now is, let's see if we, especially at the rate that we're going, it seems like the move now is, let's make it so that they leave on their own. If there's no longer a dole system for them, if they can't get their hands on hotel rooms and money, they're going to go back, especially if there's no work.
Well, I think it's really important for people to understand that the Biden administration sent any possible money that they could if there was money they could send to facilitate and amplify illegal immigration, they sent it. Okay, they took money from FEMA, meant for helping Americans in distress, and sent that money to luxury hotels for illegal immigrants in New York. That is an outrage.
Yeah.
They actually did that. And not only that, even after the president signed an executive order saying it has to stop, the FEMA, the sort of whatever deep state bureaucrats still pressed send on $80 million last week to go to the Roosevelt Hotel in New York and other places last week. And now they're mad that it got stopped, and they're like trying to sue to have it be restored. It's like the gumption is
You think they're creating a new voter class? Would you think that was the goal when they opened up the borders for 4 years? Create a new voter class, get them citizenship, get them in, green cards, vote.
A lot of these things, like you don't actually have to assume some grand conspiracy. You just need to look at basic incentives.
Benefits.
So if the incentives, fundamentally, if the probability that an illegal is going to vote Democrat at some point, whether it's cheating, but eventually they can become citizens. But if the probability is like 80, 90%, you just look at California, which is supermajority Dem, and then the incentive is to maximize the number of illegals in the country. That is why the Biden administration was pushing to get in as many illegals as possible and spend every dollar possible to get as many, because every one of them is a customer, every one of them is a voter.
Yeah.
So the whole thing was a giant voter importation scam.
Pretty obvious.
Very obvious.
Yeah.
And then, moreover, then they actually created the CVP1 border app thing, where they were, which is like where they would literally fly people in. It's not like like at the point at which people are being flown in at your expense.
We're sending planes.
Building
to
a
pick people
wall
up
doesn't
and fly
matter.
them over the border.
Yeah, they're literally flying them in.
No other country in the world would do something like this. Nobody is this stupid.
Yeah, and then we found that it was like $100 million contract given to some guy in London, actually, oddly enough, for the CVP1 app. So they're flying illegals into the swing states.
Yeah.
And if you've got like a margin of victory of maybe 20,000 people, and you fly 200,000 illegals into that state, it's not going to be a swing state for long.
Change the numbers eventually. Maybe in 4 or 8 years, you're talking about
It's
perpetual
just a matter
power.
of time.
It's a long game.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
So it might take like a year for an asylum seeker or something to get a green card, and then 5 years for the citizenship. It's an investment that is guaranteed to pay off.
Yeah.
Just a question of when.
They all remember who brought them in and who left them here.
Exactly.
Exactly. I want to go back. I want to talk about Biden.
This is a big deal. Like I think a lot of people don't quite appreciate that this was an actual, real scam at scale to tilt the scales of democracy in America.
It's treasonous.
Treason.
Yeah. One more Biden question. I remember when they would do the electric car stuff, they would always try to box you out, even though you have the only electric car anybody wants. You said, I think this week, that you think that Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them, make NASA look bad, make the private sector look better, make you look good. You believe that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, of course.
I kind of agree. Why would he want to let you help them come down when you're supporting the president?
I mean, the Biden administration was attacking me next level.
Yeah.
The Department of Justice, or Injustice under the Biden administration, was.
Yeah.
They were suing SpaceX. They're suing SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers, and we're like, but it's actually illegal for us to hire asylum seekers because rocket technology is covered under ITAR rules, which means it's an advanced weapons technology.
Yeah.
And so we can only hire permanent residents or or citizens.
Right.
Like so we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And we said, like, so how can they sue us for not hiring asylum seekers when it's actually illegal for us to do so? But nonetheless, there was a big Department of Justice or Injustice case about this against SpaceX. So obviously it was an antagonistic situation. And those astronauts were supposed to be up there for 8 days, and now they're up there for 8 months. Does that make any sense? And we obviously could have brought them back sooner, but they didn't want anyone who supported President Trump to look good, basically.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
A lot of them are saying right now that the reason that you want to get into Social Security, that you want to get into all of these into Treasury and things like that, is that you're looking for personal information and you're trying to make more money.
Yeah.
I've never met anybody as rich as you that cared less about money in my life. Every time I hear a story about you, you're sleeping on a couch of some other guy in a city that you could buy the entire thing.
Yeah,
I don't think you care about money, do you?
No, actually, listen, like if I steal some Social Security, I can finally buy nice things.
Yeah.
You know?
And on that same question, they're also talking about you guys are going to end Social Security, you're going to end Medicare, you're going to end these things. I don't imagine that conversation has been had with the president, and that's the plan.
No, in fact, the actions that we're taking with the support of the president and the support of the agencies is what will save Medicare, what will save Social Security.
Yeah.
Because if the country goes insolvent, if all the money is just spent on paying interest on debt, there's no money left for anything.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I'm doing this, is because I was looking at the big picture here, and it's like, man, our debt's getting out of control. The interest payments, the interest on the national debt now exceeds the entire Defense Department budget.
It's $1 trillion a year in interest. Just to carry the money that we owe is $1 trillion a year.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
And rising rapidly. So like, a country is no different from a person. Country overspends, country goes bankrupt. Same as a person who overspends goes bankrupt. So it's not like optional to solve these things. It's essential. So
we're going to go bankrupt.
Yes,
yeah, we are. Couple minutes left here. Russia. There's a huge push from this administration.
Yeah. People like sometimes like
to end this war.
Say like,
yeah.
You know, I'm a bought asset of Putin.
Yeah.
I'm like, he can't afford me.
Yeah. I think you're worth more than Russia.
Think about it.
I like that. So, you're trying to end a war. Ending a war always means you have to compromise, you have to negotiate with an enemy or an adversary. That's just what it is. And right now, they are lambasting the president for trying a different method to a war that they haven't been able to end for 3.5 years or 3 years.
Yeah.
They're saying Trump's blaming Zelensky for the invasion. How do you process all of the negativity toward him for trying to end this war?
Well, first of all, I think we should have empathy for the people dying at the front lines. That's the most important thing. And people have been dying, you know, it's like, how many more years is this supposed to go on?
Yeah.
And imagine if that was your son, your father, you know, what are they dying for?
Yeah.
What exactly are they dying for? That line the line of engagement has barely moved for 2 years.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of people dead in trenches for what? And I'll tell you what for what. It's like for the biggest graft machine that I've ever seen in my life. That's for what. It's unreal. Like the amount of money that is being taken in graft and bribery is disgusting. And so what's actually happening is that those you know those poor guys are getting sent into a meat grinder for money. That's what's actually going on.
Yeah.
And it needs to stop.
And it seems, I mean, Trump is so pragmatic on this. He's just looking at it and he's saying, it's Ukraine, it's not our country, it's not a NATO ally. I just want to see people not dying. I want to see on both sides. I mean, think about how so many young men have died in Ukraine that the army is starting to age out. The military is aging out. You got 40 and 50-year-old guys fighting in a war because there's nobody left that's not killed or maimed in their 20s.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Think about how many people that is. If you're a humanitarian at all, you just got to end the war. Like, no matter what. Just get it over with.
Yes. People, they need to stop dying.
Yeah.
And the grift machine's got to stop, you know. So, and I think people, a lot of people out there don't realize, like, the president has a lot of empathy. He really cares, you know. He's a good man. So.
I got one more for you. I've been fascinated by you for a very long time.
Thanks.
I've never seen anybody that can, do so many things at the same time. I mean, you've got the rockets, you got the cars. I've always wanted to ask you, what is it like inside your mind? Like, is it just 1,000 miles an hour? I mean, are you?
Yeah.
Is it just not? I mean, does it ever stop? Do you sleep? How much do you sleep? What's? Paint us a picture of inside of the mind of a genius. Like, how do you do all this? Can you answer that question? It's not an easy question. Yeah.
I mean, my mind is a storm.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. It's a storm, but I mean, let me maybe tell you something. Like, you didn't ask the question, but I think it's worth kind of nonetheless maybe just elaborating on something, which is, I grew up in South Africa, but my morality was informed by America. I read comic books, played Dungeons and Dragons, and I watched American TV shows, and it seemed like America cared about being the good guys, about doing the right thing, and that's actually pretty unusual, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like
in the world, it's very unusual.
Yeah, it's not like actually.
Most countries don't do that.
No, they don't.
No.
And so I was like, yeah, you want to be this good. You want to be on the side of good. You want to care about what's right, and yeah. So that's
yeah.
what I believe in. So.
I gave you a tough one at the end.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's great. That's great. Elon Musk.
All right,
you're the
thank
man.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, guys.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House. I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch? You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference. It made all the difference.
Have you made the switch? You should.
Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the
Revolution.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda, check out our membership circles, and learn more about our centers.
What a glorious day. Hold it. How did I draw the card to follow Elon Musk? Come on, man. You bring out the world's wealthiest guy, Superman, I'm supposed to follow it? I'm just a crazy Irishman. This is a glorious day. You know why it's glorious? Kash Patel's director of the FBI. Confirmed by the United States Senate, as was Bobby Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth. Didn't they tell you it couldn't be done? Didn't they? All right there. Didn't the mainstream media say it couldn't be done? None of them, right? It's a glorious day. Mitch McConnell's gone. He retired, right? You did that. Remember on the Ukraine vote? Remember that? He broke his pick on that. You delivered that. Just like you delivered Tulsi and Bobby and Pete and Kash. They said Trump wouldn't get any of his cabinet members as key. He got them all. Why? Because of you. Scott Bessent today said Elon's group in the first 30 days found $55 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse, right? $55 billion. That's going to add up to $600, $700, $800 billion. In 1 month, they've done that. And President Trump comes that day. He's so excited. He says, hey, I think we can balance the budget, right? President Trump, hang on for a second. Let's just get it down under $1 trillion. We'll start there. Zelensky's been put in his place, right? Right? And the J6ers are here at CPAC. All of them. From the medium-high security prisons to the U.S. penitentiaries, to the men that got diesel therapy, all of them are here. Right? They don't like that up there. You don't like the J6s being here. The J6s are here. Hey, and let me tell you something else. I talked to Ambassador Rick Grinnell last night, and the J6ers, I think, the J6 choir is going to play the Kennedy Center for a night in honor of their families. In fact, I got an idea. The night that they play, the J6 choir plays and opens the new, with Rick Grinnell and President Trump as chairman. We have the J6 choir, right? And we invite all the families they try to destroy, the J6ers, and they get to sit in the boxes where the elite sit, right? And we take the elite for just one night, and we take them down to the D.C. gulag, right? For one night. Think they can handle that? I don't think so either. Game likes game, right? Game knows game, right? I tell you, it's game. The gentleman sitting in the White House, Donald J. Trump, it's a glorious day. Days of thunder. Days of thunder and years of lightning. Every day is Christmas Day. Every day you get more executive orders, more executive actions. It's not going to stop. But you know what's the most important thing of all that? It's you. You're here today at CPAC. You represent the tip of the spear of the populist nationalist movement. All of that, from Kash to McConnell leaving, to the J6 being free, right? To Zelensky being put in his place. And Elon just said it right there. It's been nothing but grift. The parents and the kids in Ukraine didn't want him to die. Who wanted him to die? The globalists want him to die. Who said stop it? You said stop it. You gave voice to President Trump. Now, why is it so important that all the media's here and the world's here and the Financial Times of London and the New York Times and all these, why are they all here? They're not here to see me. They can see me every day on Real America's Voice screaming like a madman into a microphone. They can see Rob Schmidt and Elon. Elon's everywhere, right? It's great he did this. He's everywhere, right? JD Vance, gave a great speech, and you can see JD all the time. President Trump's going to give a magnificent speech on Saturday, is he not? But they get enough of President Trump every day, don't they? Hell yeah. He calls them into the Oval Office. He's signing executive executive orders, and they're sitting there throwing these questions. Ba-boom, ba-boom. He's like a howitzer. Oh, they got enough of President Trump. You know what they're really here for? They're here because of you. They can't defeat what they don't understand. They can't destroy what they don't understand, right? They can't contain what they don't understand. From Riyadh to Beijing to Berlin to the city of London to Buenos Aires, you name it, in every world capital, every hedge fund, every political consultant, all the money, all the power, all the legislation. You know what they want? They want to understand MAGA. You know why? You represent the best of the American people. In your righteous indignation, you rose up. Right? You rose up. How many times I've been doing this? Last 2 or 3 years? What did I tell you last year on this very stage? We're going to win. We're going to win the primary. We're going to win the general election. And Donald Trump's going to return to the White House. And all these guys, all the mainstream media, the fake news, mocked and ridiculed. Trump's not going to win the primary, right? They had, who was it? Nikki Haley? Had Governor, and I like Governor DeSantis' life. Is Governor DeSantis dropped out by then? I don't remember. Well, it was soon thereafter. You had Trump's back. You had Trump's back in those dark days of 2021, did you not? Remember, he went to Mar-a-Lago, and it was like a lion in winter, and they all abandoned him except for you. And the Schlaps had enough guts and courage to taking the CPAC in Orlando and march 47 days after he had gone into exile because, guess what? They stole the 2020 election. Is there any doubt in your mind that they stole the 2020 election? They stole it. And they know they stole it. They thought you were finished. They were going to debank you. They were going to deplatform you. You are nothing but trash. You're nothing but garbage. You're nothing but deplorables. Right? You surprised them with Hillary Clinton in 16, and guess what? 74 million, 11 more than we had in 2016 voted when you won the 2020 election. And the reason the J6ers are here and they're patriots is because that was a Fed surrection, totally set up by the FBI, by the Justice Department, by DA, all of them. And we're going to show the receipts. We're going to show the receipts. And they thought, Trump's finished, and you're finished. No. I want you to look within yourself right now of that journey. Go back to 2021. Go back to your life. Go back to the anxiety, and man, Trump won, but they stole it. The system's so big, so corrupt, so powerful. Remember that? Back on our heels, right? You didn't quit, just like in any military contest. We got a rally point. We dug the guide on in and said, you know what? Regroup, dust ourselves off, fix bad nets. We're charging again. That is why Kash Patel is the director of the FBI. That is why Bobby Kennedy is the head of HHS. That is why Tulsi Gabbard is a DNI. That is why Pete Hegseth is across the river in the Pentagon. Fix bayonets. Fix bayonets. You're not going to stop. You know why they fear you in Riyadh. You know why they fear you in Beijing. You know why they fear you in Berlin and the city of London, because they know you're not stoppable, right? This time, almost 80 million votes, 40% of black men in this country came and voted with you and supported you. Majority of Hispanic families voted with you. Every Asian American in this country, come. This is your home, is MAGA, right? Everybody from India that's here in the United States as a citizen, come. This is your home, MAGA, right? Make America healthy again. Do it like that. We're going to hard weld Maha to MAGA. You're unstoppable. You're unstoppable, and they know that. You don't think in Riyadh they know that. You don't think in Rome they know that. You don't think in Berlin they know that. The righteous indignation of the American people, just like every patriot grave, just like the Revolution, the Civil War, and World War II, they understand when the American people, with its common sense, isn't what President Trump say, a revolution of common sense, right? It's also a revolution of common decency. The decency, the grit, the determination, the courage of the American people is unparalleled in world history. This is why we have our best and brightest on every battlefield all throughout the world, from the South Pacific to Europe to North Africa. What other nation on earth's ever done that? None. What other people have ever done that? None. Only you. And you rose up, and you said, you know what? Trump is our guy. Is President Trump perfect? No, he's far from perfect. He's an imperfect instrument. But I will tell you, General Washington was an imperfect instrument. Abraham Lincoln was an imperfect instrument. And he's the third. These come along about every 100 years. Leaders that take us in a new direction. And that's what Trump has done. It was divine providence that won 16. And it was divine providence hand that let them steal 2020. Because we had to see how depraved they were. We had to see how demonic they were. We had to see what they were prepared to do to this country. And what did you do? Did you ever falter? No, you did not. Did you ever doubt? No, you did not. Did you ever question? No, you did not. And you know what it brought us? A glorious, glorious, glorious victory. The reason these phonies in the mainstream media, who are nothing but the propaganda department for the ruling class in this world, right? They fear you. They fear you because they understand you're not beatable. You're not beatable. They've had every shot. And right now, and I want people to celebrate and to come together. We're going to do it the next couple of days. But understand the toughest part of this war is ahead of us. I've never promised you anything. I've never promised you sunlit uplands. I said it's ahead of us, maybe decades. But it's times in American history that people have to lay it all down. You're expendable to get to bridge to the other side. You know that. You're not asking for a handout. You're not asking for a pat on the head, right? You're not asking for a thank you. All you're asking for is, where is my musket? Where's my bayonet? And where do I go over the top? The other question, they're all running around. What's the future of MAGA? What's the future in 2028? We ain't worried about 2028. We're worried about today and tomorrow and the next day. That's how we won. We didn't go back in 2021. Well, what's going to happen in 2024? No, it's every single day. You report for duty and we get it done. Action, action, action. So media, you don't have to come up and ask me. I'm going to tell you right now. The future of America is MAGA, okay? And the future of MAGA is Donald J. Trump. We want Trump in 28. That's what they can't stand. A man like Trump comes along only once or twice in a country's history, right? We want Trump. 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 God, I love you. Nothing's gonna work them up like that. No. They want to say, oh, Trump's a lame duck, Trump's this, Trump's that, Trump's not around 28. Trump is here. He's the leader of this movement. When they record the history of this age, they ain't gonna remember me or Elon Musk or Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity. They're gonna remember two things: Donald Trump and MAGA, okay? And you know why? You know why they know they can't beat you and why they're so upset? Your agency, your human agency. You did this yourselves. You came, you worked through it. You said, I'm gonna put aside fear. I'm gonna put aside questions of concern. I'm gonna put aside my anxiety of the 2020 election being stolen. I'm gonna get together. We're gonna fight. We're not gonna back off any day. Your agency, your human agency, right? They can come up with all the algorithms in Silicon Valley they want. They can take away half of the economy as far as labor goes. Human agency is what drives this world forward, right? This is the Holy Spirit working through us. Your agency. That's why Trump, General Washington and Lincoln and Trump, they come along every 100 years. Most nations never have them. We've had 3. He is an instrument of divine providence, right? Of course he is. Look what he's running. Look at what this capital has become. The revolutionary generation never anticipated this imperial capital, right? If they came back today, they would spit on the floor to see what we've allowed to do, what we've allowed to happen, right? With the lords of easy money and the oligarchs. And they would say, hey, what we need is a populist nationalist revolution. And guess what? Donald Trump gave them one, right? It's going to get so tough. It's going to get so hard. Are you going to quit or are you going to back Trump? Are you prepared to fight? When he made the moral decision to come back from Mar-a-Lago, understand they were going to put him in prison for 700 years, right? They were going to bankrupt him. They're going to destroy his family. What did he do? He came back in 47 days and said, I'm in. Are you in? Right? When they tried to shoot him, when they tried to assassinate him, and he was on the ground right there, they could have crawled off like any other politician in the world. What did he do? He got up. And what did he say? What did he say? I can't hear you. Are you prepared to fight for Trump? Are you prepared to fight for this republic? Are you prepared to fight for this country? The hardest, toughest days are ahead, folks, but you know what? Riyadh, Berlin, Beijing, Moscow, the city of London, right here. This is not beatable. You can't, the only way we lose is if we quit. The only way we don't have victory if we surrender. The only way that they win is we retreat. And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight. Amen. God bless you. You are amazing. You've honored every patriot in this country, every patriot grave. You've honored them through your agency. This is all you.
President Trump for standing up for America's families. With the stroke of a pen, President Trump is shutting down radical gender ideology and racist indoctrination in our schools, protecting children from dangerous, irreversible transgender surgeries, defending the truth that there are only two genders and saving women's sports. They'll do anything to stop President Trump, but he's not backing down, and neither are we.
Who's AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings with no guarantees. Funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We've just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of the Ben Shapiro Show, Ben Shapiro.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, how are you? How's it going, guys? How are y'all? Well, folks, you know, I'm not famous for being a particularly optimistic sort. If you've ever listened to my show, I'd say morosity, depression, that may be a feeling that's come over you once in a while listening to my show where I describe what's going on in the country. But I can safely say I have never felt more optimistic about the United States than I do right now. And that is thanks to President Donald J. Trump. Now, one of the things that's sort of mysterious about President Trump is the fact that he isn't really an ideological conservative. You know, people like me, I grew up in the movement. I grew up reading Thomas Sowell and Friedrich Hayek and reading Russell Kirk. I don't think President Trump has ever sat around reading those people. I don't think he sits around at night and browses Edmund Burke or anything. And so the question is, why is it that this man, who is not truly an ideological conservative, is the most successful conservative president of my lifetime, bar none? It's a real question. And I think to understand that, the thing that we need to understand about President Trump is that more than anything else, and in this era, needed more than anything else, President Trump lives in the world of reality. President Trump has been slandered by the media as somebody who creates fictions of his own and sort of lives within those fictions and says a lot of words that don't always match up with the truth and all that kind of stuff. The reality is that President Trump, in his gut, lives in the real world. Which is why President Trump wins so often, because if you are going to win, you have to acknowledge reality, because reality always wins. And this is what makes President Trump conservative. Conservatism lines up really, really well with reality. The reason that President Trump won the last election cycle is because the Democratic Party, the left, completely disconnected themselves from reality, in every possible way. They ran screaming with their hair on fire, their blue hair on fire, away from reality. President Trump embraces reality with both arms. When it comes to the world of economics, for example, President Trump only cares about success. He cares about economic dynamism. He cares about American businesses being able to build and succeed. And he understands that in order for all those things to happen, you have to free American business from the shackle of regulation and government. You have to allow businesses to innovate. That you have to allow people to rise and fall on their own merit. Meritocracy has to be valued more than, say, identity politics and DEI. President Trump knows that in his guts because he's a business person. President Trump has had to make payroll. Unlike literally every leader of the Democratic Party over the course of my lifetime, he is not a career politician, which means he's always been answerable to reality. And that means that when he unleashes another businessman, Elon Musk, inside the government and says, go in there with a meat axe and start taking out programs, that is what a businessman would do. If you came into a business as a business person and it was rife with waste, fraud, and abuse, you wouldn't sit around and run a commission on it. You would start firing people. You would go in and you'd start making changes. You'd start breaking things and moving quickly. And President Trump is doing precisely that. You can see business optimism in the country is skyrocketing specifically because of that. Meanwhile, the Democrats don't know what to do because their cherished blue pipeline, which is what the federal government is. It is a permanent payment program for the left, the federal government. They have permanent institutions that exist outside the government. They take literally trillions of your taxpayer dollars, and then they funnel all that money out to their political allies inside and outside the government. And Donald Trump came in and he broke the pipeline. Why? Because he lives in the world of reality. When we're talking about foreign policy, President Trump lives in the world of reality. When President Trump looks at the situation in Ukraine, he doesn't say, well, you know what, we're not going to set an endpoint. We're not really going to set a goal. We're just going to wing it. We're just going to go along with this for years. He says, listen, here's the reality. The reality is that there is a grinding trench warfare situation in Ukraine. There is very little shot that Ukraine is going to be able to win back Donbass and Crimea. And we don't want Ukraine to actually fall to the Russians. And so we know what an off-ramp looks like. Now it's just a question of how do we get to that off-ramp. That is what a practical person does. That is a person who lives in reality. That's not a person who wants to speak airy-fairy nonsense and nostrums about democracy and tyranny. All that stuff sounds nice, but does it get the job done is the question that President Trump is always asking. Does it get the job done? When it comes to the Middle East, President Trump has completely broken the mold. The sort of ancient wisdom of the State Department, which has been wrong for 80 years in the Middle East, is that the only way that you actually achieve peace in the Middle East is to make the Palestinian issue front and center. President Trump in his first term totally turned that on his head. He ignored it, and peace broke out in the Middle East. President Trump has now thrown onto the table a solution with regard to the Gaza Strip that is breaking people's brains and also happens to be the only plausible solution anyone has proposed in about a century in this particular area. Because it turns out that when you have a population group that literally held today a celebration of dead babies in the Gaza Strip, babies they had murdered in the Gaza Strip, it turns out that a two-state solution in which one of those states is actually run by those people is a really bad idea. And President Trump knows that, and he says it, because he lives in the world of reality. And this is how you chalk up victories. When it comes to China, President Trump is a realist. He understands that China is globally an opponent of the United States, and that we need to stand up to Chinese predations, stealing our IP, buying American land, funneling fentanyl precursors through Mexico. He understands on immigration that a realistic nation cannot have an open border. You cannot have a welfare state and an open border and pretend that that's workable. President Trump understands that. Well, now, all of this sounds commonsensical to all of us, right? Because it is commonsensical. But in Washington, D.C., commonsensical is not the way things have been run. Instead, people have been so wedded, not to victory, not to winning, not to achieving things, but to saying things properly in just the right way to get the right coverage in the New York Times or in the Wall Street Journal or in whatever media outlet they're pandering to, that they never actually think about what wins and what loses. And then there's the matter of the reality of our daily lives. President Trump understands that what most Americans want is not identity politics. What most Americans want is not some bizarre notion about androgyny where men can be women and women can be men, and that we're sort of free-floating sets of feelings existing within the meat suits that we wear around. President Trump understands basic things that the left has completely abandoned and that he was willing to say. Stuff that was uncontroversial, 5 minutes ago, like boys are not girls, right? Like these are controversial statements to make, but President Trump understands that that actually has some pretty deep ramifications when you say things like boys are not girls, such as perhaps men have a role to play that is different from women's role. That does not mean that women shouldn't be in the workplace, obviously, and it doesn't mean that men shouldn't help take care of the kids, but it does mean that men being masculine is a good thing, and it means that women being wives and mothers is a good thing too. And that no country that ignores these basic truths can survive and grow and thrive. President Trump acknowledges and knows that the things that most Americans want, whether they are Hispanics living down on the border of Texas or whether they're white Americans living up on the border of Canada, those things are basically the same. They want to be able to live in safety, free of crime, with prosperity, being able to hold down a job in a growing, innovative, dynamic economy. They want to be able to go to their church and worship God and share that with their community without the government getting in their way. These are all things that, again, sound so easy. They sound so easy. But the way that President Trump measures whether a thing is true or not is whether it works. And that is why he has been so unbelievably successful. Now, when it comes to us, what can we do? This does say something to the rest of us. I think that I talk for a living, right, which is a really fun way to make a living. But the reality is that people come to me all the time and say, how do I make a difference in politics? And obviously there are things that we all can do, right? I spent the last election cycle campaigning with a variety of Senate candidates and with President Trump. I went out and I did things, but the things that most of us can do, aside from all the normal political fighting that Steve was talking about earlier, which is really important, the thing that is most important is to live a reality-based life, to be a model to our children, to be a model to our community, to build the social fabric that actually makes this country work, to create the businesses that make the country function, to engage in everyday common virtue. Because the truth is, the country is not just built by President Trump. We love President Trump. He's doing an amazing job. He should continue to be healthy and well and continue to succeed day in and day out. We're all praying for him. Okay, but the country also runs because of the people who are doing the everyday things, whose names we don't know, right? You, people I know, all the people out there who are just living with their families and bringing up their kids in the correct fashion in a country that is growing and thriving, building those building blocks, taking those building blocks and actually making the country work on a day-to-day level. President Trump is clearing the field for you. He's clearing the field for me, right? The Republicans, I hope, are going to do that. But then it's our job to actually build. And that's what we should be focused on, not just on politics over the next 4 years or 8 years or 20 years. We should be focused on the building, because that project, that's the project that never ends. The political fight will always be there. There's no such thing as permanent victory. There will be losses in the future, but the one thing that we can do every single day is continue to build. And thank God, President Trump, the reason I'm optimistic, President Trump has brought us back to a world of reality where that building is possible, and we should all build together. Thank you so much. And now, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. And now, I want to take the opportunity to welcome out my buddies from the Daily Wire for an episode of Backstage Live.
So well, you're a man, so that makes sense. I know we can drink this delicious 45, 47 whiskey. Can we smoke the Mayflower cigars too, or is that... Are we... Washington, D.C. is a little...
What's the worst thing that could happen?
Yeah.
Welcome to CPAC and Backstage Live.
Pass on the booth.
You'll have the whole bottle.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a show that we do once a month at the Daily Wire. In fact, we're going to do it again on March 4th for the President's Joint Session of Congress, where we get the whole team together and we talk about what's on our mind. And so this will be a little bit different than the other panels that have happened throughout the day because we have to do ad reads. It's okay. It's how we buy the plane tickets to get out here. What I want to talk about, though, first, right out of the gate, today is 30 days of Donald Trump into his second term. Which means even if you don't like Donald Trump, you're 30 days closer to it being the end of Donald Trump.
The Democrats must be thrilled. I don't know if they are.
I want to talk about all the amazing things that have happened in this first 30 days. One of the most dynamic and energetic beginnings of any presidency, certainly in my lifetime. And since we got all of our pals here at CPAC, let's just talk about how great it's been. Michael.
My favorite thing, this is very difficult, because I loved when President Trump Napoleon posted on Twitter and Truth Social. I thought that was great. Loved that. I loved when JD Vance gave lectures on Thomistic philosophy to that CBS News lady on television. That was great. But my favorite thing, I think, my actual favorite initiative for the first 30 days has got to be the presidential pardons. I felt politically it was very important for the J6 pardons to go through, but my favorite pardons, though, my absolute favorite, the pro-lifers who were unjustly imprisoned by Joe Biden and the Democrats. They are American heroes. I ran into one of them outside, John Hinshaw. He might be in this room right now. These are American heroes. These are deeply virtuous people. They were trampled on by their government, and Donald Trump rectified a major, major wrong. He deserves a lot of credit for it. You know, if I were to say my favorite thing from Trump's term, number two, I'll get to number one, but number two.
You only get one.
Well, I got to. My runner-up is Trump at least talking about potentially taking back control of the Panama Canal. That's a little bit of a deep cut, but I think that's an important thing. That's good. And Greenland too. Maybe we're taking Canada. We'll see. We got to get rid of move the Canadians somewhere else, because we don't want the Canadians, but we want Canada. We want the land, not so much the people on it. We'll move them to reservations up in the Arctic, and they'll be quite happy. But my actual favorite thing is what I think is basically the end of the trans agenda of gender ideology in this country. Yeah. This is. The fight continues because the people that advocate for this butchery and this insanity aren't just going to go away. They're going to find a way to continue victimizing kids, and so the fight will continue in that way. But look, we've got, with Donald Trump, in just a few weeks, we have banning men from women's sports. We have putting an end to child castration in the hospitals, defining sex as man and woman. And I think that
The legal stuff is really important, but just the bully pulpit, having a person in a position of authority who's willing to say the obvious thing, which is that men are men and women are women, which, by the way, is something that everyone has always known. Every single person in the world has always known that. But for a period of time, a lot of people were afraid to say what they knew to be true because and thanks to Donald Trump, thanks to a lot of people that have been in the fight. But what they needed was someone in a position of power like Donald Trump to say this obvious true thing. And so I think it's the beginning of the end of gender ideology in this country.
Andrew Klavan, you have opinions?
Yeah, by far my favorite thing about the Trump administration has been the absolute decimation and destruction of the mainstream media. I mean, it has been like that scene in Game of Thrones where the woman has to walk naked through the streets while people shout shame and throw rotten vegetables at her. Except it's been better because it's been the mainstream media walking naked through the streets. And they've just been reduced, and I knew this the moment—
No one wants to see that, Drew.
the moment the results of the election came in, this kind of blanket of peace passed over me because I realized what had happened, that we'd beaten them. And
that was death, Drew.
Yeah, that may be death, yeah. But it couldn't have happened without Trump. It couldn't have happened without Trump. But it couldn't have happened without us, too, and all the Joe Rogans and all the podcasters and all the small media that grew up suddenly and exposed them for what they were. And the benefits, the side benefits of this, is it has put a little tiny bit of steel in the Republican Party. These guys,
like this much.
You know, this place that we're in right now is surrounded by media like this steel bubble, I should call it. And they think when the New York Times says something, it's the people talking. They think, oh my gosh, it's in the New York Times, my career will be destroyed. And now they realize it's in the New York Times, a bird is going to crap on it, and no one's going to remember what anybody said.
So far, I've enjoyed this panel very much because we're living up to our sort of reputation at the Daily Wire. Your favorite thing about Trump is us.
Yeah.
And your favorite thing about Trump is your movie.
Yeah.
And Michael's just here for the booze.
That's true. And the cigars. And the Mayflower cigars.
Delicious Mayflower cigars. Ben, the best thing about the first 30?
Well, so by far the best thing that has happened during the first 30 days was that exchange that he had with the Afghan lady reporter, which is one of the great moments in all of media history. And if you haven't seen it, folks, you absolutely should Google it because it is legitimately one of the funniest things that has ever happened in the history of the media. There's a reporter from Afghanistan who asked President Trump a question in a very thick accent, and he had no idea what she was saying. And he said, "Your voice, it's so beautiful, so melodious. I don't understand a word you're saying. God bless and live long, live in peace." And it's like, wow, he went like full Spock at the end. Like, it was great. So that was great, just as a moment. And there have been many such wonderful moments, including I don't care, Margaret, right, from the vice president. And there are a bunch of like great memeable moments. And of course, Elon is a walking meme, as you've seen. But in terms of actual policy, I think the most important thing that President Trump has done is he has exposed the reality, which is that the amount of power that has aggregated in the executive branch over the course of time is extraordinary, and it is at the behest of the President of the United States. So for two reasons, this is really important. One, because the Democratic Party established over the course of the last 100-odd years, really since Woodrow Wilson, that the executive branch was going to be the predominant branch of American government, and all power was going to be centralized in it, spending power, regulatory power, all of it. And then they basically said, and Republicans can't touch it. When we run it, we'll run it, and we'll put permanent employees in place so that when you run it, you don't run it. And President Trump came in, and he said, no. You've given all this power to the executive branch. Guess what? Guess who's the president now? It's me. And
long live the king.
And he literally put out an executive order saying, like yesterday, all of you people work for me. And here's your reminder. The executive branch is a branch of government. There is no fourth branch of government that is an unelected bureaucracy, and thus, you work for my agenda. And this is great for a couple of reasons. One, because it means that he's going to be actually able to clean out so much of the rot inside these institutions, and that's what DOJ is in large part. But second, I think it sets up the predicate for if there is going to be a useful constitutional fight, which I kind of like, then let that fight be about the prerogatives of Congress. Let Congress try to actually go back to the original structure in a fair way, because for too long, Republicans have been playing by the Marcus of Queensberry rules on this stuff. Whereas I say, the rules apply when Republicans are in power, and then they stop applying the minute a Democrat is in power. And President Trump, as I said before, he lives in reality, and for President Trump, there's no set of rules where there are two sets of rules, right? There's either one set for everybody or there ain't no rules.
Yeah.
And he says there's one set of rules for everybody. I'm the president, and now all you people work for me or you're fired, which is just wonderful.
I have to say my favorite thing about the presidency so far is just the sheer chaotic disruption that Donald Trump represents. Everything from saying, that he's going to build Trumpistan in the Middle East.
Maragaza.
Maragaza, yeah.
Gazalago.
It's a work in progress. I love it because what it says is the way you guys have been thinking about this for the entire lifetime of every person involved in international politics is wrong. And it's not even necessarily that I agree with every single one of Trump's disruptions. It's that I agree with the idea of the disruption itself that Trump represents, because only through disruption do you shake things up from the status quo and create the actual opportunity for change. And I actually think President Trump sort of understands this. I think he wields it. I think half of the things that Donald Trump says, he doesn't exactly mean, but what he understands is that in the act of saying it, he breaks everyone out of their comfort zone and creates the opportunity for actual meaningful change. And that's an enormous skill. It's something that he's been doing in his business life for all of living memory. Donald Trump's very old, not as old as Andrew Clayton, but he's not a young man. And he's very successfully done this. He keeps people from being able to get to complacency, keeps people from believing that just because something has been the way means that it must continue to be the way. And you see it particularly, I think, in places like Doge. I think Elon Musk is the greatest living American. I think that he is. We should clap for Elon Musk. He's probably still here. He's probably still here, and any one of us at any moment could be the recipient of one of his children. So it's like it's a really important thing to say on Elon's good side. I think Elon's the greatest living American. I think that Elon is one of the only people in the world actively trying to build a future. I think that for too long, the left has been the only ideological movement in the country who believes that there will be a future, and the future that they believe in is one that does not include us. And for too long, people on the right have sort of given up on the idea of a future. We've become a little bit black-pilled, a little bit nihilistic, a little bit conspiratorial and afraid that tomorrow must be worse than today, and which is worse than yesterday. Elon doesn't subscribe to that at all. He not only believes that America's best days are ahead of it, he's actively working to make that happen. And that is what you want in the government. We are going to take questions, and I believe that the place where we're going to take questions is over in this. They told me it's down there, but I don't know where down there means. But we're going to spend a lot of our time interacting with you guys because you bought the tickets, and we get to hear from each other, all day, every day. I could have told you all of their answers. I know what they wanted in the green room. Only green M&Ms for Ben.
Classic.
All the other M&Ms for Michael. He's not very discriminating.
No.
We're going to take a lot of questions from you, but first, Ben Shapiro.
Well, folks, let's talk about how you stay healthy, okay? Because let's be real about this. You need to stay healthy. And if you wish to stay healthy, Balance of Nature fruits and veggies will make it happen for you. There's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and veggies daily. Imagine trying to eat 31 different fruits and veggies every day. That sounds horrible. It sounds like torture. It sounds like a year in jail with Nancy Pelosi. Well, Balance of Nature takes fruits and veggies, they freeze dry them, they turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. And let me tell you, I can pop those directly into the protein smoothie, and that keeps me looking like a Greek god. I know it doesn't look like that from the outside, but I can promise you that I am absolutely jacked. Well, believe me or don't believe me, that's your choice. But you should believe me when I say that you should take Balance of Nature fruits and veggies every day, and your body will do the rest. Head on over to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code BACKSTAGE for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Plus, get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com. Promo code BACKSTAGE.
Can I
and
say,
thank you for helping, like pay our bills and everything.
Can I say, Ben, those were the most powerful remarks ever delivered on this stage. Wow. Balance of Nature. I thought it was
you were
really
sitting
compelling.
next to the man who called for the eradication of transgenderism from our national polity on stage.
Well, second.
Right
Okay,
now.
it was second. It was second.
Now eradicate ill health from your body forever.
Balance
with
of
Balance
Nature.
of Nature.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
So, One of the things that we like to do on Backstage is move beyond just politics and talk about culture, talk about religion, talk about the things that make our life meaningful. One of the things that's been on my mind a lot in this really triumphant moment the last 30 days.
Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni.
How did you know? Who are they? One of the things that's really on my mind is that when you're in these triumphant political moments, it can seem suddenly like your life is going to be good because we're winning in the very important but somewhat abstract realm of politics. But the truth is, your life may continue to be quite bad.
And pick her up right here.
Listen, I'm good at that.
Everybody's in a good mood, and Jeremy's like, and then you'll die.
And then you'll die. And at the same time, your life may have been very good these last 4 years while Joe Biden was president, even though things in our national politics were going quite poorly. And so I think it's important in these moments to reflect on what are the actual things we can do in our own lives to ensure that we're living lives that are honoring to God, productive for our family, productive for our country. It can't just be that we're watching news on television. It can't even just be that we're actively engaged in politics and being somewhat activist. How are we to live our lives in light of the moment in which we live?
You know, there's a big debate that's been on the right, and it's become more emphasized in recent years, and it's actually a very old debate between the classical understanding of freedom and the more modern understanding of freedom. And the way that it's usually summarized is by Lord Acton, who says that freedom is not the ability to do what we wish, but the right to do what we ought. And I certainly subscribe to that view of things. But what that means is exactly what Jeremy was just saying, which is that the ways in which our freedoms have been restricted in recent years, by Joe Biden certainly, and by many liberals, is that he denied us the right to do what we ought to do. He said, if you go to your church, you're going to be spied on by the FBI. He said that if you run a Catholic hospital, we're going to sue you, even if you're nuns. He said if you go pray peacefully in front of a Planned Parenthood abortion mill, we're going to throw you in prison. He was denying you the right to do what you ought to do. You see this in the attacks on marriage, the attacks on education, the attacks on children. We could be here all night listing these attacks on what we have a right to do. Now we have the right to do those things. President Trump has passed a number of executive orders that have really taken the government out of the business of oppressing Christians and families and kids and all the like. But that means that now we have to go to church. That means we have to form our families. That means we have to educate our kids. You know, now we do have the right to do those things. We do have our freedom back. But that freedom doesn't mean anything. It's kind of like with free speech. Free speech doesn't mean anything if you don't have anything to say. So you have to live out those substantive goods in your life.
I hate it when people clap for you. I really do. True.
Well, I mean, it is this kind of trick about being a conservative, is that you believe that the government should stay out of your business so you can be free. But now you're free. What are you going to do, right?
Yeah,
It all comes down to us. It's really not about please do this and please pass this program. It's get rid of all that stuff so I can do the things that I want to do. And the thing about Donald Trump is you know, movements happen almost organically. They almost happen by themselves. They're like waves that come in. And I work in the arts my whole life, and you see in the arts, there'll come a moment when there's a Picasso or a Marlon Brando, somebody who changes the game, but that game was already changing. He just represents that change. And that's true of Donald Trump. Without him, it wouldn't have happened, but at the same time, he is at the head of a movement that's organically happening. And that movement has a lot to do with our old friend, Uncle God. The arguments that for hundreds of years have slowly drained the faith out of Western culture have collapsed. They've collapsed scientifically, they've collapsed morally, they've collapsed experientially. And so God is now suddenly in with the intellectual crowd, as well he should be. Yeah. And I think that this is the moment for us, each of us, not all of us, but each of us, to ask ourselves, who is this God and what does he want from me? Because every single person, not just in this room, but walking on the face of the planet, knows he is not yet the person he was made to be. And I think that that's something, I don't know, I think about it every day, I pray about it every day, and I think that's something everybody should be doing, because we're all here to create something. Maybe it's a family, maybe it's just a way of looking at things, maybe it's a business, maybe it's, you know, works of art, whatever it is, we're all here to make stuff. And you make stuff out of your heart, and you make stuff out of who you are, and working toward becoming who you are is something you can't do alone. You got to do it with God. And I think this is the moment for us to reconsider what that means to believe and what it means in our personal lives, and then act it out and live it out.
I also think about God every day and about how you're not yet the man that you were made to be.
Yeah, every day you pray.
Every day.
And he calls me like at 3 in the morning. It's like,
Matt.
What was the question?
Ben.
I mean, first of all, I'm having trouble getting over Drew calling God Uncle God. I really am.
When you're as old as Drew.
Wow.
We've been around a long time. We've been together a long time.
My goodness, it's rare that you spring a new one on me, but Uncle God was definitely a new one. So I think that one of the great dangers that conservatives face right now is that so many of our institutions have been thoroughly corrupted by the left that the temptation is to destroy all of them. And you see this in government. A huge number of institutions in government are completely broken, need to be destroyed, rebuilt from the ground up. But my problem is that I see some people, Andrew Tate, who are attempting to take social institutions and then destroy those social institutions as well. Pretend that they are meritless, that because there have been bad things that have been done to those institutions, now you throw out the baby with the bathwater, and those institutions are themselves meretricious and need to be destroyed. And the substitute morality that is offered is actually amorality. It's actually sin. And that is a deeply disturbing and disturbed point of view. The thing that we all need to do, I think, and what I hope to do, in my own life, is not to make excuses. Okay, this is the biggest thing, and this to me is the essence of conservatism. Stop making excuses for your own failure. It is one thing to point to an actual wrong that is being done in the world and say that this wrong needs to be corrected, because the world is filled with wrongs and it's filled with injustices and it's filled with bad things that do need correction. It is another thing to look at your own failure and then not say, what can I fix? But instead look out there at, the institution. I can't find a girl. Thus, the institution of marriage is broken, and thus I should treat women like trash. Okay, that is a terrible way to go about your life. The answer to finding a good woman is to be a good man, right? The answer to having a good marriage is to find a good woman and engage in a good marriage. The answer to finding yourself a better church is to find yourself a better church. If you don't actually like the church that you're going to, if it's been taken over by wokies, then the answer is not, well, I guess we're done with the church is stupid, we're not doing it anymore. The answer is to either form your own or to find a more traditional instituted church that is not doing those stupid things. And I think one of the great temptations of politics is to assume that politics can solve everything. That you got problems in your life, economic, spiritual, marital, and politics is going to solve all of those problems. If only you can go after somebody out there and blame those people, well, then that gives you the license to do really whatever you want. And then the failures that spring therefrom are not your own fault. And that, to me, is a sin. It's a sin against yourself. It's a sin against your society. It's a sin against the God who created you, gave you free will, the ability to choose, and the skills with which to do something productive in the world.
Yeah. I was in a dialogue with someone online once who was talking about how because divorce laws are punitive toward men, which is undeniably true, that marriage itself should be eradicated. And this person kept saying over and over, my wife left me and she destroyed my relationship with my children. She took the house. She got half of my money. I didn't want a divorce. She chose to get this divorce. And he had tons of followers. He's creating tons of energy around this argument. And I said, listen, there's no question divorce laws are punitive toward men. They need to be changed. All of the incentives around marriage have become deeply inverted to the detriment of our society. These are real policy issues that need to be addressed. I said, but I do think that you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, I'm sorry that this happened to you, that your wife left you for no reason. He said, well, I mean, she had a reason. I cheated on her. And I said, oh, well, there you go. Methinks the policy that you are actually against is the policy of you. Yeah. You're the policy of consequence, of just consequence. And that doesn't
one of
mean
the Ten Commandments. That's the policy that he opposed.
Yeah, Uncle God's policies. But it is nevertheless the case that most of what your life will be is what you make of it. There will be parts of your life that are impacted by outside forces, absolutely. And the beauty of politics is that we have the opportunity, especially in a country like this one, to do something about those policies that impede our ability to live our lives. But I was backstage talking to Mike Rowe. He mentioned there are 8 million open jobs in this country right now. There are 7 million working age men who aren't just unemployed, they have removed themselves from the workforce. They're not looking for a job. They don't want a job. They feel disenfranchised because they have been disenfranchised, but they are also participating in their own disenfranchisement. And one of the things I've learned in life, one of the things I've learned in business, sometimes people who've succeeded in business will tell you business is about fail, fail, fail until you make it. And that's not true. Success in business is about fail, 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 and with a little luck, you made it along the way. It's less like getting to a destination and much more like being a batter in the major leagues. If you get a hit 3 out of 10 times in the major leagues, you will be in the Hall of Fame. There will be statues of you in your hometown. You did not get a hit 70% of the time. And it's not as though once you did get a hit, you only hit from there on out. No, it's that you missed, you got a hit, you missed, you got a hit, you missed, you got a hit, you got walked. Most of the times when you got the hit, you still didn't score. You got thrown out at second. Or the batter right behind you was the third out, and you basically got your hit and got on base for no reason whatsoever. Sometimes you score and you didn't earn it.
Sometimes you pop it up, but the infield fly rule goes into effect, and no one even knows what's happening in the game anymore. I lost the analogy, but I'm sure there was...
I'm with you. All that matters is that you get back up and keep batting. That's the only difference between, it's not the only difference, but it's the fundamental difference between people who make it in baseball and people who do not make it in baseball. And it is true in business, and it is true in your marriage, it's true as a parent, it's true in almost every aspect of your life. It's your ability to take life as it is, not as you wish it would be, to take the hard parts of life and to keep getting back up and to keep doing your job.
Well, speaking of the hard parts of life, taxes, folks. So, am I right? Taxes suck, right? They're bad. That's why President Trump just fired everybody at the IRS. He actually did. He just fired like thousands of people at the IRS. Well, unfortunately, you don't have a choice. I'm sorry to tell you this. April 15th, tax day, is just around the corner. And don't think that just because Trump and Elon are going through and basically making all these people unemployed, that you're not going to have to pay your taxes. You eventually will. But you don't have to worry about your tax issues with Tax Network USA. Woo! Did you see where I was going with that, folks? Did I project it? In any case, Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, meaning they know exactly which agents to deal with and which to avoid if you get in trouble with your taxes. With proven strategies to settle tax problems in your favor, whether you owe 10 grand or $10 million, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. You should talk with their strategists today. It is free. You don't need the threatening letters. You don't need to look over your shoulder. You can protect yourself from property seizures and bank levies as well. Do not let the IRS control your future, and don't count on the IRS agent who's in charge of your case suddenly losing their job. Maybe it'll happen, God willing, and the creek don't rise, but that eventually they're going to come after your taxes. So you should call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire.
So, clap for
right,
the
it's the best part of the show. It's
100%.
an ad. I mean, that's what y'all love, correct?
We like to take questions from our Daily Wire Plus subscribers during our Ben Key show. They're the people who make it possible for us to keep, alongside our advertisers, to keep doing the work that we do over at Daily Wire. But today, we want to take questions from you guys. Ben has a policy that if you disagree, he would like you to come to the front of the line. I have precisely the opposite policy. The more sycophantish you are, the more I want your questions. So please, if you like me or even love me, front of the line. We'll take our first question.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. My name is Luke Rexing, and I am actually a subscriber, so thank you for what you do. I am also getting into cigars, so haven't tried one of those yet.
Tonight's the night. Out there. Yeah.
Pass this
Baby?
back.
Yes. Let's go. Thank you.
You can just Venmo me for about $15 for that.
Sounds good.
That's fine. Whenever you have a moment.
Please be 18.
23.
I think it's 21 now.
Oh,
yeah. But my question is, as a young conservative who wants to focus on a new business and an entrepreneurial spirit, how should I go about integrating my views into my business?
Ben?
Well, I think it depends on the kind of business that you're founding. So, I mean, there are certain things that are just baseline conservative, like be honest in business and don't try to cheat people, right? In my faith, the Jewish faith, you may have noticed, it says that the first thing that God is going to ask you after you die is, were you honest in your business dealings? Right? It's one of the things that Judaism teaches. As you know, we like the money. In any case, when it comes to actually forming a business, the hard part of business, and Jeremy can talk about this more than I can since he does a lot of the hiring and firing, is actually being cold-blooded enough to look at what's working and what's not. You're not doing anybody any kindnesses by keeping people in the wrong position for too long. That's the hardest part, I think, of doing business, is the difficulty in extricating yourself emotionally from the business to do the efficient thing. But it is important that in order for your business to be a success, in order to be able to employ other people and provide goods and services at a market rate, that you actually make those hard decisions. And again, I think that that requires a certain level of emotional remove, and you have to understand that you're actually, again, not doing anybody any favors by keeping them in a position where they ought not be. And that does, I think, also include the reality that you have to, I think, take the blame on yourself if you hired the wrong person. Right? Usually, if an employee fails, if somebody does something wrong at your company, it's probably because you put the wrong person in the wrong position to succeed, right? That's sort of your job as a company, is to put people in the right position to succeed. And so that I think is the hardest part.
Could I also say one thing, that you're integrating your values into the business, and I don't know what your business is. Maybe you said it, I haven't been paying attention to the questions today.
Said that, no.
But so integrate them as in, like Ben said, you're living according to your values. What I think you don't need to do and probably shouldn't do is say, well, this is my business and this is the conservative version of this business. We're the conservative fill in the blank. You don't need to be that. Just do the business and do it well. And if you're living according to your values, then you're already, the conservative version of that business.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Christy Clark, and I'm actually asking this question for my 14-year-old daughter, who's at home watching right now and absolutely loves y'all. She watches you all the time. I have to turn her TV off at night. Matt, super uncomfortable movie, absolutely loved it. I don't know how you sat there and did that, but that was amazing.
It's because as Jeremy's pointed out, it's because I'm a sociopath.
It was insane.
That's how, that's my secret.
But my question for my daughter Belle is, she wants to be just like you. She's 14, she's charging that way of doing this type of thing, absolutely wants to do this in life. And how does she get started, even at 14, in the world that we live in, where she is pro-Trump, pro-Republican? What does she do at this age to be you one day and take over Daily Wire? Ben?
Eventually we'll be for sale, so she can do that. But I think that, I started writing a syndicated column when I was 17, so actually not that much older than your daughter is now. And the key, I think this is true, by the way, in virtually all businesses, but it's certainly true when it comes to political commentary, is you have to read an awful lot, learn an awful lot about the business, and do a lot of work for free. There's no such thing as a person whose success in literally any business who was not a failure for a very long time before they were a success. Right? Everyone who's an overnight success was an overnight success 10 years in the making. And so I started writing a syndicated column, making no money off of this for probably a decade before I had, the famous Piers Morgan interview. That was like fully a decade after I started doing what I was doing. And that takes an awful lot of reading and writing. And then the other thing that I would say is that she should attempt, and I think everybody should attempt, to find a niche where you're a specialist in the thing. And that can be an information niche. Either you can know a lot about a particular topic, or you can be willing to report on a particular topic. And if you have a monopoly on that topic, that makes you a marketable commodity, right? Everybody's got an opinion on politics. Everybody in the room could be a political columnist, I'm sure. But there's a difference between that and being a person who does the research and does the hard work that nobody else wants to do. Right? One of my mentors, Andrew Breitbart, used to say that if you have a cell phone with a camera, you're now a reporter. And that's one way that I encourage young people to get started is you're in your town. There are stories all around you of things that probably require change. Get those stories, hook up with an outlet like ours, we'll report it and we'll make that a thing. And that's a great way to get started in this particular business.
One of the great advantages, if you want to be successful in media, is that, and we're testament to this, it requires no talent to do media at all. So if your daughter has talent, she's already a step ahead of like 95% of the business.
Disadvantage, though. If she actually has talent, to your point, Ben, on reading, one thing I would say, especially if your daughter's 14, which is great, love that. I was a political junkie from the age of at least 6. I was like campaigning for Bob Dole in my first grade classroom, all right? I was more excited about Bob Dole than Bob Dole was, so I'm all about it. However, now it's very easy to become famous or infamous at a young age because of social media and cameras. And she should resist that urge, because you have to read like anything, because no one reads anything anymore. So if you read one book, you will know much more than most people. However, if you want to have a view of politics that is solid, that is stable, that will deepen over time, of course, but that is grounded in something, you have to read like 1 billion books, and it's just not possible to do that at age 14. So I would recommend figuring out what she thinks, get the book learning, get a little practical learning. I think working on a congressional campaign is the best political education out there. I worked on campaigns as a teenager and in my 20s. It taught me a lot that you can't learn in books. And then when she's ready, you know, I don't know, 16, 17, maybe a little later, maybe 28, 29, then she can make a big splash and she'll be ready to go and she'll have something that distinguishes her from everybody else.
Hi, my name is Blake Markson. I'm a subscriber, and my question here, I'm a college student, and I'm just, I've been, throughout my education, I've like questioned DEI and a lot of subjective business measures. So what I'm wondering is how you guys would challenge these viewpoints and kind of move throughout like my educational process, because I'm a sophomore right now and not really liking everything that I'm doing right now.
Yeah. One thing I would say is that it can be really easy to be tempted toward some sort of absolute answer on a question like this. You know, some people will tell you, just keep your head down, get your degree, you're paying to be there, the most important thing is not to rock the boat. You need something from them in exchange for your money and your time, go get it, that's the only reason you're there. Other people will say, you should just be fighting all the way, defending your rights, campuses are ground zero for all the worst things that are happening in our culture, be an activist, but the truth is you actually have to live your life, and none of the people giving you advice on this topic do. And only you know what you actually want to get out of this experience in college. Only you know what kind of career you want to build in your life on the other side of your time in college. Some of them much more dependent on getting that degree than perhaps others are. I think the best thing you can do in this regard is live according to your lights. The one thing I'll say you should not do is live your life out of fear. If you find yourself living your life out of fear, you actually can't make the cynical calculation of, I will live my life out of fear, but on the other side of it, I'll be very, very successful. That's a deal with the devil that you can just never walk back. But that doesn't mean that you always have to be in the fight. It doesn't mean that you have to be reckless in every situation. I will say in my own life, I've made the choice from a young age, probably before I could make it consciously, that I was just going to say what I believed in every situation and come what may. And, you know, I'd like to say that it's worked out well for me. I've gone through a lot of real difficulties because of that decision. I don't necessarily think that that is the most virtuous decision. I think it's the most Gen X decision, but I don't know that it's the most virtuous decision. Although it can contain virtue. Sometimes, though, it can contain hubris and recklessness and all sorts of other things. So I think that rather than looking for like an absolute answer to the question, the very best thing that you can do is actually know yourself, know what you're trying to accomplish, know what fights are worth your time to be in, and go fight those fights. And if you're like me, it'll be all of them, and you'll never get a college degree and you won't make any money until you're 30, and that's fine. And if you're like Ben, you know, you'll be writing a syndicated column at 17 and now be Ben Shapiro.
You know, I would like to add just one more thing. Don't lie. You don't have to get into every fight. You don't always have to speak up if it's not important, if it's not that big a deal. But don't let them make you lie, because some of them will hunt you down until you either have to lie or tell the truth.
Oh, I totally disagree with this. You totally lie. So,
no, wait. Let me finish before you. Whatever he says, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Every lie takes something out of your soul. Every single one. And the bigger lie, the bigger the piece of your soul it takes. Isn't worth it. Not for a minute.
He's very old. You should totally lie. So the way that this works is that when I was at UCLA, okay, you speak up in class, and then they had these things called blue books. The blue books were the anonymous test that you took. You would write by hand in those days. And I know it's a long time ago, and you would write a student number, not an actual name on your blue book. And then you write like a commie and you get the A, obviously. Because what difference does it make what you write inside the blue book? So that's where you lie.
Look in his eyes. Do you want to be like that? No.
Look at my wallet. Do you want to be like that?
Live according to your lights. Thank you.
Hi, gang. My name is Yehuda, and it's so special to be here with you. I'm also a Daily Wire Plus subscriber. And I must say, Michael, I disagree with you, and I agree with Matt. Kids should be at weddings.
Listen, I'm not saying...
you said they shouldn't be?
I didn't say they should never be at a wedding, but sometimes you throw on the tuxedo, you have a few Coca-Colas, it's a late-night wedding, and I don't want the little
wedding for children. That's why marriage exists.
In like Pakistan, not in America.
What are you, a lib?
For children.
There's a total lib over here.
Yeah.
That's a lib position.
Look at what you started. Look at this.
On a more serious note. On a more serious note, over the years, it's become increasingly clear that the mainstream media is acting as an arm of the Democratic Party and as anti-American factions, although I repeat myself. This has come to a crescendo during the last few election cycles, as well as during the COVID pandemic, something I witnessed personally as a medical doctor. The most recent attempt to equate free speech to Nazi-era fascism sets a new egregious level. It would not be hard to trace these media trends to foreign groups aggressively using our media to undermine and sabotage the United States. With some investigation, we can easily find which parties are complicit in these efforts. My question is, should we conduct such an investigation? And furthermore, if we do, what actions should we take based on the data we find?
Well, I mean, it depends if you're talking about foreign actors who are actually funding American media. So yes, I think there should absolutely be congressional investigations, presumably the House Foreign Affairs Committee, looking into funding of various enterprises and the propaganda that emerges from those enterprises. If you're talking about the Democratic Party working in cahoots with the legacy media, I'm not sure that you need an investigation with that. I think you just need retinas and a prefrontal cortex. I mean, like basic logic suggests that the human centipede, that is the relationship between the Democratic Party and the media, is an ongoing bleep show. So, yeah, I don't think that requires an investigation, and I don't think it's a big scandal. I think that the truth is that the legacy media, and this is something Drew said earlier, so Drew, this is where you're right. You're wrong before, but now you're right. What Drew said earlier is right. The legacy media has absolutely destroyed itself. What this last election cycle did was expose the legacy media beyond all repair. And that was really exposed not even by COVID, which was truly terrible, or BLM, which was also truly terrible, but by Joe Biden dying on stage. When Joe Biden died on stage, in that moment, the legacy media was destroyed for all time. And I don't think that they're ever going to be able to recover it. And you can see it in the numbers. People do not trust the legacy media. It's irrecoverable. The Washington Post is never going to have a majority of Americans that believe it's trustworthy again. So I'm less worried than I've ever been about the power of the legacy media. And I've spent most of my life worrying about the legacy media.
You know, Ben, you said something there. You mentioned human centipede. You were evoking images that are disgusting and obscene. And I want you to get your head out of the gutter. And I want you to get your minds on the gutters when I tell you about Leaf Network right now, okay? LeafFilter.com. Thank you so much. Good night, folks. LeafFilter.com/backstage. Does anyone here own a home? We got some homeowners here.
Oh, yeah.
Do other people want to own homes when the interest rates come down and anyone can afford anything again? Yes, there are many people who want to do that. You can protect your home. You can never clean out gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection. Take advantage of the Spring Spectacular Sale with up to 30% off your entire purchase at LeafFilter.com/backstage. If you're like me, you're brimming with virility, but for whatever reason, you don't want to get up on the ladder and clean the gutters all the time, I got your solution. 30% off, LeafFilter.com/backstage. See representative for warranty details.
Can I say,
bravo.
it's in times like this that I'm really glad that I'm so bad at doing ad reads, because I don't have to do this ad read on stage at CPAC. But
spoiler alert.
Hi, my name's John Hinshaw. Mr. Knowles referenced me before. I was one of the Washington pro-lifers who was sentenced to 21 months in jail, and we thank President Trump for pardoning us so that we're free and we can be here. What I wanted to try to get a sense of is, well, what I'm feeling a sense of is there's really an opportunity for the United States of America to have a full discussion about the horror of abortion. We started to have it in the 70s. I'm an old man, I remember it, but a lot of people here don't. There started a discussion, and then Roe v. Wade happened. And aside from all the lives that were lost and all the women that were destroyed, there was also the complete cutting off of discussion about abortion. And the media has kept it that way, our courts. We've never been able, even in the Dobbs decision, the developing child before birth is only briefly referenced. In all the other court cases, it's about some specific legal angle to the issue, the heart of the issue, which is a developing child before birth. And this, I sense, is the time. This is the time for this country to take up that discussion. And even when I'm in disagreement with President Trump, as I am on the IVF, it is an opportunity for discussion. And so I even thank him for that. So I wanted to get some of your feedback on that.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with everything that you said. And it's easy to forget that just, even several months ago, certainly in the last couple of years, we were told, even by conservatives, that our victories, the great victory of repealing Roe v. Wade, one of the great human rights victories of all time, was actually a bad thing politically because we were going to pay for it. We're going to pay the price with some great backlash in the polls, and the women of America would rise up to punish us for protecting babies from slaughter. And that didn't happen. And the reason that it didn't happen is because it turns out, as many of us, as we have all been saying, people like you have been saying, the pro-life argument is a winning argument. It is a winning argument. And as long as you're just honest, the only way to win the argument and when you're pro-life is to be brutally honest and to show, it's one thing, if we are claiming that there is a genocide of children happening, that 60 million human beings have been slaughtered by abortion, if that's what we claim, which is what we claim because it's true, then there should be passion and even anger behind our words. And if there isn't, then why would anyone take us seriously? Because it's like we don't even believe what we're saying. So we are not the ones. The pro-abortion side, they're the ones who have to cover everything they say in euphemisms. They have to be very careful about every word they choose. And the euphemisms constantly change because they can't talk simply and clearly about what the thing is. And we win the argument simply by being clear about it, because the pro-life argument is, as I said, it's the most winning argument of all time. The pro-life argument is simply this, that it is always wrong to intentionally kill innocent human children. That's it. And I defy any pro-abortion person, any so-called pro-choice person, to engage with that. Are you saying that there are times when it is actually okay to intentionally kill an innocent human child? And that's what they don't want to engage with. And as long as we're honest about it, then we win the argument.
And this is everything now. What you're talking about is everything, having the argument openly, because the law is not going to stop it. It's not going to be able to stop it with the technologies, with the medications. It'll still be going on unless people see, unless they open their eyes and see what they're doing. It's the only way. There are always going to be murderers. There are always going to be people who kill people. But at least we can make it apparent to people that if you're a good person, you don't do it. And that's an argument we can win, and we have to win. We have to win it now.
Hi, my name is Erin. I'm a college student. College is woke now. So what would you say to me as trying to represent who I am, just like you guys do every day?
I couldn't quite hear that.
I couldn't hear a word you said.
Yeah.
Oh.
You have a beautiful, mellifluous voice.
I meant college is woke, and I want to pursue what I love, just like you guys do. What do you do when you have that thought in your head? It's like, pause. I need to keep doing what I love to do.
Well, I think that I'm very famously anti-college. I think that most people should not go to college. Thank you.
Me too.
I think that, if you want to be a heart surgeon, I think there's a strong case that you should go to college. But I think most people who are getting, bachelors of fine arts should not be getting them. And you might say that in a better world than this, those degrees are useful to society. Back when we taught things like the Western canon, back when we taught things like philosophy, perhaps a liberal arts degree actually did prepare, people who aren't going to go into very specialized fields. Nevertheless, those degrees and that experience could prepare them for their life as productive citizens. We don't live in that world anymore. You're not going to study the Western canon if you go to college. And so unless you're going to do something very particular, I would go get a job instead. The thing that you have to do in this life, God said, everybody likes to focus on that. On the seventh day you will rest, but the part that he said right before that was 6 days you will toil. Go to work.
I see your point, Jeremy, which is that for 99% of colleges and in 99% of classes, maybe even within colleges, you're not going to be able to get that great education. I disagree with my fellow conservatives they sometimes say, only go to college if you're going to study engineering or if you're going to study business or something. I think that's the exact opposite reason to go to college. You should just get a job or an apprenticeship or go to trade school to learn a job. That's great. That's awesome. There's totally a place for that. If you want to get a university education, the point of it is not instrumental or utilitarian. It's not just to make some money or something like that. The point is to get at the truth, and the way you do that is to immerse yourself in philosophy and in literature and history. You can still do that at some universities. There are good ones. I mean, there's Hillsdale, Ave Maria, Franciscan. You know, there are a handful you can name. Even at the big brand name schools, there are at least a few professors left. And then my final point on this, if you find yourself at a woke college that doesn't have great classes, and at the very least, you can understand that every man is my teacher and I can learn something from him. One of the greatest advantages—
Not for $250,000 freaking dollars. Books are free.
That's true. Listen, but teachers are, you really do need teachers and mentors and things. I agree, $250,000, you know, find scholarships and things like that. But all of that to say, if you're at the woke college, you're making a financially reasonable decision, you can benefit greatly from being around people who are radically leftist, because you can understand their arguments much, much better than they understand your arguments. It will give you an advantage. That is how we win back culture. It is how we make the best of our— Hold on a second, is he? Or just don't go to college.
Yeah!
Okay.
Thank you.
Next question, please.
Hi, my name is Alora Van Tassel. I'm the oldest of 6 kids, so my parents definitely understand the difference between a man and a woman. So thank you, Matt, for the movie. I want to ask if you have more tips on standing up against confirming the people around me who continue to push the gender ideology. Keep in mind, I live in a deep blue state that is still, their media is still controlled by the left.
So it is important never to acquiesce in this.
Yes.
Truly, it is really, really, really important. And you're not doing anybody any favors. You know, harsh truth is still better than kind falsehood. And telling somebody who is obviously suffering from a mental condition that in reality they're a member of the opposite sex is not doing them any favors at all, you wouldn't do it in any other circumstance. You would never say to an anorexic person, actually, you know what, you're totally right, you're really fat, when they're actually underweight by 40 pounds. You would never ever tell somebody who is suffering from severe depression that actually maybe you're right, maybe suicide is the proper answer, you know, maybe you're thinking this through properly. And so the idea that you should confirm somebody in what is an unhealthy delusion is wrong. Now, is that going to make friends? No. Is that person going to necessarily want to go out to dinner with you? No. But they are going to remember in the darkness of the night that there was somebody who was telling them the truth. And that is really, really important, because if no one tells them the truth, then they're never going to understand that the other answer was always there, which is that maybe this is not a body problem, maybe this is actually a brain problem. And you know, that requires, you know, different thinking about these issues entirely. And of course, Matt is the expert on this particular topic, because not only did he make a movie, but I've heard he's a woman. But sorry.
I mean, look, I think Ben covered it well. I mean, the most important thing, and also to go to Drew's point earlier about, you know, never lie. And so, you know, you don't have to go looking for confrontation. Now, we tend to be confrontational people. It's part of our job. We're kind of wired that way. And so if you are and you want to go out and look for that, then, I mean, God be with you. But you don't have to do that. And you don't have to go jumping on every grenade that you find in the room. But it's just, don't play the game. Don't acquiesce. Don't play the language games. You know, that was the big mistake that was made culturally, even among some conservatives back several years ago, where they started playing the language game. And they said, well, I just want to be polite. And once we start putting politeness over the truth, then you've already lost. And so don't do that, and you'll be fine, I think.
Hello, my name is Jeremiah Gripsover, and I just wanted to ask a question on behalf of Ben Davies. Michael Knowles, why do you pretend like your show is your own show when clearly Ben Davies is the host?
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Fighting words.
Did we just find the one Ben Davies fan at the entirety of CPAC? That is outright. You know, sometimes people infiltrate these events. You know, the leftists or this kind of disreputable or, well, all these kind of people. And I found my least favorite infiltrator, and that is the fan of Ben Davies. Though he does run most of the show, if I'm being totally frank about it. He runs a lot of it.
I also wanted to ask what your favorite, like, funny Trump story is.
Well, my favorite what story?
Funny Trump story.
My favorite funny Trump story? Like a personal Trump story? Or I haven't really interacted with the man all that much. However, there was one great time when I can't say I wrote a book, but I did a book called Reasons to Vote for Democrats, A Comprehensive Guide. We have scholars in the audience, I see. That's great. A blank book, Ben Shapiro blurbed it as thorough. And anyway, I did it. We sold a bazillion copies. I ended up getting a big book deal out of it. Then I ended up on television, on cable news one morning, and the most important viewer of the Fox News morning show was watching from the White House. That was President Trump. And he endorsed the book, and it was really, really great. And people wrote about it in the newspapers. But the thing they didn't write about is he also quoted the thing that I said right beforehand. I think I was talking about his Syria policy or something. But the way he quoted it made it seem like I was the president. It was like, Michael Knowles, my administration is bombing Syria and all that. And I thought, man, this is really cool. The president is making it sound like I'm the president. That's a really gracious thing for him to do. And then he plugged the book. So from my personal standpoint, that's my favorite funny Trump story. But I don't know, there are about 10 billion others for everyone else in the room.
Thank you.
G'day guys, I'm Geordie from Australia with these noisy folks up the front. I'm a casual subscriber, by the way, so when Matt has a movie, I subscribe for that. Question to Michael Knowles, you offered me some whiskey just before. Do you have a spare glass up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Of the 45, 47 whiskey?
Yes, please, yeah.
Yeah, do we have an extra glass? Do we have like a cannon that I could blast?
I haven't had a single sip.
There you go, this is your whiskey now.
Thank you.
I'll put it, here we are. Wow, this is great. We're giving people booze, we're giving them...
Is this legal?
This is certainly not legal.
Yeah. I'll walk it down.
That's
Conservatives, we're people. The libs, there you are, sir. Enjoy. I love it. This is, it's like a family, man.
Did you get his ID at least?
Yeah, he's like 45 or something.
I mean...
I don't know. How many laws are we going to break during this show?
Yeah.
If this kid asks for cocaine, the answer is no. The answer is no.
Yeah, can I get a cig? Any zins? I need someone to give me a zin, actually.
Hello.
Yeah, everyone's tossing.
You're all fine.
No,
it's okay.
My name is William Gripsover. I had a question for Matt or Michael. As a younger man, I was wondering what saint you try hardest to model yourself after, and as a young man, what saint did you most look up to?
You know, I'll go to the New Testament, and St. Paul has always been probably the saint that I've felt the most connection to. I wanted to choose that as my confirmation name, but Paul Walsh just didn't think it sounded right, so I couldn't do it. But the thing I like about St. Paul, I mean, obviously some of the most beautiful words, some of those beautiful insights ever written can be found in the Pauline epistles. But also, I guess I can feel a certain connection to the fact that Paul was, when you read the Pauline epistles, he was quite blunt in the way that he talked to people, in the way that he addressed issues. And to me, it's a real rebuke of the kind of nicey nice, Mr. Rogers sort of Christianity that we've gotten fed to us, force-fed to us over the last several decades. Because then when you go, and even if you read the Gospels and you read the way that Christ dealt with hypocrites and dealt with corruption, you also find that it's quite a bit more aggressive and blunt and direct. Not mean-spirited, certainly, not hateful. There's no contempt in it. But it's calling the sin out and rebuking it directly, and which is the thing that I love about the epistles.
My confirmation saint is Thomas, but I don't know which one it was, because I was a punk kid. I was 13. I became an atheist, And I don't remember if I picked Thomas because I was doubting or because I had heard vaguely of this man, Thomas Aquinas, and I heard he was a smart guy, and I thought I was smarter than I was. But it all really comes full circle because doubting Thomas, he's called doubting, but of course he says, you know, let us go with the Lord, let us die with him. That's a great show of faith. And St. Thomas Aquinas is one of the most intelligent people ever to live and was right about everything and was certainly a lot more correct about ultimate things than some punk 13-year-old atheist who happily came out the other end. And by the way, Thomas means twin, so I think I can claim them both. At least I choose to.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Harley. I'm a huge fan, but I wanted to ask, what do you have to say about the gender ideologists that use intersex people as a pawn for their trans agenda?
Ben?
It's a massive category error. So when you're talking about people who are intersex, these are people who have some sort of genetic disorder in which they develop differently than, say, XY genetics because the SRY gene has crossed over, for example, or where they develop secondary sexual characteristics that are not in line with their genetics. This does not make them a separate sex any more than a person who is born with a third arm would constitute a separate class of human being called the third arm people. Right? A genetic defect is not the same thing as suggesting that there is an entirely separate sex. Sex is defined by the actual reproductive resource that is being created, either the egg or the sperm, right? The large cell gamete or the small cell gamete. That is actually how you define sex biologically speaking. So suggesting that because somebody has a birth defect in which it's unclear to the outside eye what their genetics might be, that this somehow means that a genetic man who has all the normal characteristics of a genetic man could theoretically be a woman, that's just an asinine category error, and people are lying when they attempt to equate intersex with, for example, a person who is a genetic male who claims that they are actually a female.
Guys, thank you so much for spending time with us tonight. Enjoy the rest of CPAC and enjoy the next 4 years. They're going to be great.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. See you guys.
Greetings. This concludes day one of CPAC 2025. At this time, we ask that you gather your personal belongings and exit the Potomac Ballroom, so we may reset for day two of CPAC 2025. Once again, we ask that you gather your personal belongings and exit the ballroom, so we may reset for day two. See you in the morning.